Supplying General Braddock. When he returned to Philadelphia in early 1755, after his dalliance with Katy Ray, Franklin was able for the moment to forge a workable relationship with most of the political leaders there. The proprietors had appointed a new governor, Robert Hunter Morris, and Franklin assured him that he would have a comfortable tenure if you will only take care not to enter into any dispute with the Assembly. Morris responded half-jokingly. "You know I love disputing," he said. "It is one of my greatest pleasures." Nevertheless, he promised to, if possible, avoid them. Franklin likewise worked hard to avoid disputes with the new governor, especially when it involved the issue of protecting Pennsylvania's frontier. So he was pleased when the British decided to send General Edward Braddock to America with the mission of pushing the French out of the Ohio Valley, and he supported Governor Morris's request that the Assembly appropriate funds to supply the troops. Once again, the members insisted that the proprietors' estates be taxed. Franklin proposed some clever schemes involving loans and excise taxes designed to break the impasse, but he was not able to resolve the issue right away. So he took on the mission of finding other ways to make sure that Braddock got the necessary supplies. A delegation of 3 governors, Morris of Pennsylvania, Shirley of Massachusetts, and Delancey of New York, had been chosen to meet with the general on his arrival in Virginia. The Pennsylvania Assembly wanted Franklin to be part of the delegation, as did his friend Governor Shirley, and Franklin was eager to be involved. So he joined the group wearing his postmaster hat, ostensibly to help arrange ways to facilitate Braddock's communications. Along the way, he impressed his fellow delegation members with his scientific curiosity. Encountering a small whirlwind, Franklin rode his horse into it, studied its effects, and even tried to break it up with his whip. General Braddock was brimming with arrogance. "I see nothing that can obstruct my march to Niagara," he crowed. Franklin cautioned that he should be wary of Indian ambushes. Replied Braddock, "These savages may be a formidable enemy to your raw American militia, but upon the King's regular and disciplined troops, sir, it is impossible they would make any impression." As Franklin later recalled, he had too much self-confidence. What he lacked, besides humility, were supplies. Because the Americans had come up with only a fraction of the horses and wagons promised, he declared his intention to return home. Franklin interceded. Pennsylvanians would rally to his cause, he said. The general promptly designated Franklin to be in charge of procuring the equipment.
Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of Benjamin Franklin by Walter Isaacson, narrated by Nelson Runger. This book is copyrighted 2003 by Walter Isaacson. This recording is copyrighted 2004 by Recorded Books. Benjamin Franklin was, during his 84-year life, America's best scientist, inventor, diplomat, writer, and business strategist. And he was also one of its most practical, though not most profound, political thinkers. He proved by flying a kite that lightning was electricity, and he invented a rod to tame it. He sought practical ways to make stoves less smoky and commonwealths less corrupt. He organized neighborhood constabularies and international alliances, local lending libraries, and national legislatures. He combined 2 types of lenses to create bifocals, and 2 concepts of representation to foster the nation's federal compromise. He was the only man who shaped all the founding documents of America, the Albany Plan of Union, the Declaration of Independence, the Treaty of Alliance with France, the Peace Treaty with England, and the Constitution. And he helped invent America's unique style of homespun humor, democratic values, and philosophical pragmatism. But ultimately, the most interesting thing that Benjamin Franklin invented, and continually reinvented, was himself. Here, Walter Isaacson provides the full sweep of Franklin's life and shows how Franklin helped to create the American character, and why he has a peculiar resonance today at the outset of the 21st century. And now, Benjamin Franklin.
Chapter 1. Benjamin Franklin and the Invention of America. His arrival in Philadelphia is one of the most famous scenes in autobiographical literature. The bedraggled 17-year-old runaway, cheeky, yet with a pretense of humility, straggling off the boat and buying 3 puffy rolls as he wanders up Market Street. But wait a minute. There's something more. Peel back a layer, and we can see him as a 65-year-old wry observer sitting in an English country house writing this scene, pretending it's part of a letter to his son, an illegitimate son who has become a royal governor with aristocratic pretensions and needs to be reminded of his humble roots. A careful look at the manuscript peels back yet another layer. Inserted into the sentence about his Pilgrim's Progress up Market Street is a phrase, written in the margin, in which he notes that he passed by the house of his future wife, Deborah Reed, and that she, standing at the door, saw me and thought I made, as I certainly did, a most awkward, ridiculous appearance. So here we have, in a brief paragraph, the multi-layered character known so fondly to his author as Benjamin Franklin. As a young man, then seen through the eyes of his older self, and then through the memories later recounted by his wife. It's all topped off with the old man's deft little affirmation, "as I certainly did," in which his self-deprecation barely cloaks the pride he felt regarding his remarkable rise in the world. Benjamin Franklin is the founding father who winks at us. George Washington's colleagues found it hard to imagine touching the austere general on the shoulder, and we would find it even more so today. Jefferson and Adams are just as intimidating. But Ben Franklin, that ambitious urban entrepreneur, seems made of flesh rather than of marble, addressable by nickname. And he turns to us from history's stage with eyes that twinkle from behind those new-fangled spectacles. He speaks to us through his letters and hoaxes and autobiography, not with orotund rhetoric, but with a chattiness and clever irony that is very contemporary, sometimes unnervingly so. We see his reflection in our own time. He was, during his 84-year-long life, America's best scientist, inventor, diplomat, writer, and business strategist. And he was also one of its most practical, though not most profound, political thinkers. He proved by flying a kite that lightning was electricity, and he invented a rod to tame it. He devised bifocal glasses and clean-burning stoves, charts of the Gulf Stream, and theories about the contagious nature of the common cold. He launched various civic improvement schemes, such as a lending library, college, volunteer fire corps, insurance association, and matching grant fundraiser. He helped invent America's unique style of homespun humor and philosophical pragmatism. In foreign policy, he created an approach that wove together idealism with balance of power realism. And in politics, he proposed seminal plans for uniting the colonies and creating a federal model for a national government. But the most interesting thing that Franklin invented and continually reinvented was himself. America's first great publicist, he was, in his life and in his writings, consciously trying to create a new American archetype. In the process, he carefully crafted his own persona, portrayed it in public, and polished it for posterity. Partly, it was a matter of image. As a young printer in Philadelphia, he carted rolls of paper through the streets to give the appearance of being industrious. As an old diplomat in France, he wore a fur cap to portray the role of backwoods sage. In between, he created an image for himself as a simple yet striving tradesman, assiduously honing the virtues, diligence, frugality, honesty, of a good shopkeeper and beneficent member of his community. But the image he created was rooted in reality. Born and bred a member of the leather-aproned class, Franklin was, at least for most of his life, more comfortable with artisans and thinkers than with the established elite, and he was allergic to the pomp and perks of a hereditary aristocracy. Throughout his life he would refer to himself as B. Franklin, Printer. From these attitudes sprang what may be Franklin's most important vision: an American national identity based on the virtues and values of its middle class. Instinctively more comfortable with democracy than were some of his fellow founders, and devoid of the snobbery that later critics would feel toward his own shopkeeping values, he had faith in the wisdom of the common man, and felt that a new nation would draw its strength from what he called the middling people. Through his self-improvement tips for cultivating personal virtues and his civic improvement schemes for furthering the common good, he helped to create and to celebrate a new ruling class of ordinary citizens. The complex interplay among various facets of Franklin's character, his ingenuity and unreflective wisdom, his Protestant ethic divorced from dogma, the principles he held firm and those he was willing to compromise, means that each new look at him reflects and refracts the nation's changing values. He has been vilified in romantic periods and lionized in entrepreneurial ones. Each era appraises him anew, and in doing so reveals some assessments of itself. Franklin has a particular resonance in 21st century America. A successful publisher and consummate networker with an inventive curiosity, he would have felt right at home in the information revolution. And his unabashed striving to be part of an upwardly mobile meritocracy made him, in social critic David Brooks's phrase, our founding yuppie. We can easily imagine having a beer with him after work, showing him how to use the latest digital device, sharing the business plan for a new venture, and discussing the most recent political scandals or policy ideas. He would laugh at the latest joke about a priest and a rabbi, or about a farmer's daughter. We would admire both his earnestness and his self-aware irony, and we would relate to the way he tried to balance, sometimes uneasily, the pursuit of reputation, wealth, earthly virtues, and spiritual values. Some who see the reflection of Franklin in the world today fret about a shallowness of soul and a spiritual complacency that seem to permeate a culture of materialism. They say that he teaches us how to live a practical and pecuniary life, but not an exalted existence. Others see the same reflection and admire the basic middle-class values and democratic sentiments that now seem under assault from elitists, radicals, reactionaries, and other bashers of the bourgeoisie. They regard Franklin as an exemplar of the personal character and civic virtue that are too often missing in modern America. Much of the admiration is warranted, and so too are some of the qualms. But the lessons from Franklin's life are more complex than those usually drawn by either his fans or his foes. Both sides too often confuse him with the striving pilgrim he portrayed in his autobiography. They mistake his genial moral maxims for the fundamental faiths that motivated his actions. His morality was built on a sincere belief in leading a virtuous life, serving the country he loved, and hoping to achieve salvation through good works. That led him to make the link between private virtue and civic virtue, and to suspect, based on the meager evidence he could muster about God's will, that these earthly virtues were linked to heavenly ones as well. As he put it in the motto for the library he founded, "To pour forth benefits for the common good is divine." In comparison to contemporaries, such as Jonathan Edwards, who believed that men were sinners in the hands of an angry God and that salvation could come through grace alone, this outlook might seem somewhat complacent. In some ways it was, but it was also genuine. Whatever view one takes, it is useful to engage anew with Franklin, for in doing so we are grappling with a fundamental issue. How does one live a life that is useful, virtuous, worthy, moral, and spiritually meaningful? For that matter, which of these attributes is most important? These are questions just as vital for a self-satisfied age as they were for a revolutionary one. Chapter 2. Pilgrim's Progress. Boston, 1706 to 1723. The Franklins of Ecton. During the late Middle Ages, a new class emerged in the villages of rural England. Men who possessed property and wealth, but were not members of the titled aristocracy. Proud, but without great pretension, assertive of their rights as members of an independent middle class, these freeholders came to be known as Franklins, from the Middle English word francolane, meaning freeman. When surnames gained currency, families from the upper classes tended to take on the titles of their domains, such as Lancaster or Salisbury. Their tenants sometimes resorted to invocations of their own little turf, such as Hill or Meadows. Artisans tended to take their name from their labor, be it smith or tailor or weaver. And for some families, the descriptor that seemed most appropriate was Franklin. The earliest documented use of that name by one of Benjamin Franklin's ancestors, at least that can be found today, was by his great-great-grandfather, Thomas Franklin or Franklin, born around 1540 in the Northamptonshire village of Ecton. His independent spirit became part of the family lore. "This obscure family of ours was early in the Reformation," Franklin later wrote, "and were sometimes in danger of trouble on account of their zeal against popery. When Queen Mary I was engaged in her bloody crusade to re-establish the Roman Catholic Church, Thomas Franklin kept the banned English Bible tied to the underside of a stool. The stool could be turned over on a lap so the Bible could be read aloud, but then instantly hidden whenever the apparitor rode by. The strong yet pragmatic independence of Thomas Franklin, along with his clever ingenuity, seems to have been passed down through 4 generations. The family produced dissenters and nonconformists who were willing to defy authority, although not to the point of becoming zealots. They were clever craftsmen and inventive blacksmiths with a love of learning. Avid readers and writers, they had deep convictions, but knew how to wear them lightly. Sociable by nature, the Franklins tended to become trusted counselors to their neighbors, and they were proud to be part of the middling class of independent shopkeepers and tradesmen and freeholders. It may be merely a biographer's conceit to think that a person's character can be illuminated by rummaging among his family roots and pointing out the recurring traits that culminate tidily in the personality at hand. Nevertheless, Franklin's family heritage seems a fruitful place to begin a study. For some people, the most important formative element is place. To appreciate Harry Truman, for example, you must understand the Missouri frontier of the 19th century. Likewise, you must delve into the hill country of Texas to fathom Lyndon Johnson. But Benjamin Franklin was not so rooted. His heritage was that of a people without place, the youngest sons of middle-class artisans, most of whom made their careers in towns different from those of their fathers. He is thus best understood as a product of lineage rather than of land. Moreover, Franklin thought so as well. "I have ever had a pleasure in obtaining any little anecdotes of my ancestors," reads the opening sentence in his autobiography. It was a pleasure he would indulge when he journeyed to Ecton as a middle-aged man to interview distant relatives, research church records, and copy inscriptions from family tombstones. The dissenting streak that ran in his family, he discovered, involved more than just matters of religion. Thomas Franklin's father had been active, according to lore, as a legal advocate on the side of the common man in the controversy over the practice known as enclosure, under which the landed aristocracy closed off their estates and prevented poorer farmers from grazing their herds there. And Thomas's son Henry spent a year in prison for writing some poetry that, as one descendant noted, touched the character of some great man. The inclination to defy the elite and to write mediocre poetry was to last a few more generations. Henry's son, Thomas II, also displayed traits that would later be evident in his famous grandson. He was a gregarious soul who loved reading, writing, and tinkering. As a young man, he built from scratch a clock that worked throughout his life. Like his father and grandfather, he became a blacksmith, but in small English villages the smith took on a variety of tasks. According to a nephew, he also practiced for diversion the trade of a turner, turning wood with a lathe, a gunsmith, a surgeon, a scrivener, and wrote as pretty a hand as ever I saw. He was a historian and had some skill in astronomy and chemistry. His eldest son took over the blacksmith business and also prospered as a school owner and a solicitor. But this is a story about youngest sons. Benjamin Franklin was the youngest son of the youngest sons for 5 generations. Being the last of the litter, often meant having to strike out on your own. For people like the Franklins, that generally meant leaving villages such as Ecton that were too tiny to support more than one or two practitioners of each trade, and moving to a larger town where they could secure an apprenticeship. It was not unusual, especially in the Franklin family, for younger brothers to be apprenticed to older ones. So it was that Thomas II's youngest son, Josiah Franklin, left Ecton in the 1670s for the nearby Oxfordshire market town of Banbury and bound himself to a pleasant older brother named John, who had set up shop there as a silk and cloth dyer. After the dour days of Cromwell's protectorate, the Restoration under King Charles II led to a brief flowering of the garment industry. While in Banbury, Josiah was swept up in the second great religious convulsion to hit England. The first had been settled by Queen Elizabeth. The English Church would be Protestant rather than Roman Catholic. Yet she and her successors subsequently faced pressure from those who wanted to go even further and to purify the Church of all Roman Catholic traces. The Puritans, as these Calvinist dissenters who advocated this purge of papist vestiges came to be known, were particularly vocal in Northamptonshire and Oxfordshire. They stressed congregational self-governance, emphasized the sermon and Bible study over the liturgy and ritual, and disdained much of the Anglican Church's adornments as lingering pollutants from the Church of Rome. Despite their puritanical views on personal morality, their sect appealed to some of the more intellectual members of the middle class because it emphasized the value of meetings, discussions, sermons, and a personal understanding of the Bible. By the time Josiah arrived in Banbury, the town was torn by the struggle over Puritanism. During one of the more physical battles, a mob of Puritans toppled Banbury's famous cross. The Franklin family was divided as well, though less bitterly. John and Thomas III remained loyal to the Anglican Church. Their younger brothers, Josiah and Benjamin, sometimes called Benjamin the Elder to distinguish him from his famous nephew, became dissenters. But Josiah was never fanatic in pursuing theological disputes. There is no record of any family feud over the issue. Errand into the wilderness. Franklin would later claim that it was a desire to enjoy the exercise of their religion with freedom that led his father Josiah to emigrate to America. To some extent, this was true. The end of Cromwell's Puritan rule and the restoration of the monarchy in 1660 had led to restrictions on the Puritan faithful, and dissenting ministers were forced from their pulpits. But Josiah's brother, Benjamin the Elder, was probably right in attributing the move more to economic than religious factors. Josiah was not zealous about his faith. He was close to his father and older brother John, both of whom remained Anglican. All evidence suggests that it was a spirit of independence coupled with a kind of intellectual liveliness and earthy practicality rather than controlling doctrinal persuasions that led the only two Franklins, Benjamin the Elder and Josiah, who became Puritans, to follow that course, wrote Arthur Tortolot, author of a comprehensive book about the first 17 years of Franklin's life. Josiah's greater concern was supporting his family. At age 19, he married a friend from Ecton, Anne Child, and brought her to Banbury. In quick succession, they had 3 children. With his apprenticeship over, he worked on salary in his brother's shop. But there was not enough business to support both fast-growing Franklin families, and the law made it impossible for Josiah to go into a new trade without serving another apprenticeship. As Benjamin the Elder put it, things not succeeding there, according to his mind, with the leave of his friends and father, he went to New England in the year 1683. The story of the Franklin family migration, like the story of Benjamin Franklin, gives a glimpse into the formation of the American character. Among the great romantic myths about America is that, as school books emphasize, the primary motive of its settlers was freedom, particularly religious freedom. Like most romantic American myths, it contains a lot of truth. For many in the 17th century wave of Puritan migration to Massachusetts, as in the subsequent migratory waves that made America, the journey was primarily a religious pilgrimage, one that involved fleeing persecution and pursuing freedom. And like most romantic American myths, it also glosses over some significant realities. For many other Puritan migrants, as for many in subsequent waves, the journey was primarily an economic quest. But to set up such a sharp dichotomy is to misunderstand the Puritans and America. For most Puritans, ranging from rich John Winthrop to poor Josiah Franklin, their errand into the wilderness was propelled by considerations of both faith and finance. The Massachusetts Bay Colony was, after all, established by investors such as Winthrop to be a chartered commercial enterprise as well as to create a heavenly city upon a hill. These Puritans would not have made an either-or distinction between spiritual and secular motives. For among the useful notions that they bequeathed to America was a Protestant ethic that taught that religious freedom and economic freedom were linked, that enterprise was a virtue, and that financial success need not preclude spiritual salvation. Instead, the Puritans were contemptuous of the old Roman Church's monastic belief that holiness required withdrawal from worldly economic concerns, and they preached that being industrious was a heavenly as well as earthly imperative. What the literary historian Perry Miller calls the paradox of Puritan materialism and immateriality was not paradoxical to the Puritans. Making money was a way to glorify God. As Cotton Mather put it in his famous sermon, A Christian at His Calling, delivered 5 years before Franklin was born, it was important to attend to some settled business wherein a Christian should spend most of his time so that he may glorify God by doing good for others and getting of good for himself. The Lord, quite conveniently, smiled on those who were diligent in their earthly calling, and, as Poor Richard's Almanac would later note, helped those who helped themselves. And thus the Puritan migration established the foundation for some characteristics of Benjamin Franklin and of America itself. A belief that spiritual salvation and secular success need not be at odds, that industriousness is next to godliness, and that free thought and free enterprise are integrally related. A man of solid judgment. Josiah Franklin was 25 years old when, in August 1683, he set sail for America with his wife, 2 toddlers, and a baby girl only a few months old. The voyage, in a squat frigate crammed with 100 passengers, took more than 9 weeks, and it cost the family close to £15, which was about 6 months' earnings for a tradesman such as Josiah. It was, however, a sensible investment. Wages in the New World were 2 to 3 times higher, and the cost of living was lower. The demand for brightly dyed fabrics and silks was not great in a frontier town, especially a Puritan one such as Boston. Indeed, it was a legal offense to wear clothing that was considered too elaborate. But unlike in England, there was no law requiring a person to serve a long apprenticeship before going into a trade. So Josiah chose a new one that had far less glamour, but far more utility, that of a tallow chandler, rendering animal fat into candles and soap. It was a shrewd choice. Candles and soap were just evolving from luxuries into staples. The odoriferous task of making lye from ashes and simmering it for hours with fat was one that even the heartiest of frontier housewives were willing to pay someone else to do. Cattle, once a rarity, were being slaughtered more often, making mass manufacture of tallow possible. Yet the trade was uncrowded. One register of professions in Boston, just before Josiah arrived, lists 12 cobblers, 11 tailors, 3 brewers, but only 1 tallow chandler. He set up shop and residence in a rented 2.5-story clapboard house, only 30 feet by 20, on the corner of Milk Street and High Street, now Washington Street. The ground floor was only 1 room, with a kitchen in a separate tiny structure added in the back. Like other Boston houses, it had small windows so that it would be easier to keep warm, but it was brightly painted to make it seem more cheerful. Across the street was the South Church, newest and most liberal, relatively speaking, of Boston's 3 Puritan congregations. Josiah was admitted to membership, or permitted to own the covenant, 2 years after his arrival. Church membership was, for the Puritans at least, a social leveler. Although he was merely a struggling tradesman, Josiah was able, because of his membership in the South Church, to become friends with such colony luminaries as Simon Bradstreet, the one-time governor, and Judge Samuel Sewall, a Harvard fellow and diligent diarist. A trusted and paternalistic figure, Josiah rose within Boston's Puritan civic hierarchy. In 1697 he was tapped to become a tithing man, the name for the moral marshals whose job it was to enforce attendance and attention at Sunday services and keep an eye out for night walkers, tipplers, Sabbath breakers, or whatever else tending toward debauchery, irreligion, profaneness, and atheism. 6 years later he was made a constable, one of 11 people who helped oversee the tithing men. Although the posts were unpaid, Josiah practiced the art, which his son would perfect, of marrying public virtue with private profit. He made money by selling candles to the night watchmen he oversaw. In his autobiography, Benjamin Franklin gives a lapidary description of his father. He had an excellent constitution of body, was of middle stature, but well set and very strong. He was ingenious, could draw prettily, was skilled a little in music, and had a clear, pleasing voice, so that when he played psalm tunes on his violin and sang withal, as he sometimes did in an evening after the business of the day was over, it was extremely agreeable to hear. He had a mechanical genius, too, and on occasion was very handy in the use of other tradesmen's tools. But his great excellence lay in a sound understanding and solid judgment in prudential matters, both in private and public affairs. I remember well his being frequently visited by leading people who consulted him for his opinion in affairs of the town or of the church, He was also much consulted by private persons about their affairs when any difficulty occurred, and frequently chosen an arbitrator between contending parties. This description was perhaps overly generous. It is contained, after all, in an autobiography designed in part to instill filial respect in Benjamin's own son. As we shall see, Josiah, wise though he undoubtedly was, had limited horizons. He tended to dampen his son's educational, professional, and even poetic aspirations. Josiah's most prominent trait was captured in a phrase, deeply Puritan in its fealty to both industriousness and egalitarianism, that would be inscribed on his tombstone by his son: "Diligence in thy calling." It came from Josiah's favorite piece of Solomonic wisdom, Proverbs chapter 22, verse 29, a passage that he would quote often to his son. "Seest thou a man diligent in his calling, he shall stand before kings." As Franklin would recall when he was 78, with the wry mixture of light vanity and amused self-awareness that pervades his autobiography, "I from thence considered industry as a means of obtaining wealth and distinction, which encouraged me, though I did not think that I should ever literally stand before kings, which, however, has since happened, for I have stood before 5, and even had the honor of sitting down with one, the King of Denmark, to dinner." As Josiah prospered, his family grew. He would have 17 children over a period of 34 years. Such fecundity was common among the robust and lusty Puritans. The Reverend Samuel Willard, pastor of the South Church, had 20 children. The famous theologian Cotton Mather had 15. Children tended to be a resource rather than a burden. They helped around the house and shop by handling most of the menial chores. To the 3 children who accompanied them from England, Josiah and Anne Franklin quickly added 2 more, both of whom lived to adulthood: Josiah Jr., born in 1685, and Anne Jr., born in 1687. Then, however, death struck brutally. 3 times over the next 18 months, Josiah made the procession across Milk Street to the South Church burial grounds. First in 1688, for a newborn son who died after 5 days, then in 1689 for his wife Anne, who died a week after delivering another son, then for that son who died after another week. 1/4 of all Boston newborns at the time died within a week. It was not unusual for men in colonial New England to outlive 2 or 3 wives. Of the first 18 women who came to Massachusetts in 1628, for example, 14 died within a year. Nor was it considered callous for a bereaved husband to remarry quickly. In fact, as in the case of Josiah, it was often considered an economic necessity. At the age of 31, he had 5 children to raise, a trade to tend, and a shop to keep. He needed a robust new wife, and he needed her quickly. A virtuous woman. Like the Franklins, the Folger, originally Folger spelled Foulgier, family, was rebellious but also practical. And they shared the same mix of religious and economic restlessness. Descended from reformist Flemish Protestants who had fled to England in the 16th century, the Folgers were among the first wave of emigrants to depart for Massachusetts when Charles I and his Archbishop of Canterbury, William Laud, began cracking down on the Puritans. The family of John Folger including his 18-year-old son Peter, sailed for Boston in 1635, when the town was a mere 5 years old. On the voyage over, Peter met a young servant girl named Mary Morrill, who was indentured to one of the Puritan ministers aboard. After their arrival, Peter was able to buy her freedom for £20 and take her as his wife. Having found religious and personal freedom, the Folgers were restless for economic opportunities. From Boston, they moved to a new settlement up the river called Dedham, then to Watertown, and finally to Nantucket Island, where Peter became the schoolmaster. Most of the inhabitants were Indians, and he learned their language, taught them English, and attempted with great success to convert them to Christianity. Rebellious in nature, he underwent his own conversion and became a Baptist, which meant that the faithful Indians whom he had led to Christianity now had to follow him through a ritual that required total immersion. Displaying the robust resistance to authority that ran in both the Folger and Franklin families, Peter was the sort of rebel destined to transform colonial America. As clerk of the court on Nantucket, he was at one point jailed for disobeying the local magistrate during a struggle between the island's wealthy shareholders and its growing middle class of shopkeepers and artisans. He also wrote a near-seditious pamphlet, in verse, sympathizing with the Indians during what became known as King Philip's War in 1676. The war, he declared, was the result of God's anger at the intolerance of the Puritan ministers in Boston. His passion overpowered his poetic talents. Let magistrates and ministers consider what they do. Let them repeal those evil laws and break those bonds in two. Later, his grandson, Benjamin Franklin, would pronounce that the poem was written with manly freedom and a pleasing simplicity. Peter and Mary Folger had 10 children, the youngest of whom, Abiah, was born in 1667. When she was 21 and still unmarried, she moved to Boston to live with an older sister and her husband, who were members of the South Church. Although raised as a Baptist, Abiah joined the congregation shortly after her arrival. By July 1689, when the well-respected tallow chandler Josiah Franklin went there to bury his wife, Abiah was a faithful parishioner. Less than 5 months later, on November 25, 1689, they were married. Both were the youngest children in a large brood. Together, they would live to unusually ripe ages, he to 87, she to 84. And their longevity was among the many traits they would bequeath to their famous youngest son, who himself would live to be 84. He was a pious and prudent man, she a discreet and virtuous woman. Benjamin would later inscribe on their tombstone. Over the next 12 years, Josiah and Abiah Franklin had 6 children. John, born 1690, Peter, 1692, Mary, 1694, James, 1697, Sarah, 1699, and Ebenezer, 1701. Along with those from Josiah's first marriage, that made 11 children, all still unmarried, crammed into the tiny Milk Street house that also contained the tallow, soap, and candle equipment. It might seem impossible to keep a watchful eye on so large a brood in such circumstances, and the Franklin tale provides tragic evidence that this was so. When he was a toddler of 16 months, Ebenezer drowned in a tub of his father's suds. Later that year, in 1703, The Franklins had another son, but he also died as a child. So, even though their next son, Benjamin, would spend his youth in a house with 10 older siblings, the youngest of them would be 7 years his senior. And he would have 2 younger sisters, Lydia, born 1708, and Jane, 1712, looking up to him. A spunky lad. Benjamin Franklin was born and baptized on the same day, a Sunday, January 17th, 1706. Boston was by then 76 years old, no longer a Puritan outpost, but a thriving commercial center filled with preachers, merchants, seamen, and prostitutes. It had more than 1,000 homes, 1,000 ships registered at its harbor, and 7,000 inhabitants, a figure that was doubling every 20 years. As a kid growing up along the Charles River, Franklin was, he recalled, generally the leader among the boys. One of their favorite gathering places was a salt marsh near the river's mouth, which had become a quagmire due to their constant trampling. Under Franklin's lead, the friends built themselves a wharf with stones intended for the construction of a house nearby. In the evening, when the workmen were gone home, I assembled a number of my playfellows, and we worked diligently like so many emmets, sometimes 2 or 3 to a stone, until we brought them all to make our little wharf. The next morning, he and the other culprits were caught and punished. Franklin recounted the tale in his autobiography to illustrate, he said, his father's maxim that nothing was useful which was not honest. Yet, like many of Franklin's attempts at self-deprecation, the anecdote seems less designed to show how bad a boy he was than how good a leader he was. Throughout his life, he took palpable pride in his ability to organize cooperative endeavors and public-spirited projects. Franklin's childhood days playing along the Charles River also instilled a lifelong love for swimming. Once he had learned and taught his playmates, he tinkered with ways to make himself go faster. The size of people's hands and feet, he realized, limited how much water they could push and thus their propelling power. So he made 2 oval pallets with holes for his thumbs, and, as he explained in a letter to a friend, I also fitted to the soles of my feet a kind of sandals. With these paddles and flippers, he could speed through the water. Kites, as he would later famously show, could also be useful. Sending one aloft, he stripped, waded into a pond, floated on his back, and let it pull him. Having then engaged another boy to carry my clothes round the pond, he recalled, I began to cross the pond with my kite, which carried me quite over without the least fatigue, and with the greatest pleasure imaginable. One childhood incident that he did not include in his autobiography, though he would recount it more than 70 years later for the amusement of his friends in Paris, occurred when he encountered a boy blowing a whistle. Enchanted by the device, he gave up all the coins in his pocket for it. His siblings proceeded to ridicule him, saying he had paid 4 times what it was worth. I cried with vexation, Franklin recalled, and the reflection gave me more chagrin than the whistle gave me pleasure. Frugality became for him not only a virtue, but also a pleasure. Industry and frugality, he wrote in describing the theme of Poor Richard's almanacs, are the means of procuring wealth and thereby securing virtue. When Benjamin was 6, his family moved from the tiny 2-room house on Milk Street, where 14 children had been raised, to a larger home and shop in the heart of town on Hanover and Union Streets. His mother was 45, and that year, 1712, she gave birth to the last of her children, Jane, who was to become Benjamin's favorite sibling and lifelong correspondent. Josiah Franklin's new house, coupled with the dwindling number of children still living with him, allowed him to entertain interesting guests for dinner. At his table, Benjamin recalled, he liked to have as often as he could some sensible friend or neighbor to converse with, and always took care to start some ingenious or useful topic for discourse, which might tend to improve the minds of his children. The conversations were so engrossing, Franklin claims in his autobiography, that he took little or no notice of what was served for dinner. This training instilled in him a perfect inattention to food for the rest of his life, a trait he deemed a great convenience, albeit one that seems belied by the number of recipes of American and French culinary delights among his papers. The new home also allowed the Franklins to accommodate Josiah's brother Benjamin, who emigrated from England in 1715 when he was 65 and his namesake was 9. Like Josiah, the elder Benjamin found the New World inhospitable to his craft of silk dyeing, but unlike Josiah, he did not have the drive to learn a new trade. So he sat around the Franklin house writing bad poetry, including a 124-quatrain autobiography, and a useful family history, attending and transcribing sermons, amusing his nephew, and gradually getting on his brother's nerves. Uncle Benjamin stayed with the Franklins for 4 years, easily outlasting his welcome with his brother, if not with his nephew. Finally, he moved in with his own son, Samuel, a cutler who had also immigrated to Boston. Years later, the younger Benjamin would write to his sister Jane and humorously recount the disputes and misunderstandings that grew between their father and uncle. The lesson his father drew was that visits from distant relatives could not well be short enough for them to part good friends. In Poor Richard's Almanac, Franklin would later put it more pithily. Fish and guests stink after 3 days. Education. The plan for young Benjamin was to have him study for the ministry, Josiah's 10th son anointed as his tithe to the Lord. Uncle Benjamin was strongly supportive. Among the many benefits of this plan was that it gave him something to do with his stash of second-hand sermons. For decades he had scouted out the best preachers and transcribed their words in a neat shorthand of his own device. His nephew later noted with wry amusement that he proposed to give me all his shorthand volumes, I suppose as a stock to set up with. To prepare him for Harvard, Josiah sent his son at age 8 to Boston Latin School, where Cotton Mather had studied, and his son Samuel was then enrolled. Even though he was among the least privileged students, Franklin excelled in his first year, rising from the middle of the class to the very top, and then was jumped a grade ahead. Despite this success, Josiah abruptly changed his mind about sending him to Harvard. "My father," Franklin wrote, burdened with a numerous family, was unable without inconvenience to support the expense of a college education. This economic explanation is unsatisfying. The family was well off enough, and there were fewer Franklin children being supported at home, only Benjamin and his 2 younger sisters, than had been the case for many years. There was no tuition at the Latin school, and as the top of his class, he would easily have won a scholarship to Harvard. Of the 43 students who entered the college when Franklin would have, only 7 were from wealthy families. 10 were sons of tradesmen, and 4 were orphans. The university at that time spent approximately 11% of its budget for financial aid, more than it does today. Most likely, there was another factor. Josiah came to believe, no doubt correctly, that his youngest son was not suited for the clergy. Benjamin was skeptical, puckish, curious, irreverent, the type of person who would get a lifelong chuckle out of his uncle's notion that it would be useful for a new preacher to start his career with a cache of used sermons. Anecdotes about his youthful intellect and impish nature abound, but there are none that show him as pious or faithful. Just the opposite. A tale related by his grandson, but not included in the autobiography, shows Franklin to be cheeky not only about religion, but also about the wordiness in worship that was a hallmark of Puritan faith. Dr. Franklin, when a child, found the long graces used by his father before and after meals very tedious, his grandson reported. One day, after the winter's provisions had been salted, "I think, Father," said Benjamin, "if you were to say grace over the whole cask once for all, it would be a vast saving of time." So Benjamin was enrolled for a year at a writing and arithmetic academy 2 blocks away, run by a mild but businesslike master named George Brownell. Franklin excelled in writing, but failed math, a scholastic deficit he never fully remedied, and that, combined with his lack of academic training in the field, would eventually condemn him to be merely the most ingenious scientist of his era, rather than transcending into the pantheon of truly profound theorists such as Newton. What would have happened if Franklin had, in fact, received a formal academic education and gone to Harvard? Some historians, such as Arthur Tortolot, argued that he would have been stripped of his spontaneity, intuitive literary style, zest, freshness, and the unclutteredness of his mind. And, indeed, Harvard has been known to do that and worse to some of its charges. But the evidence that Franklin would have so suffered is weak, and does not do justice either to him or to Harvard. Given his skeptical turn of mind and allergy to authority, it is unlikely that Franklin would have become, as planned, a minister. Of the 39 who were in what would have been his class, fewer than half eventually joined the clergy. His rebellious nature may even have been enhanced rather than repressed. The college administrators were at the time wrestling mightily with the excessive partying, eating, and drinking that was infecting the campus. One aspect of Franklin's genius was the variety of his interests, from science to government to diplomacy to journalism, all of them approached from a very practical rather than theoretical angle. Had he gone to Harvard, this diversity in outlook need not have been lost, for the college under the liberal John Leverett was no longer under the firm control of the Puritan clergy. By the 1720s, it offered famous courses in physics, geography, logic, and ethics, as well as the classics and theology. And a telescope atop Massachusetts Hall made it a center for astronomy. Fortunately, Franklin acquired something that was perhaps just as enlightening as a Harvard education: the training and experiences of a publisher, printer, and newspaper man. Apprentice. At age 10, with but 2 years of schooling, Franklin went to work full-time in his father's candle and soap shop, replacing his older brother John, who had served his term as an apprentice and left to set up his own business in Rhode Island. It was not pleasant work. Skimming rendered tallow from boiling cauldrons of fat was particularly noxious, and cutting wicks and filling molds was quite mindless, and Franklin made clear his distaste for it. More ominously, he expressed his strong inclination for the sea, even though his brother Josiah, Jr. had recently been lost to its depths. Fearing that his son would break loose and go to sea, Josiah took him on long walks through Boston to see other craftsmen, so that he could observe my inclination and endeavor to fix it on some trade that would keep me on land. This instilled in Franklin a lifelong appreciation for craftsmen and tradesmen. His passing familiarity with an array of crafts also helped make him an accomplished tinkerer, which served him in good stead as an inventor. Josiah eventually concluded that Benjamin would be best as a cutler, making knives and grinding blades. So he was, at least for a few days, apprenticed to Uncle Benjamin's son Samuel. But Samuel demanded an apprenticeship fee that struck Josiah as unreasonable, especially given the history of both hospitality and aggravation that existed between him and the elder Benjamin. Instead, almost by default rather than design, young Benjamin ended up apprenticed in 1718, at age 12, to his brother James, 21, who had recently returned from training in England to set up as a printer. At first, the willful young Benjamin balked at signing the indenture papers. He was a little older than usual for starting an apprenticeship, and his brother demanded a 9-year term instead of the typical 7 years. Eventually, Benjamin signed on, though he was not destined to stay indentured until he was 21. During his time in London, James saw how Grub Street balladeers would churn out odes and hawk them in the coffee houses. So he promptly put Benjamin to work, not only pushing type, but also producing poetry. With encouragement from his uncle, young Franklin wrote 2 works based on news stories, both dealing with the sea. One about a family killed in a boating accident, and the other about the killing of the pirate known as Blackbeard. They were, as Franklin recalled, wretched stuff, but they sold well, which flattered my vanity. Herman Melville would one day write that Franklin was everything but a poet. His father, no romantic, in fact preferred it that way, and he put an end to Benjamin's versifying. My father discouraged me by ridiculing my performances and telling me verse makers were generally beggars, so I escaped being a poet, most probably a very bad one. When Franklin began his apprenticeship, Boston had only one newspaper, the Boston News-Letter, which had been launched in 1704 by a successful printer named John Campbell, who was also the town's postmaster. Then, as today, there was an advantage in the media business to controlling both content and distribution. Campbell was able to join forces with a network of fellow postmasters running from New Hampshire to Virginia. His books and papers were sent along the route for free, unlike those of other printers, and the postmasters in his network would send him a steady stream of news items. In addition, because he held an official position, he could proclaim that his paper was published by authority, an important certification at a time when the press did not pride itself on independence. The link between being the postmaster and a newspaper publisher was so natural that when Campbell lost the former job, his successor as postmaster, William Brooker, assumed that he would also take over the newspaper. Campbell, however, kept hold of it, which prompted Brooker to launch, in December 1719, a rival, the Boston Gazette. He hired James Franklin, the cheapest of the town's printers, to produce it for him. But after 2 years, James lost the contract to print the Gazette, and he did something quite audacious. He launched what was then the only truly independent newspaper in the colonies and the first with literary aspirations. His weekly New England Courant would very explicitly not be published by authority. The Courant would be remembered by history mainly because it contained the first published prose of Benjamin Franklin. And James would become known for being the harsh and jealous master described in his brother's autobiography. In fairness, however, the Courant ought to be remembered on its own as America's first fiercely independent newspaper, a bold, anti-establishment journal that helped to create the nation's tradition of an irreverent press. It was the first open effort to defy the norm, literary historian Perry Miller has written. Defying authority in Boston at that time meant defying the Mathers and the role of the Puritan clergy in secular life, a cause James took up on the first page of his paper's first edition. Unfortunately, the battle he chose was over inoculation for smallpox, and he happened to pick the wrong side. Smallpox epidemics had devastated Massachusetts at regular intervals in the 90 years since its founding. A 1677 outbreak wiped out 700 people, 12% of the population. During the epidemic of 1702, during which 3 of his children were stricken but survived, Cotton Mather began studying the disease. A few years later, he was introduced to the practice of inoculation by his black slave, who had undergone the procedure in Africa and showed Mather his scar. Mather checked with other blacks in Boston and found that inoculation was a standard practice in parts of Africa. Just before James Franklin's Courant made its debut in 1721, the HMS Seahorse arrived from the West Indies carrying what would become a new wave of smallpox. Within months, 900 of Boston's 10,000 inhabitants would be dead. Mather, trained as a physician before becoming a preacher, sent a letter to the 10 practicing doctors in Boston, only one of whom had a medical degree, summarizing his knowledge of the African inoculation and urging that they adopt the practice. Mather had evolved quite far from the superstitions that had led him to support Salem's witch hunts. Most of the doctors rejected the notion, and, with little justification other than a desire to prick at the pretensions of the preachers, so did James Franklin's new newspaper. The first issue of the Courant, August 7, 1721, contained an essay by a young friend of James's, John Checkley, a sassy, Oxford-educated Anglican. He singled out for his sally the Puritan clergy, who, by teaching and practicing what's orthodox, pray hard against sickness, yet preach up the pox. The issue also carried a diatribe by the town's only physician who actually had a medical degree, Dr. William Douglas, who dismissed inoculation as the practice of Greek old women, and called Mather and his fellow ministerial proponents 6 gentlemen of piety and learning profoundly ignorant of the matter. It was the first example, and a robust one at that, of a newspaper attacking the ruling establishment in America. Increase Mather, the family's aging patriarch, thundered, "I cannot but pity poor Franklin, who, though but a young man, it may be speedily he must appear before the judgment seat of God." Cotton Mather, his son, wrote a letter to a rival paper denouncing the notorious scandalous paper called The Courant, full freighted with nonsense, unmanliness, raillery, and comparing its contributors to the Hellfire Club, a well-known clique of dapper young heretics in London. Cotton's cousin, a preacher named Thomas Walter, weighed in by writing a scathing piece entitled The Anti-Courant. Knowing full well that this public spat would sell papers, and eager to profit from both sides of an argument, James Franklin quite happily took on the job of publishing and selling Thomas Walter's rebuttal. However, the escalating personal nature of the controversy began to unsettle him. After a few weeks, he announced in an editor's note that he had banned Checkley from his paper for letting the feud get too vindictive. Henceforth, he promised, the Courant would aim to be innocently diverting and would publish opinions on either side of the inoculation controversy as long as they were free from malicious reflections. Benjamin Franklin managed to stay out of his brother's smallpox battle with the Mather family, and he never mentioned it in his autobiography or letters, a striking omission that suggests that he was not proud of the side the paper chose. He later became a fervent advocate of inoculation, painfully and poignantly espousing the cause right after his 4-year-old son Francis died of the pox in 1736. And he would, both as an aspiring boy of letters and as a striver who sought the patronage of influential elders, end up becoming Cotton Mather's admirer and, a few years later, his acquaintance.
This ends Disc 1. Benjamin Franklin, Disc 2.
Books. The print trade was a natural calling for Franklin. "From a child I was fond of reading," he recalled, "and all the little money that came into my hands was ever laid out in books." Indeed, books were the most important formative influence in his life, and he was lucky to grow up in Boston, where libraries had been carefully nurtured since the Arabella brought 50 volumes along with the town's first settlers in 1630. By the time Franklin was born, Cotton Mather had built a private library of almost 3,000 volumes, rich in classical and scientific as well as theological works. This appreciation of books was one of the traits shared by the Puritanism of Mather and the Enlightenment of Locke, worlds that would combine in the character of Benjamin Franklin. Less than a mile from Mather's library was the small bookshelf of Josiah Franklin. Though certainly modest, it was still notable that an uneducated chandler would have one at all. 50 years later, Franklin could still recall its titles: Plutarch's Lives, which I read abundantly, Daniel Defoe's An Essay Upon Projects, Cotton Mather's Bonifacius, Essays to Do Good, and an assortment of books in polemic divinity. Once he began working in his brother's print shop, Franklin was able to sneak books from the apprentices who worked for booksellers as long as he returned the volumes clean. Often I sat up in my room reading the greatest part of the night, when the book was borrowed in the evening and to be returned early in the morning, lest it should be missed or wanted. Franklin's favorite books were about voyages, spiritual as well as terrestrial, and the most notable of these was about both. John Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, the saga of the tenacious quest by a man named Christian to reach the celestial city, which was published in 1678 and quickly became popular among Puritans and other dissenters. As important as its religious message, at least for Franklin, was the refreshingly clean and sparse prose style it offered in an age when writing had become clotted by the richness of the Restoration.
Honest John was the first that I know of, Franklin correctly noted, who mixed narration and dialogue, a method of writing very engaging to the reader.
A central theme of Bunyan's book, and of the passage from Puritanism to Enlightenment and of Franklin's life, was contained in its title, Progress, the concept that individuals, and humanity in general, move forward and improve based on a steady increase of knowledge and the wisdom that comes from conquering adversity. Christian's famous opening phrase sets the tone. As I walked through the wilderness of this world. Even for the faithful, this progress was not solely the handiwork of the Lord, but also the result of a human struggle by individuals and communities to triumph over obstacles. Likewise, another Franklin favorite, and one must pause to marvel at a 12-year-old with such tastes in leisure pursuits, was Plutarch's Lives, which is also based on the premise that individual endeavor can change the course of history for the better. Plutarch's heroes, like Bunyan's Christian, are honorable men who believe that their personal strivings are intertwined with the progress of humanity. History is a tale, Franklin came to believe, not of immutable forces, but of human endeavors. This outlook clashed with some of the tenets of Calvinism, such as the essential depravity of man and the predestination of his soul, which Franklin would eventually abandon as he edged his way closer to the less daunting deism that became the creed of choice during the Enlightenment. Yet there were many aspects of Puritanism that made a lasting impression. Most notably, the practical, sociable, community-oriented aspects of that religion. These were expressed eloquently in a work that Franklin often cited as a key influence, Bonifacius, Essays to Do Good, one of the few gentle tracts of the more than 400 written by Cotton Mather. If I have been, Franklin wrote to Cotton Mather's son almost 70 years later, a useful citizen, the public owes the advantage of it to that book. Franklin's first pen name, Silence Dogood, paid homage both to the book and to a famous sermon by Mather, Silentiarius, the Silent Sufferer. Mather's tract called on members of the community to form voluntary associations to benefit society, and he personally founded a neighborhood improvement group known as Associated Families, which Benjamin's father joined. He also urged the creation of Young Men Associated Clubs and of reforming societies for the suppression of disorders, which would seek to improve local laws, provide charity for the poor, and encourage religious behavior. Mather's ideas were influenced by Daniel Defoe's An Essay Upon Projects, which was another favorite book of Franklin's. Published in 1697, it proposed for London many of the sort of community projects that Franklin would later launch in Philadelphia: fire insurance associations, voluntary seamen's societies to create pensions, schemes to provide welfare for the elderly and widows, academies to educate the children of the middle class, and, with just a touch of Defoe humor, institutions to house the mentally retarded paid for by a tax on authors, because they happen to get a greater share of intelligence at birth, just as the retarded happen to get less. Among Defoe's most progressive notions was that it was barbarous and inhumane to deny women equal education and rights, and an essay upon projects contains a diatribe against such sexism. Around that time, Franklin and another bookish lad named John Collins began engaging each other in debates as an intellectual sport. Their first topic was the education of women, with Collins opposing it. "I took the contrary side," Franklin recalled, not totally out of conviction, but perhaps a little for dispute's sake. As a result of his mock debates with Collins, Franklin began to tailor for himself a persona that was less contentious and confrontational, which made him seem endearing and charming as he grew older, or, to a small but vocal cadre of enemies, manipulative and conniving. Being disputatious, he concluded, was a very bad habit, because contradicting people produced disgusts and perhaps enmities. Later in his life, he would wryly say of disputing, "Persons of good sense, I have since observed, seldom fall into it, except lawyers, university men, and men of all sorts that have been bred at Edinburgh." Instead, after stumbling across some rhetoric books that extolled Socrates' method of building an argument through gentle queries, he dropped my abrupt contradiction style of argument and put on the humbler inquirer of the Socratic method. By asking what seemed to be innocent questions, Franklin would draw people into making concessions that would gradually prove whatever point he was trying to assert. "I found this method the safest for myself and very embarrassing to those against whom I used it. Therefore, I took a delight in it." Although he later abandoned the more annoying aspects of a Socratic approach, he continued to favor gentle indirection rather than confrontation in making his arguments. Silence do good. Part of his debate with Collins over the education of women was waged by exchanging letters, and his father happened to read them. Though Josiah did not take sides in the dispute, he achieved his own semblance of fairness by providing little formal education to any of his children of either sex. He did criticize his son for his weak and unpersuasive writing style. In reaction, the precocious young teen devised for himself a self-improvement course with the help of a volume of The Spectator that he found. The Spectator, a London daily that flourished in 1711 and 1712, featured deft essays by Joseph Addison and Richard Steele, probing the vanities and values of contemporary life. The outlook was humanistic and enlightened, yet light. As Addison put it, "I shall endeavor to enliven morality with wit, and to temper wit with morality." As part of his self-improvement course, Franklin read the essays, took brief notes, and laid them aside for a few days. Then he tried to recreate the essay in his own words, after which he compared his composition to the original. Sometimes he would jumble up the notes he took, so that he would have to figure out on his own the best order to build the essay's argument. He turned some of the essays into poetry, which helped him, so he thought, expand his vocabulary by forcing him to search for words that had similar meanings but different rhythms and sounds. These, too, he turned back into essays after a few days, comparing them to see where he had diverged from the original. When he found his own version wanting, he would correct it. But I sometimes had the pleasure of fancying that in certain particulars of small import I had been lucky enough to improve the method or the language, and this encouraged me to think that I might possibly in time come to be a tolerable English writer, of which I was extremely ambitious. More than making himself merely tolerable as a writer, he became the most popular writer in colonial America. His self-taught style, as befitting a protégé of Addison and Steele, featured a fun and conversational prose that was lacking in poetic flourish, but powerful in its directness. Thus was born Silence Dogood. James Franklin's Current, which was modeled on The Spectator, featured sassy, pseudonymous essays, and his print shop attracted a congregation of clever young contributors who liked to hang around and praise each other's prose. Benjamin was eager to become part of the crowd, but he knew that James, already jealous of his upstart young brother, was unlikely to encourage him. Hearing their conversations and their accounts of the approbation their papers were received with, I was excited to try my hand among them. So one night, Franklin, disguising his handwriting, wrote an essay and slipped it under the printing-house door. The cadre of current-ears who gathered the next day lauded the anonymous submission, and Franklin had the exquisite pleasure of listening as they decided to feature it on the front page of the issue out the next Monday, April 2nd, 1722. The literary character Franklin invented was a triumph of imagination. Silence Dogood was a slightly prudish, widowed woman from a rural area, created by a spunky, unmarried Boston teenager who had never spent a night outside of the city. Despite the uneven quality of the essays, Franklin's ability to speak convincingly as a woman was remarkable, and it showed both his creativity and his appreciation for the female mind. The echoes of Addison are apparent from the outset. In Addison's first Spectator essay, he wrote, "I have observed that a reader seldom peruses a book with pleasure till he knows whether the writer of it be a black or a fair man, of a mild or choleric disposition, married or a bachelor." Franklin likewise began by justifying an autobiographical introduction from his fictitious narrator. "It is observed that the generality of people nowadays are unwilling either to commend or dispraise what they read until they are in some measure informed who or what the author of it is, whether he be poor or rich, old or young, a scholar or a leather-apron man." One reason the Silence Dogood essays are so historically notable is that they were among the first examples of what would become a quintessential American genre of humor. The wry, homespun mix of folksy tales and pointed observations that was perfected by such Franklin descendants as Mark Twain and Will Rogers. For example, in the second of the essays, Silence Dogood tells how the minister to whom she was apprenticed decided to make her his wife. Having made several unsuccessful, fruitless attempts on the more topping sort of our sex, and being tired with making troublesome journeys and visits to no purpose, he began unexpectedly to cast a loving eye upon me. There is certainly scarce any part of a man's life in which he appears more silly and ridiculous than when he makes his first onset in courtship. Franklin's portrayal of Mrs. Dogood exhibits a literary dexterity that was quite subtle for a 16-year-old boy. "I could easily be persuaded to marry again," he had her declare. "I am courteous and affable, good-humored, unless I am first provoked, and handsome and sometimes witty." The flick of the word sometimes is particularly deft. In describing her beliefs and biases, Franklin had Mrs. Dogood assert an attitude that would, with his encouragement, become part of the emerging American character. "I am a mortal enemy to arbitrary government and unlimited power. I am naturally very jealous for the rights and liberties of my country, and the least appearance of an encroachment on those invaluable privileges is apt to make my blood boil exceedingly. I have likewise a natural inclination to observe and reprove the faults of others, at which I have an excellent faculty." It was as good a description of the real Benjamin Franklin, and indeed of a typical American, as is likely to be found anywhere. Of the 14 do-good essays that Franklin wrote between April and October 1722, the one that stands out both as journalism and self-revelation is his attack on the college he never got to attend. Most of the classmates he had bested at Boston Latin had just entered Harvard, and Franklin could not refrain from lampooning them and their institution. The form he used was an allegorical narrative cast as a dream. In doing so, he drew on and perhaps was mildly parodying Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, also an allegorical journey set as a dream. Addison had used the form somewhat clumsily in an issue of The Spectator that Franklin read, which recounted the dream of a banker about an allegorical virgin named Public Credit. In the essay, Mrs. Dogood recounts falling asleep under an apple tree while she mulls over whether to send her son to Harvard. As she journeys in her dream toward this temple of learning, she makes a discovery about those who send sons there. Most of them consulted their own purses instead of their children's capacities, so that I observed a great many, yea, the most part of those who were traveling thither were little better than dunces and blockheads. The gate of the temple, she finds, is guarded by 2 sturdy porters named Riches and Poverty, and only those who meet the approval of the former could get in. Most of the students are content to dally with the figures called idleness and ignorance. They learn little more than how to carry themselves handsomely and enter a room genteelly, which might as well be acquired at a dancing school, and from thence they return, after abundance of trouble and charge, as great blockheads as ever, only more proud and self-conceited. Picking up on the proposals of Mather and Defoe for voluntary civic associations, Franklin devoted 2 of his Silence Do-Good essays to the topic of relief for single women. For widows like herself, Mrs. Dogood proposes an insurance scheme funded by subscriptions from married couples. The next essay extended the idea to spinsters. A friendly society would be formed that would guarantee £500 in ready cash to any member who reaches age 30 and is still not married. The money, Mrs. Dogood notes, would come with a condition. No woman who, after claiming and receiving, has had the good fortune to marry, shall entertain any company by praising her husband above the space of 1 hour at a time, upon pain of returning 1/2 the money into the office for the first offense, and upon the second offense to return the remainder. In these essays, Franklin was being gently satirical rather than fully serious. But his interest in civic associations would later find more earnest expression, as we shall see, when he became established as a young tradesman in Philadelphia. Franklin's vanity was further fed during that summer of 1722, when his brother was jailed for 3 weeks, without trial, by Massachusetts authorities for the high affront of questioning their competence in pursuing pirates. For 3 issues, Benjamin got to put out the paper. He boasts in his autobiography that "I had the management of the paper, and I made bold to give our rulers some rubs in it, which my brother took very kindly, while others began to consider me in an unfavorable light as a young genius that had a turn for libeling and satire." In fact, other than a letter to the readers written from prison by James, nothing in Benjamin's 3 issues directly challenged the civil authorities. The closest he came was having Mrs. Dogood quote in full an essay from an English newspaper that defended free speech. "Without freedom of thought there can be no such thing as wisdom," it declared, "and no such thing as public liberty without freedom of speech." The rubs that Franklin remembered came a week after his brother's return from prison. Writing as Silence Dogood, he unleashed a piercing attack on the civil authorities, perhaps the most biting of his entire career. The question that Mrs. Dogood posed was whether a commonwealth suffers more by hypocritical pretenders to religion or by the openly profane. Unsurprisingly, Franklin's Mrs. Dogood argued that "some late thoughts of this nature have inclined me to think that the hypocrite is the most dangerous person of the two, especially if he sustains a post in the government." The piece attacked the link between the church and the state, which was the very foundation of the Puritan Commonwealth. Governor Thomas Dudley, who moved from the ministry to the law, is cited, though not by name, as an example. "The most dangerous hypocrite in a commonwealth is one who leaves the gospel for the sake of the law. A man compounded of law and gospel is able to cheat a whole country with his religion and then destroy them under color of law." By the fall of 1722, Franklin was running short of ideas for Silence Dogood. Worse yet, his brother was beginning to suspect the provenance of the pieces. In her 13th submission, Silence Dogood noted that she had overheard a conversation one night in which a gentleman had said, "Though I wrote in the character of a woman, he knew me to be a man. But," continued he has more need of endeavoring a reformation in himself than spending his wit in satirizing others." The next Dogood would be Franklin's last. When he revealed Mrs. Dogood's true identity, it raised his stature among the courtiers, but did not quite please James. He thought, probably with reason, that it tended to make me too vain. Silence Dogood had been able to get away with an attack on hypocrisy and religion. But when James penned a similar piece in January 1723, he landed in trouble yet again. "Of all knaves," he wrote, "the religious knave is the worst." Religion was important, he wrote, but, using words that would describe the lifelong attitude of his younger brother, he added, "Too much of it is worse than none at all." The local authorities, noting that the tendency of the said paper is to mock religion, promptly passed a resolution that required James to submit each issue to the authorities for approval before publication. James defied the order with relish. The General Court responded by forbidding James Franklin from publishing the Courant. At a secret meeting in his shop, it was decided that the best way around the order was to continue to print the paper, but without James as its publisher. On Monday, February 11th, 1723, there appeared atop the Courant the masthead, "Printed and sold by Benjamin Franklin." Benjamin's Courant was more cautious than that of his brother. An editorial in his first issue denounced publications that were hateful and malicious, and it declared that henceforth the Courant would be designed purely for the diversion and merriment of the reader, and to entertain the town with the most comical and diverting incidents of human life. The master of the paper, the editorial declared, would be the Roman god Janus, who could look two ways at once. The next few issues, however, hardly lived up to that billing. Most articles were slightly stale dispatches containing foreign news or old speeches. There was only one essay that was clearly written by Franklin, a wry musing on the folly of titles such as Viscount and Master. His aversion to hereditary and aristocratic titles would be a theme throughout his life. After a few weeks, James returned to the helm of the Courant, in fact if not officially, and he resumed treating Benjamin as an apprentice, subject to occasional beatings, rather than as a brother and fellow writer. "Such treatment demeaned me too much," Franklin recalled, and he became eager to move on. He had an urge for independence that he would help to make a hallmark of the American character. The Runaway. Franklin managed his escape by taking advantage of a ruse his brother had contrived. When James had pretended to turn over the Courant to Benjamin, he signed an official discharge of his apprenticeship to make the transfer seem legitimate. But he then made Benjamin sign a new apprentice agreement that would be kept secret. A few months later, Benjamin decided to run away. He assumed correctly that his brother would realize that it was unwise to try to enforce the secret indenture. Benjamin Franklin left behind a brother whose paper would slowly fail, and whose reputation would eventually be reduced to a tarnished historical footnote. James was doomed by his brother's sharp pen to be remembered for the blows his passion too often urged him to bestow upon me. Indeed, his significance in Franklin's life is described in a brusque footnote in the autobiography, written during Franklin's time as a colonial agent fighting British rule. "I fancy his harsh and tyrannical treatment of me might be a means of impressing me with that aversion to arbitrary power that has stuck to me through my whole life." James deserved better. If Franklin learned an aversion to arbitrary power from him, it was not merely because of his alleged tyrannical style, but because he had set an example by challenging, with bravery and spunk, Boston's ruling elite. James was the first great fighter for an independent press in America, and he was the most important journalistic influence on his younger brother. He was also an important literary influence. Silence Dogood may have been, in Benjamin's mind, modeled on Addison and Steele, but in fact she more closely resembled, in her down-home vernacular and common-touch perceptions, Abigail Afterwit, Jack Dullman, and the other pseudonymous characters that had been created for the Courant by James. Benjamin's break with his brother was fortunate for his career. As great as it was to be raised in Boston, it would likely have become a constricting town for a free-spirited deist who had not attended Harvard. "I had already made myself a little obnoxious to the governing party," he later wrote, and it was likely I might, if I stayed, soon bring myself into scrapes. His mockery of religion meant that he was pointed to on the streets with horror by good people as an infidel or atheist. All in all, it was a good time for him to leave both his brother and Boston behind. It was a tradition among American pioneers, when their communities became too confining, to strike out for the frontier. But Franklin was a different type of American rebel. The wilderness did not beckon. Instead, he was enticed by the new commercial centers, New York and Philadelphia, that offered the chance to become a self-made success. John Winthrop may have led his Puritan band on an errand into the wilderness. Franklin, on the other hand, was part of a new breed leading an errand into the market streets. Afraid that his brother would try to detain him, Franklin had a friend secretly book him passage on a sloop for New York, using the cover story that it was for a boy who needed to sneak away because he had an intrigue with a girl of bad character, or, as Franklin put it in an earlier draft, had got a naughty girl with child. Selling some of his books to pay for the fare, the 17-year-old Franklin set sail in a fair wind on the evening of Wednesday, September 25th, 1723. The following Monday, the New England Courant carried a succinct, slightly sad little ad. James Franklin, printer in Queen Street, wants a likely lad for an apprentice. Chapter 3. Journeyman. Philadelphia and London, 1723 through 1726. Keimer's shop. As a young apprentice, Franklin had read a book extolling vegetarianism. He embraced the diet, but not just for moral and health reasons. His main motive was financial. It enabled him to take the money his brother allotted him for food and save half for books. While his co-workers went off for hearty meals, Franklin ate biscuits and raisins and used the time for study, in which I made the greater progress from that greater clearness of head and quicker apprehension which usually attend temperance in eating and drinking. But Franklin was a reasonable soul, so wedded to being rational that he became adroit at rationalizing. During his voyage from Boston to New York, when his boat lay becalmed off Block Island, the crew caught and cooked some cod. Franklin at first refused any, until the aroma from the frying pan became too enticing. With droll self-awareness, he later recalled what happened. I balanced some time between principle and inclination, until I recollected that when the fish were opened, I saw smaller fish taken out of their stomachs. Then, thought I, if you eat one another, I don't see why we may not eat you. So I dined upon cod very heartily, and have since continued to eat as other people, returning only now and then occasionally to a vegetable diet. From this he drew a wry, perhaps even a bit cynical lesson that he expressed as a maxim. So convenient a thing it is to be a reasonable creature, since it enables one to find or make a reason for everything one has a mind to do. Franklin's rationalism would make him an exemplar of the Enlightenment, the age of reason that flourished in 18th century Europe and America. He had little use for the fervor of the religious age into which he was born, nor for the sublime sentiments of the Romantic period that began budding near the end of his life. But, like Voltaire, he was able to poke fun at his own efforts, and that of humanity in general, to be guided by reason. A recurring theme in his autobiography, as well as in his tales and almanacs, was his amusement at man's ability to rationalize what was convenient. At 17, Franklin was physically striking. Muscular, barrel-chested, open-faced, and almost 6 feet tall. He had the happy talent of being at ease in almost any company, from scrappy tradesmen to wealthy merchants, scholars to rogues. His most notable trait was a personal magnetism. He attracted people who wanted to help him. Never shy and always eager to win friends and patrons, he gregariously exploited this charm. On his runaway journey, for example, he met the sole printer in New York, William Bradford, who had published editorials supporting James Franklin's fight against the oppressors and bigots in Boston. Bradford had no job to offer, but he suggested that the young runaway continue on to Philadelphia and seek work with his son Andrew Bradford, who ran the family print shop and weekly newspaper there. Franklin arrived at Philadelphia's Market Street Wharf on a Sunday morning 10 days after his departure from Boston. In his pocket he had nothing more than a Dutch dollar and about a shilling in copper, the latter of which he gave to the boatman to pay for his passage. They tried to decline it because Franklin had helped with the rowing, but he insisted. He also gave away 2 of the 3 puffy rolls he bought to a mother and child he had met on the journey. A man is sometimes more generous when he has little money than when he has plenty, he later wrote, perhaps through fear of being thought to have but little. From his first moments in Philadelphia, Franklin cared about such appearances. American individualists sometimes boast of not worrying about what others think of them. Franklin, more typically, nurtured his reputation as a matter of both pride and utility, and he became the country's first unabashed public relations expert. I took care not only to be in reality industrious and frugal, he later wrote, but to avoid all appearances of the contrary. Especially in his early years as a young tradesman, he was, in the words of the critic Jonathan Yardley, a self-created and self-willed man who moved through life at a calculated pace toward calculated ends. With a population of 2,000, Philadelphia was then America's second-largest village after Boston. Envisaged by William Penn as a green country town, it featured a well-planned grid of wide streets lined with brick houses. In addition to the original Quakers who had settled there 50 years earlier, the city, named for brotherly love, had attracted raucous and entrepreneurial German, Scotch, and Irish immigrants who turned it into a lively marketplace filled with shops and taverns. Though its economy was sputtering, and most of its streets were dirty and unpaved, the tone set by both the Quakers and subsequent immigrants was appealing to Franklin. They tended to be diligent, unpretentious, friendly, and tolerant, especially compared to the Puritans of Boston. The morning after his arrival, rested and better dressed, Franklin called on Andrew Bradford's shop. There he found not only the young printer, but also his father, William, who had come from New York on horseback and made it there faster. Andrew had no immediate work for the runaway, so William brought him around to see the town's other printer, Samuel Keimer, a testament both to Franklin's charming ability to enlist patrons and to the peculiar admixture of cooperation and competition so often found among American tradesmen. Keimer was a disheveled and quirky man with a motley printing operation. He asked Franklin a few questions, gave him a composing stick to assess his skills, and then promised to employ him as soon as he had more work. Not knowing that William was the father of his competitor, Keimer volubly described his plans for luring away most of Andrew Bradford's business. Franklin stood by silently, marveling at the elder Bradford's craftiness. After Bradford left, Franklin recalled, Keimer was greatly surprised when I told him who the old man was. Even after this inauspicious introduction, Franklin was able to get work from Keimer while he lodged with the younger Bradford. When Keimer finally insisted that he find living quarters that were less of a professional conflict, he fortuitously was able to rent a room from John Reed, the father of the young girl who had been so amused by his appearance the day he straggled off the boat. My chest and clothes being come by this time, I made rather a more respectable appearance in the eyes of Miss Reed than I had done when she first happened to see me eating my roll in the street, he noted. Franklin thought Keimer an odd fish, but he enjoyed having sport with him as they shared their love for philosophical debate. Franklin honed the Socratic method he found so useful for winning arguments without antagonizing opponents. He would ask Keimer questions that seemed innocent and tangential, but eventually exposed his logical fallacies. Keimer, who was prone to embracing eclectic religious beliefs, was so impressed that he proposed they establish a sect together. Keimer would be in charge of the doctrines, such as not trimming one's beard, and Franklin would be in charge of defending them. Franklin agreed with one condition, that vegetarianism be part of the creed. The experiment ended after 3 months, when Keimer, ravenous, gave in to temptation and ate an entire roast pig by himself one evening. Franklin's magnetism attracted not only patrons, but also friends. With his clever mind, disarming wit, and winning smile, he became a popular member of the town's coterie of young tradesmen. His clique included 3 young clerks, Charles Osborne, Joseph Watson, and James Ralph. Ralph was the most literary of the group, a poet convinced both of his own talent and of the need to be self-indulgent in order to be a great artist. Osborne, a critical lad, was jealous and invariably belittled Ralph's efforts. On one of their long walks by the river, during which the 4 friends read their work to one another, Ralph had a poem he knew Osborne would criticize. So he got Franklin to read the poem as if it were his own. Osborne, falling for the ruse, heaped praise on it, teaching Franklin a rule of human nature that served him well with a few exceptions throughout his career. People are more likely to admire your work if you're able to keep them from feeling jealous of you. An unreliable patron. The most fateful patron Franklin befriended was Pennsylvania's effusive governor, Sir William Keith, a well-meaning but feckless busybody. They met as a result of a passionate letter Franklin had written to a brother-in-law explaining why he was happy in Philadelphia and had no desire to return to Boston or let his parents know where he was. The relative showed the letter to Governor Keith, who expressed surprise that a missive so eloquent had been written by a lad so young. The governor, who realized that both of the established printers in his province were wretched, decided to seek out Franklin and encourage him. When Governor Keith, dressed in all his finery, marched up the street to Keimer's print shop, the disheveled owner bustled out to greet him. To his surprise, Keith asked to see Franklin, whom he proceeded to lavish with compliments and an invitation to join him for a drink. Keimer, Franklin later noted, stared like a pig poisoned. Over fine Madeira at a nearby tavern, Governor Keith offered to help Franklin set up on his own. He would use his influence, Keith promised, to get him the province's official business and would write Franklin's father a letter exhorting him to help finance his son. Keith followed up with invitations to dinner, further flattery, and continued encouragement. So, with a fulsome letter from Keith in hand, and dreams of a familial reconciliation followed by fame and fortune, Franklin was ready to face his family again. He boarded a ship heading for Boston in April 1724. It had been 7 months since he had run away, and his parents were not even sure that he was still alive, so they were thrilled by his return and welcomed him warmly. Franklin had not, however, yet learned his lesson about the pitfalls of pride and of provoking jealousy. He sauntered down to the print shop of his jilted brother James, proudly sporting a genteel new suit, a fancy watch, and 5 pounds of silver coins bulging his pocket. James looked him up and down, turned on his heels, and silently went back to work. Franklin could not refrain from flaunting his new status. As James stewed, he regaled the shop's young journeyman with tales of his happy life in Philadelphia, spread his silver coins on the table for them to admire, and gave them money to buy drinks. James later told their mother he could never forget nor forgive the offense. In this, however, he was mistaken, Franklin recalled. His family's old antagonist, Cotton Mather, was more receptive and instructive. He invited young Franklin over, chatted with him in his magnificent library, and let it be known that he forgave him for the barbs that had appeared in the current. As they were making their way out, they went through a narrow passage, and Mather suddenly warned, "Stoop! Stoop!" Franklin, not understanding the exhortation, bumped his head on a low beam. As was his wont, Mather turned it into a homily. "Let this be a caution to you not always to hold your head so high. Stoop, young man, stoop as you go through this world, and you'll miss many hard thumps." As Franklin later recalled to Mather's son, "This advice, thus beat into my head, has frequently been of use to me, and I often think of it when I see pride mortified and misfortunes brought upon people by carrying their heads too high." Although the lesson was a useful counterpoint to his showy visit to his brother's print shop, he failed to include it in his autobiography. Governor Keith's letter and proposal surprised Josiah Franklin. But after considering it for a few days, he decided it was imprudent to fund a rather rebellious runaway who was only 18. Though he was proud of the patronage his son had attracted and the industriousness he had shown, Josiah knew that Benjamin was still impudent. Seeing no chance of a reconciliation between his 2 sons, Josiah did give his blessing for Benjamin to return to Philadelphia, with the exhortation to behave respectfully to the people there and avoid lampooning and libeling, to which he thought I had too much inclination. If he was able, by steady industry and prudent parsimony, to save almost enough to open his own shop by the time he was 21, Josiah promised he would help fund the rest. Franklin's old friend John Collins, entranced by his tales, decided to leave Boston as well. But once in Philadelphia, the two teenagers had a falling out. Collins, academically brighter than Franklin but less disciplined, soon took to drink. He borrowed money from Franklin and began to resent him. One day when they were boating with friends on the Delaware, Collins refused to row his turn. Others in the boat were willing to let it pass, but not Franklin, who scuffled with him, grabbed him by the crotch, and threw him overboard. Each time Collins swam up to the boat, Franklin and the others would row it away a few feet more while insisting that he promised to take his turn at the oars. Proud and resentful, Collins never agreed, but they finally allowed him back in. He and Franklin barely spoke after that, and Collins ended up going to Barbados, never repaying the money he had borrowed. In the course of a few months, Franklin had learned from 4 people, James Ralph, James Franklin, Cotton Mather, and John Collins, lessons about rivalry and resentments, pride and modesty. Throughout his life, he would occasionally make enemies, such as the Penn family, and jealous rivals, such as John Adams. But he did so less than most men, especially men so accomplished. A secret to being more revered than resented, he learned, was to display, at least when he could muster the discipline, a self-deprecating humor, unpretentious demeanor, and unaggressive style in conversation. Josiah Franklin's refusal to fund his son's printing venture did not dampen Governor Keith's enthusiasm. "Since he will not set you up, I will do it myself," he grandly promised. "I am resolved to have a good printer here." He asked Franklin for a list of what equipment was necessary. Franklin estimated it would cost about £100, and then suggested that Franklin should sail to London so that he could personally pick out the fonts and make contacts. Keith pledged letters of credit to pay for both the equipment and the voyage. The adventurous Franklin was thrilled. In the months leading up to his planned departure, he dined frequently with the governor. Whenever he asked for the promised letters of credit, they were not ready, but Franklin felt no reason to worry. At the time, Franklin was courting his landlady's daughter, Deborah Reed. Despite his sexual appetites, he was practical about what he wanted in a wife. Deborah was rather plain, but she offered the prospect of comfort and domesticity. Franklin offered a lot as well, in addition to his husky good looks and genial charm. He had transformed himself from the bedraggled runaway she first spotted wandering up Market Street into one of the town's most promising and eligible young tradesmen, one who had found favor with the governor and popularity with his peers. Deborah's father had recently died, which put her mother into financial difficulty and made her open to the prospect of a good marriage for her daughter. Nevertheless, she was wary of allowing her to marry a suitor who was preparing to leave for London. She insisted that marriage wait until he returned. London. In November 1724, just over a year after arriving in Philadelphia, Franklin set sail for London. Traveling with him was the boy who had replaced Collins as his unreliable best friend, the aspiring poet James Ralph, who was leaving behind a wife and child. Franklin still had not received the letters of credit from Governor Keith, but he was assured that they would be sent on board in the final bag of dispatches. Only after he arrived in London, on Christmas Eve, did Franklin discover the truth. The flighty governor had supplied no letters of credit nor recommendation. Franklin, puzzled, consulted a fellow passenger named Thomas Denham, a prominent Quaker merchant who had befriended him on the voyage. Denham explained to Franklin that Keith was incorrigibly capricious, and he laughed at the idea of the governor's giving me a letter of credit, having, as he said, no credit to give. For Franklin, it was an insight into human foibles rather than evil. He wished to please everybody, Franklin later said of Keith, and, having little to give, he gave expectations. Taking Denham's advice, Franklin decided to make the best of his situation. London was enjoying a golden age of peace and prosperity, one particularly appealing to an intellectually ambitious young printer. Among those then brightening the world of London letters were Swift, Defoe, Pope, Richardson, Fielding, and Chesterfield. With the dreamy wastrel Ralph under his wing, Franklin found cheap lodgings and a job at a famous printing house, Samuel Palmer's. Ralph tried to get work as an actor, then as a journalist or clerk. He failed on all fronts, borrowing money from Franklin all the while. It was an odd-couple symbiosis of the type often found between ambitious, practical guys and their carefree, romantic pals. Franklin diligently made the money. Ralph made sure they spent it all on the theater and other amusements, including occasional intrigues with low women. Ralph quickly forgot his own wife and child in Philadelphia, and Franklin followed suit by ignoring his engagement to Deborah and writing her only once. The friendship exploded, not surprisingly, over a woman. Ralph fell in love with a pleasant but poor young milliner, moved in with her, then was finally motivated to find work as a teacher in a village school in Berkshire. He wrote Franklin often, sending installments of a bad epic poem, along with requests that Franklin look after his girlfriend. That he did, all too well. He lent her money, comforted her loneliness, and then, being at the time under no religious restraint, tried to seduce her. Ralph returned in a fury, broke off their friendship, and declared that the transgression released him from the duty of paying back any debts, which amounted to £27. Franklin later concluded that the loss of the money he was owed was balanced by the loss of the burden of having Ralph as a friend. A pattern was emerging. Beginning with Collins and Ralph, Franklin easily made casual friends, intellectual companions, useful patrons, flirty admirers, and circles of genial acquaintances. But he was less good at nurturing lasting bonds that involved deep personal commitments or emotional relationships, even within his own family. Calvinism and Deism. While at Palmer's, Franklin helped print an edition of William Wollaston's The Religion of Nature Delineated, an Enlightenment tract that argued that religious truths were to be gleaned through the study of science and nature rather than through divine revelation. With the intellectual spunk that comes from being youthful and untutored, Franklin decided that Wollaston was right in general but wrong in parts, and he set out his own thinking in a piece he wrote early in 1725 called A Dissertation on Liberty and Necessity, Pleasure and Pain. In it, Franklin strung together theological premises with logical syllogisms to get himself quite tangled up. For example, God is all-wise, all-good, all-powerful, he posited. Therefore, everything that exists or happens is with his consent. What he consents to must be good, because he is good. Therefore, evil doth not exist. Furthermore, Happiness existed only as a contrast to unhappiness, and one could not exist without the other. Therefore, they balanced out. Since pain naturally and infallibly produces a pleasure in proportion to it, every individual creature must, in any state of life, have an equal quantity of each. Along the way, Franklin disproved, to his own satisfaction at least, the concept of an immortal soul, the possibility of free will, and the fundamental Calvinist tenet that people are destined to be either saved or damned. A creature can do nothing but what is good, he declared, and all must be equally esteemed by the Creator. Franklin's dissertation does not belong in the annals of sophisticated philosophy. Indeed, it was, as he later conceded, so shallow and unconvincing as to be embarrassing. He printed 100 copies, called it an erratum, and burned as many as he could retrieve. In his defense, philosophers greater and more mature than Franklin have, over the centuries, gotten lost when trying to sort out the question of free will and reconcile it with that of an all-knowing God. And many of us can remember, or would cringe at being reminded of, our papers or freshman dorm disquisitions from when we were 19. Yet, even as he matured, Franklin would never develop into a rigorous, first-rank philosopher on the order of such contemporaries as Berkeley and Hume. Like Dr. Johnson, he was more comfortable exploring practical thoughts and real-life situations than metaphysical abstractions or deductive proofs. The primary value of his dissertation lies in what it reveals about Franklin's fitful willingness to abandon Puritan theology. As a young man, he had read John Locke, Lord Shaftesbury, Joseph Addison, and others who embraced the free-thinking religion and Enlightenment philosophy of deism, which held that each individual could best discover the truth about God through reason and studying nature, rather than through blind faith in received doctrines and divine revelation. He also read more orthodox tracts that defended the dogmas of Calvinism against such heresies, but he found them less convincing. As he wrote in his autobiography, "The arguments of the deists which were quoted to be refuted appeared to me much stronger than the refutations." Nevertheless, he soon came to the conclusion that a simple and complacent deism had its own set of drawbacks. He had converted Collins and Ralph to deism, and they soon wronged him without moral compunction. Likewise, he came to worry that his own free thinking had caused him to be cavalier toward Deborah Reed and others. In a classic maxim that typifies his pragmatic approach to religion, Franklin declared of deism, "I began to suspect that this doctrine, though it might be true, was not very useful." Although divine revelation had no weight with me, he decided that religious practices were beneficial because they encouraged good behavior and a moral society. So he began to embrace a morally fortified brand of deism that held God was best served by doing good works and helping other people. It was a philosophy that led him to renounce much of the doctrine of the Puritans and other Calvinists, who preached that salvation came through God's grace alone and could not be earned by doing good deeds. That possibility, they believed, was lost when Adam rejected God's covenant of good works, and it was replaced by a covenant of grace in which the saved were part of an elect predetermined by God. To a budding rationalist and pragmatist like Franklin, the covenant of grace seemed unintelligible and, even worse, not beneficial. A Plan for Moral Conduct. After a year at Palmer's, Franklin got a better-paying job at a far larger printing house, John Watts's. There, the pressmen drank pint after pint of watery beer throughout the day to keep them fortified. With his penchant for temperance and frugality, Franklin tried to convince his fellow workers that they could get their nourishment better by eating porringers of hot-water gruel with bread. Thus he became known as the Water American, admired for his strength, clear head, and ability to lend them money when they had used up their weekly pay at the alehouses. Despite his abstinence, the workers at Watts's insisted that he pay a 5-shilling initiation fee used for drinks. When he was promoted from the press room to the composition room, he was called on to pay yet another initiation, but this time he refused. As a result, he was treated as an outcast and subjected to small mischiefs. Finally, after 3 weeks, he relented and paid up, convinced of the folly of being on ill terms with his workmates. He promptly regained his popularity, earning the reputation of a pretty good Riggite, someone whose jocularity and ability as a verbal satirist earned him respect. One of the least shy men imaginable, Franklin was as sociable in London as he had been in Boston and Philadelphia. He frequented the round tables hosted by minor literary luminaries of the day, and he sought out introductions to various interesting people. Among his earliest surviving letters is one he sent to Sir Hans Sloane, Secretary of the Royal Society. Franklin wrote that he had brought from America a purse made of asbestos, and he wondered if Sloane might want to buy it. Sloane paid a call on Franklin, brought the lad back to his Bloomsbury Square home to show off his collection, and bought the purse for a handsome sum. Franklin also made a deal to borrow books from a neighborhood bookseller. Ever since, as a young boy, he had invented some paddles and flippers to propel himself across Boston Harbor, Franklin had been fascinated by swimming. He studied one of the first books on the subject, The Art of Swimming, written in 1696 by a Frenchman named Melchizedek Thévenot, which helped to popularize the breaststroke. The crawl did not catch on for more than another century. Franklin perfected variations on the motions for swimming both on the surface and underwater, aiming at the graceful and easy as well as the useful. Among the friends he taught to swim was a fellow young printer named Wygate. One day, during a boat trip on the Thames with Wygate and others, Franklin decided to show off. He stripped, leaped into the river, and swam back and forth to the bank using a variety of strokes. One member of the party offered to fund a swim school for Franklin. Wygate, for his part, grew more and more attached to him, and he proposed that they travel around Europe together as journeyman printers and teachers. "I was once inclined to it," Franklin recalled, "but mentioning it to my good friend Mr. Denham, with whom I often spent an hour when I had leisure, he dissuaded me from it, advising me to think only of returning to Pennsylvania, which he was now about to do." Denham, the Quaker merchant Franklin had met on the voyage over, was planning to open a general store once back in Philadelphia, and he offered to pay Franklin's passage if he would agree to sign on as his clerk at £50 a year. It was less than he was making in London, but it offered him the chance both to return to America and to become established as a merchant, a vocation more exalted than that of printer. Together, they set sail in July 1726.
This ends Disc 2. Benjamin Franklin, Disc 3.
Franklin had been burned in the past by his attraction to romantic rogues, Keith, Collins, Ralph, of dubious character. Denham, on the other hand, was a man of integrity. He had left England years earlier deeply in debt, made a small fortune in America, and on his return to England threw a lavish dinner for his old creditors. After thanking them profusely, he told them all to look under their plates. There they discovered full repayment plus interest. Henceforth, Franklin would find himself more attracted to people who were practical and reliable rather than dreamy and romantic. To perfect the art of becoming such a reliable person, Franklin wrote out a plan for future conduct during his 11-week voyage back to Philadelphia. It would be the first of many personal credos that laid out pragmatic rules for success and made him the patron saint of self-improvement guides. He lamented that because he had never outlined a design for how he should conduct himself, his life so far had been somewhat confused. "Let me, therefore, make some resolutions and some form of action, that henceforth I may live in all respects like a rational creature." There were 4 rules. 1. It is necessary for me to be extremely frugal for some time till I have paid what I owe. 2. To endeavor to speak truth in every instance, to give nobody expectations that are not likely to be answered, but aim at sincerity in every word and action, the most amiable excellence in a rational being. 3. To apply myself industriously to whatever business I take in hand, and not divert my mind from my business by any foolish project of suddenly growing rich, for industry and patience are the surest means of plenty. 4. I resolve to speak ill of no man whatever. Rule 1 he had already mastered. Rule 3 he likewise had little trouble following. As for 2 and 4, he would henceforth preach them diligently and generally make a show of practicing them, though he would sometimes be better at the show than the practicing. On his voyage home, the 20-year-old Franklin indulged what would be a lifelong scientific curiosity. He experimented on the small crabs he found on some seaweed, calculated his distance from London based on the timing of a lunar eclipse, and studied the habits of dolphins and flying fish. His journal of the voyage also reveals his talent for observing human nature. When he heard the tale of a former governor of the Isle of Wight who had been considered saintly yet was known to be a knave by the keeper of his castle, Franklin concluded that it was impossible for a dishonest person, no matter how cunning, to completely conceal his character. Truth and sincerity have a certain distinguishing native luster about them, which cannot be perfectly counterfeited. They are like fire and flame that cannot be painted. While gambling at checkers with some shipmates, he formulated an infallible rule, which was that if 2 persons equal in judgment play for a considerable sum, he that loves money most shall lose. His anxiety for the success of the game confounds him. The rule, he decided, applied to other battles. A person who is too fearful will end up performing defensively and thus fail to seize offensive advantages. He also developed theories about the sociable yearnings of men, ones that applied particularly to himself. One of the passengers was caught cheating at cards, and the others sought to fine him. When the fellow resisted paying, they decided on an even tougher punishment. He would be ostracized and completely shunned until he relented. Finally, the miscreant paid the fine in order to end his excommunication. Franklin concluded, "Man is a sociable being, and it is, for aught I know, one of the worst punishments to be excluded from society. I have read abundance of fine things on the subject of solitude, and I know it is a common boast in the mouths of those that affect to be thought wise, that they are never less alone than when alone. I acknowledge solitude an agreeable refreshment to a busy mind. But were these thinking people obliged to be always alone, I am apt to think they would quickly find their very being insupportable to them. One of the fundamental sentiments of the Enlightenment was that there is a sociable affinity based on the natural instinct of benevolence among fellow humans, and Franklin was an exemplar of this outlook. The opening phrase of the passage, "Man is a sociable being," would turn out to be a defining credo of his long life. Later in the voyage, they encountered another vessel. Franklin noted, "There is really something strangely cheering to the spirits in the meeting of a ship at sea, containing a society of creatures of the same species and in the same circumstances with ourselves, after we have been long separated and excommunicated, as it were, from the rest of mankind. I saw so many human countenances, and I could scarce refrain from that kind of laughter which proceeds from some degree of inward pleasure." His greatest happiness, however, came when he finally glimpsed the American shore. "My eyes," he wrote, "were dimmed with the suffusion of 2 small drops of joy." With his deepened appreciation of community, his scientific curiosity, and his rules for leading a practical life, Franklin was ready to settle down and pursue success in the city that, more than Boston or London, he now realized was his true home. Chapter 4. Printer, Philadelphia, 1726 through 1732. A shop of his own. Franklin was a natural shopkeeper, clever, charming, astute about human nature, and eager to succeed. He became, as he put it, an expert at selling when he and Denham opened a general store on Water Street shortly after their return to Philadelphia in late 1726. Denham served as both a mentor and a surrogate parent to the aspiring 20-year-old. We lodged and boarded together. He counseled me as a father, having a sincere regard for me. I respected and loved him. But Franklin's dreams of becoming a prosperous merchant ended after a few months, when Denham took ill and later died. In his oral will, he forgave Franklin the £10 he still owed for his ocean passage, but he did not leave him the business they had built. With no money and few prospects, Franklin swallowed his pride and accepted an offer from the eccentric Keimer to come back to his print shop, this time as the manager. Because there was no foundry in America for casting type, Franklin contrived one of his own by using Keimer's letters to make lead molds. He thus became the first person in America to manufacture type. One of the most popular contemporary typefaces, a sans serif font known as Franklin Gothic that is often used in newspaper headlines, was named after him in 1902. When Keimer began to assert his power, the aversion to arbitrary authority that was part of Franklin's heritage and breeding flared. One day there was a commotion outside of the shop, and Franklin poked his head out of the window to watch. Keimer, who was on the street below, shouted at him to mind his own business. The public nature of the rebuke was humiliating, and Franklin quit on the spot. But after a few days, Keimer came begging for him to return, and Franklin did. They each needed the other, at least for the time being. Keimer had won the right to print a new issue of paper currency for the New Jersey Assembly, and only Franklin had the skills to do the job properly. He contrived a copperplate press to make bills so ornate they could not easily be counterfeited, and together they traveled to Burlington. Once again it was young Franklin, the willing and witty conversationalist, rather than his slovenly master, who befriended the dignitaries. My mind having been much more improved by reading than Keimer's, I suppose it was for that reason my conversation seemed more valued. They had me to their houses, introduced me to their friends, and showed me much civility. The relationship with Keimer was not destined to last. Franklin, ever striving and chafing, realized that he was being used. Keimer was paying him to train the 4 cheap hands who worked at the shop, with the intention of laying him off once they were in shape. Franklin, in turn, was willing to use Keimer. He and one of those apprenticed hands, Hugh Meredith, made secret plans to open a competing print shop, funded by Meredith's father, once Meredith's servitude was completed. Though not an outright devious scheme, it did not fully comport with Franklin's high-minded pledge to aim at sincerity in every word and action. Meredith, 30, was fond of reading, but also of alcohol. His father, a well-bred farmer, took a liking to Franklin, especially because he had persuaded his son to abstain, at least temporarily, from drinking. He agreed to provide the funding necessary, £200, for the 2 young men to set up a partnership, Franklin's contribution being his own talent. They sent to London for equipment, which arrived early in 1728, shortly after the New Jersey job was completed and Meredith's indenture had expired. The 2 partners bid farewell to the hapless Keimer, leased a house on Market Street, set up shop, and promptly served their first customer, a farmer referred by a friend. This countryman's 5 shillings, being our first fruits and coming so seasonably, gave me more pleasure than any crown I have since earned. Their business succeeded largely because of Franklin's diligence. When they were hired by a group of Quakers to print 178 pages of their history, the rest to be printed by Keimer, Franklin did not leave the shop each night until he had completed a 4-page folio, often working past 11. One night, just as he was finishing that day's sheet, the plate dropped and broke. Franklin stayed overnight to redo it. This industry, visible to our neighbors, began to give us character and credit, Franklin noted. One of the town's prominent merchants told members of his club, "The industry of that Franklin is superior to anything I ever saw of the kind. I see him still at work when I go home from club, and he is at work again before his neighbors are out of bed." Franklin became an apostle of being, and just as important of appearing to be, industrious. Even after he became successful, he made a show of personally carting the rolls of paper he bought in a wheelbarrow down the street to his shop, rather than having a hired hand do it. Meredith, on the other hand, was far from industrious, having taken again to drink. In addition, his father had paid only half of the money he had committed for their equipment, which prompted threatening letters from the suppliers. Franklin found 2 friends who were willing to finance him, but only if he dumped Meredith. Fortunately, Meredith realized that he was better off returning to farming. All ended well. Meredith let Franklin buy him out of their partnership, headed off to the Carolinas, and later wrote letters describing the countryside there, which Franklin published. And so Franklin finally had a print shop of his own. More to the point, he had a career. Printing and its related endeavors, publisher, writer, newspaperman, postmaster, began to seem not merely a job, but an interesting calling, both noble and fun. In his long life he would have many other careers: scientist, politician, statesman, diplomat. But henceforth he always identified himself the way he would do 60 years later in the opening words of his last will and testament. I, Benjamin Franklin of Philadelphia, printer, The Junto. Franklin was the consummate networker. He liked to mix his civic life with his social one, and he merrily leveraged both to further his business life. This approach was displayed when he formed a club of young workingmen in the fall of 1727, shortly after his return to Philadelphia. That was commonly called the Leather Apron Club and officially dubbed the Junto. Franklin's small club was composed of enterprising tradesmen and artisans, rather than the social elite who had their own fancier gentlemen's clubs. At first, the members went to a local tavern for their Friday evening meetings, but soon they were able to rent a house of their own. There they discussed issues of the day, debated philosophical topics, devised schemes for self-improvement, and formed a network for the furtherance of their own careers. The enterprise was typical of Franklin, who seemed ever eager to organize clubs and associations for mutual benefit, and it was also typically American. As the nation developed a shopkeeping middle class, its people balanced their individualist streaks with a propensity to form clubs, lodges, associations, and fraternal orders. Franklin epitomized this Rotarian urge and has remained after more than 2 centuries a symbol of it. Franklin's Junto initially had 12 young members, among them his printing partner Hugh Meredith, George Webb, a witty but imprudent runaway Oxford student who was also apprenticed to Keimer, Thomas Godfrey, a glass worker and amateur mathematician, Joseph Brentnall, a scrivener and poetry lover, Robert Grace, a generous and pun-loving man with some family money, and William Coleman, a clear-headed and good-hearted clerk with exacting morals who later became a distinguished merchant. Besides being amiable clubmates, the Junto members often proved helpful to one another personally and professionally. Godfrey boarded at Franklin's shop, and his wife cooked for them. Brentnall was the friend who procured the Quaker printing commission, and Grace and Coleman funded Franklin when he broke with Meredith. The tone Franklin set for Junto meetings was earnest. Initiates were required to stand, lay their hand on their breast, and answer properly 4 questions. Do you have disrespect for any current member? Do you love mankind in general, regardless of religion or profession? Do you feel people should ever be punished because of their opinions or mode of worship? Do you love and pursue truth for its own sake? Franklin was worried that his fondness for conversation and eagerness to impress made him prone to prattling, punning, and joking, which only made me acceptable to trifling company. Knowledge, he realized, was obtained rather by the use of the ear than of the tongue. So, in the Junto, he began to work on his use of silence and gentle dialogue. One method, which he had developed during his mock debates with John Collins in Boston, and then when discoursing with Keimer, was to pursue topics through soft, Socratic queries. That became the preferred style for Junto meetings. Discussions were to be conducted without fondness for dispute or desire of victory. Franklin taught his friends to push their ideas through suggestions and questions, and to use, or at least feign, naive curiosity to avoid contradicting people in a manner that could give offense. All expressions of positiveness in opinion or of direct contradiction, he recalled, were prohibited under small pecuniary penalties. It was a style he would urge on the Constitutional Convention 60 years later. In a witty newspaper piece called On Conversation, which he wrote shortly after forming the junto, Franklin stressed the importance of deferring, or at least giving the appearance of deferring, to others. Otherwise, even the smartest comments would occasion envy and disgust. His secret for how to win friends and influence people read like an early Dale Carnegie course. Would you win the hearts of others, you must not seem to vie with them, but to admire them. Give them every opportunity of displaying their own qualifications, and when you have indulged their vanity, they will praise you in turn and prefer you above others. Such is the vanity of mankind that minding what others say is a much surer way of pleasing them than talking well ourselves. Franklin went on to catalogue the most common conversational sins which cause dislike, the greatest being talking over much, which never fails to excite resentment. The only thing amusing about such people, he joked, was watching two of them meet. The vexation they both feel is visible in their looks and gestures. You shall see them gape and stare and interrupt one another at every turn, and watch with utmost impatience for a cough or pause when they may crowd a word in edgeways. The other sins on his list were, in order, seeming uninterested, speaking too much about your own life, prying for personal secrets, an unpardonable rudeness, telling long and pointless stories. Old folks are most subject to this error, which is one chief reason their company is so often shunned. Contradicting or disputing someone directly, ridiculing or railing against things except in small witty doses, it's like salt, a little of which in some cases gives relish, but if thrown on by handfuls, spoils all, and spreading scandal, though he would later write light-hearted defenses of gossip. The older he got, the more Franklin learned, with a few notable lapses, to follow his own advice. He used silence wisely, employed an indirect style of persuasion, and feigned modesty and naivete in disputes. When another asserted something that I thought an error, I denied myself the pleasure of contradicting him. Instead, he would agree in parts and suggest his differences only indirectly. For these 50 years past, no one has ever heard a dogmatical expression escape me, he recalled when writing his autobiography. This velvet-tongued and sweetly passive style of circumspect argument would make him seem sage to some, insinuating and manipulative to others, but inflammatory to almost nobody. The method would also become, often with a nod to Franklin, a staple in modern management guides and self-improvement books. Though the youngest member of the junto, Franklin was, by dint of his intellectual charisma and conversational charm, not only its founder, but its driving force. The topics discussed ranged from the social to the scientific and metaphysical. Most of them were earnest, some were quirky, and all were intriguing. Did importing indentured servants make America more prosperous? What made a piece of writing good? Why did condensation form on a cold mug? What accounted for happiness? What is wisdom? Is there a difference between knowledge and prudence? If a sovereign power deprives a citizen of his rights, is it justifiable for him to resist? In addition to such topics of debate, Franklin laid out a guide for the type of conversational contributions each member could usefully make. There were 24 in all, and because their practicality is so revealing of Franklin's purposeful approach, they are worth excerpting at length. 1. Have you met with anything in the author you last read remarkable or suited to be communicated to the junto? 2. What new story have you lately heard agreeable for telling in conversation? 3. Hath any citizen in your knowledge failed in his business lately, and what have you heard of the cause? 4. Have you lately heard of any citizens thriving well, and by what means? 5. Have you lately heard how any present rich man, here or elsewhere, got his estate? 6. Do you know of any fellow citizen who has lately done a worthy action deserving praise and imitation, or who has committed an error proper for us to be warned against and avoid? 7. What unhappy effects of intemperance have you lately observed or heard, of imprudence, of passion, or of any other vice or folly? 12. Hath any deserving stranger arrived in town since last meeting that you heard of? And what have you heard of his character or merits, and whether you think it lies in the power of the junto to oblige him or encourage him as he deserves? 14. Have you lately observed any defect in the laws of your country of which it would be proper to move the legislature for an amendment? 15. Have you lately observed any encroachments on the just liberties of the people? 16. Has anybody attacked your reputation lately, and what can the junto do towards securing it? 17. Is there any man whose friendship you want and which the junto or any of them can procure for you? 20. In what manner can the junto or any of them assist you in any of your honorable designs? Franklin used the junto as a launching pad for a variety of his public service ideas. Early on, the group discussed whether Pennsylvania should increase its supply of paper currency, a proposal Franklin heartily favored, because he thought it would benefit the economy and, of course, his own printing business. Franklin, and by extension the junto, were particularly fond of things that could help the public as well as themselves. When the junto moved into its own rented rooms, it created a library of books pooled from its members, which later formed the foundation for America's first subscription library. Out of the junto also came Franklin's proposals for establishing a tax to pay for neighborhood constables, for creating a volunteer fire force, and for establishing the academy that later became the University of Pennsylvania. Many of the rules and proposed queries for the junto were similar to, though a bit less judgmental than, those that Cotton Mather had devised for his neighborhood benevolent societies a generation earlier in Boston. One of Mather's, for example, was, "Is there any particular person whose disorderly behavior may be so scandalous and so notorious that we may do well to send unto the said person our charitable admonitions?" Daniel Defoe's essay, Friendly Societies, and John Locke's Rules of a Society which met once a week for the improvement of useful knowledge, both of which Franklin had read, also served as models. But for the most part, with its earnest tenor and emphasis on self-improvement, the junto was a product of Franklin's own persona, and part of his imprint on the American personality. It flourished, with him at the helm, for 30 years. Although it operated in relative secrecy, So many people sought to join that Franklin empowered each member to form his own spin-off club. 4 or 5 affiliates flourished, and the Junto served as an extension and amplification of Franklin's gregarious civic nature. Like Franklin himself, it was practical, industrious, inquiring, convivial, and middle-brow philosophical. It celebrated civic virtue, mutual benefits, the improvement of self and society, and the proposition that hard-working citizens could do well by doing good. It was, in short, Franklin writ public. The Busybody Essays. Frugal and industrious, with a network of Junto members to steer business his way, Franklin was doing modestly well as one of 3 printers in a town that would naturally have supported only 2. But he had learned from his apprentice days in Boston that true success would come if he had not only a printing operation, but also his own content and distribution network. His competitor, Andrew Bradford, published the town's only newspaper, which was paltry but profitable, and that helped Bradford's printing business by giving him clout with the merchants and politicians. He also was the postmaster, which gave him some control over what papers got distributed, plus first access to news from afar. Franklin decided to take Bradford on, and over the next decade he would succeed by building a media conglomerate that included production capacity, printing operations, franchise printers in other cities, products, a newspaper, magazine, almanac, content, his own writings, his alter ego Poor Richards and those of his Junto, and distribution. Eventually, the whole of the colonial postal system. First came the newspaper. Franklin decided to launch a competitor to Bradford's American Weekly Mercury. But he made the mistake of confiding his plans to George Webb, a fellow member of the Junto who was an apprentice at Keimer's print shop. Webb, to Franklin's dismay, told Keimer, who immediately launched a slapdash newspaper of his own, to which he gave the unwieldy name The Universal Instructor in All Arts and Sciences and Pennsylvania Gazette. Franklin realized that it would be difficult to launch a 3rd paper right away, and he did not have the funds. So he came up with a plan to first crush Keimer's paper by using the most powerful weapon at his disposal: the fact that he was the best writer in Philadelphia and probably, at 23, the most amusing writer in all of America. Carl Van Doren, a Franklin biographer and great literary critic of the 1930s, flatly declared of Franklin that in 1728 he was the best writer in America. The closest rival for that title at the time would probably be the preacher Jonathan Edwards, who was certainly more intense and literary, though far less felicitous and amusing. In a competitive bank shot, Franklin decided to write a series of anonymous letters and essays along the lines of the Silence Dogood pieces of his youth for Bradford's Mercury to draw attention away from Keimer's new paper. The goal was to enliven, at least until Keimer was beaten, Bradford's dull paper, which in its 10 years had never published any such features. The first 2 pieces were attacks on poor Keimer, who was serializing entries from an encyclopedia. His initial installment included, innocently enough, an entry on abortion. Franklin pounced. Using the pen names Martha Careful and Celia Shortface, he wrote letters to Bradford's paper feigning shock and indignation at Keimer's offense. As Miss Careful threatened, "If he proceeds farther to expose the secrets of our sex in that audacious manner, women would run the hazard of taking him by the beard in the next place we meet him. Thus, Franklin manufactured the first recorded abortion debate in America, not because he had any strong feelings on the issue, but because he knew it would help sell newspapers. The next week, Franklin launched a series of classic essays signed Busybody, which Bradford published on his front page with a large byline. Franklin wrote at least 4 on his own and 2 others in part, before turning the series over to fellow Junto member Joseph Brentnall. By this means, the attention of the public was fixed on that paper, and Keimer's proposals, which we burlesqued and ridiculed, were disregarded. The Busybody began by cleverly establishing the inadequacies of Bradford's paper, frequently very dull, and declaring his intention to make it, at least temporarily, better. He would do so by being a scold and tattle, in the tradition of the character Isaac Bickerstaff that the English essayist Richard Steele had created, thus adding gossip columnist to the list of Franklin's American firsts. He readily admitted that much of this was nobody's business, but out of zeal for the public good, he volunteered to take nobody's business wholly into my own hands. Some might find themselves offended, he warned. Yet he pointed out what was and is the basic appeal of gossip. As most people delight in censure when they themselves are not the objects of it, if any are offended at my publicly exposing their private vices, I promise they shall have the satisfaction in a very little time of seeing their good friends and neighbors in the same circumstances. Keimer responded with a fusty admonition that the Busybody series might initially raise for readers of Bradford's paper the expectation that they would now have some entertainment for their money, but they would soon feel a secret grief to see the reputation of their neighbors blasted. When the Busybody merrily continued to publish his barbs, the excitable Keimer became more shrill. He responded with limp doggerel. "You hinted at me in your paper, which now has made me draw my rapier. With scornful eye I see your hate, and pity your unhappy fate." He paired this with a convoluted tale called Hue and Cry After the Busybody, portraying Franklin and Brentnall as a two-headed monster, with Franklin described as every ape's epitome, as threadbare as his great coat, and skull as thick as his shoe soles. Keimer thus became one of Franklin's first outspoken foes. The betrayal, the press war, the dueling essays would all be repeated a decade later when Franklin and Bradford each decided to start magazines. Sadly, for those who enjoy titillation, the Busybody essays in fact failed to deliver much gossip. Instead, they tended to be clever tales with thinly disguised real-life counterparts. In one instance, a reader took the effort to publish a key to whom each character referred. Franklin employed what is now a standard, disingenuous disclaimer. If any bad characters happen to be drawn in the course of these papers, they mean no particular person. The final Busybody, that was mainly written by Franklin, made fun of treasure seekers who used divining rods and dug up the woods looking for buried pirate loot. Men otherwise of very good sense have been drawn into this practice through an overweening desire of sudden wealth, he wrote, while the rational and almost certain methods of acquiring riches by industry and frugality are neglected. The fable, an attack on the get-rich-quick schemes of the time, went on to preach Franklin's favorite theme. Slow and steady diligence is the true way to wealth. He ended by quoting what his imaginary friend Agricola said on giving his son a parcel of land. "I assure thee I have found a considerable quantity of gold by digging there. Thee mayst do the same. But thee must carefully observe this, never to dig more than plow deep." The essay had a second half that advocated more paper currency for Pennsylvania. Franklin wrote most of it, with a small section written by Brentnall. Franklin implied that those who opposed more paper currency were trying to protect their own financial interests, though he, of course, had his own financial interest in the approval of more printing work. He also launched the first of what would be many attacks on the province's proprietors, the Penn family, and their appointed governor, by implying that they were trying to make the bulk of Pennsylvania's residents their tenants and vassals. This ending was deleted in most editions of Bradford's newspaper, perhaps because Bradford was allied with the Penn family and their party. Another reason for pulling back the snide section on paper currency was that Franklin had produced a far more thoughtful essay on the subject, which he discussed in the Junto and published as a pamphlet the following week. A modest enquiry into the nature and necessity of a paper currency was Franklin's first serious analysis of public policy, and it holds up a lot better than his metaphysical musings on religion. Money was a concept he had a solid feel for, unlike theological abstractions. Franklin argued that the lack of enough currency caused interest rates to rise, kept wages low, and increased dependence on imports. Creditors and big landowners opposed an increase in currency for selfish reasons, he charged, but those who are lovers of trade and delight to see manufactures encouraged will be for having a large addition to our currency. Franklin's key insight was that hard currency, such as silver and gold, was not the true measure of a nation's wealth. The riches of a country are to be valued by the quantity of labor its inhabitants are able to purchase, and not by the quantity of silver and gold they possess. The essay was very popular, except among the wealthy, and it helped to persuade the legislature to adopt the proposed increase in paper currency. Although Bradford got the first commission to print some of the money, Franklin was given the next round of work. In the spirit of what Poor Richard would call doing well by doing good, Franklin was not averse to mingling his private interests with his public ones. His friends in the legislature, who considered I had been of some service, thought it fit to reward me by employing me in printing the money, a very profitable job and a great help to me. This was another advantage gained by my being able to write. The Pennsylvania Gazette. Franklin's scheme to put Keimer out of business, which was aided by the quirky printer's own incompetence and inability to ignore barbs, soon succeeded. He fell into debt, was briefly imprisoned, fled to Barbados, and as he was leaving, sold his newspaper to Franklin. Jettisoning the serialized encyclopedia and part of the paper's unwieldy name, Franklin became the proud publisher of the Pennsylvania Gazette in October 1729. In his first letter to his readers, he announced that there are many who have long desired to see a good newspaper in Pennsylvania, thus taking a poke at both Keimer and Bradford. There are many types of newspaper editors. Some are crusading ideologues who are blessed with strong opinions, partisan passions, or a desire to challenge authority. Benjamin's brother James was in this category. Some are the opposite. They like power and their proximity to it, and are comfortable with the established order and feel vested in it. Franklin's Philadelphia competitor Andrew Bradford was such. And then there are those who are charmed and amused by the world and delight in charming and amusing others. They tend to be skeptical of both orthodoxies and heresies, and they are earnest in their desire to seek truth and promote public betterment, as well as sell papers. There fits Franklin. He was graced and afflicted with the trait so common to journalists, especially ones who have read Swift and Addison once too often, of wanting to participate in the world while also remaining a detached observer. As a journalist, he could step out of a scene, even one that passionately engaged him, and comment on it, or on himself, with a droll irony. The depths of his beliefs were often concealed by his knack for engaging in a knowing wink. Like most other newspapers of the time, Franklin's Pennsylvania Gazette was filled not only with short news items and reports on public events, but also with amusing essays and letters from readers. What made his paper a delight was its wealth of this type of correspondence, much of it written under pseudonyms by Franklin himself. This gimmick of writing as if from a reader gave Franklin more leeway to poke fun at rivals, revel in gossip, circumvent his personal pledge to speak ill of no one, and test-drive his evolving philosophies. In a classic canny maneuver, Franklin corrected an early typo. He had reported that someone died at a restaurant when he meant to say dined at it, by composing a letter from a fictitious J.T. who discoursed on other amusing misprints. For example, one edition of the Bible quoted David as saying he was wonderfully mad rather than made, which caused an ignorant preacher to harangue his audience for half an hour on the subject of spiritual madness. Franklin then went on, under the guise of J.T., to praise Franklin's own paper, point out a similar typo made by his rival Bradford, criticize Bradford for being generally sloppier, and, with delicious irony, praise Franklin for not criticizing Bradford. "Your paper is most commonly very correct, and yet you were never known to triumph upon it by publicly ridiculing and exposing the continual blunders of your contemporary." Franklin even turned his false modesty into a maxim to forgive his typo. "Whoever accustoms himself to pass over in silence the faults of his neighbors shall meet with much better quarter from the world when he happens to fall into a mistake himself." The Franklin-Bradford newspaper war also included disputes over scoops and stolen stories. "When Mr. Bradford publishes after us," Franklin wrote in one editor's note, "and has occasion to take an article or two out of the Gazette, which he is always welcome to do, he is desired not to date his paper a day before ours, lest readers should imagine we take from him, which we always carefully avoid." Their competition had been going on for a year when Franklin set out to win from Bradford the job of being the official printer for the Pennsylvania Assembly. He had already begun cultivating some of the members, especially those in the faction that resisted the power of the Penn family and its upper-crust supporters. After Bradford printed the governor's address to the Assembly in a coarse and blundering manner, Franklin saw his opening. He printed the same message, elegantly and correctly, as he put it, and sent it to each of the members. "It strengthened the hands of our friends in the House," Franklin later recalled, "and they voted us their printers." Even as he became more political, Franklin resisted making his newspaper fiercely partisan. He expressed his credo as a publisher in a famous Gazette editorial, Apology for Printers, which remains one of the best and most forceful defenses of a free press. "The opinions people have," Franklin wrote, "are almost as various as their faces. The job of printers is to allow people to express these differing opinions. There would be very little printed," he noted, "if publishers produced only things that offended nobody." At stake was the virtue of free expression, and Franklin summed up the Enlightenment position in a sentence that is now framed on newsroom walls. "Printers are educated in the belief that when men differ in opinion, both sides ought equally to have the advantage of being heard by the public, and that when truth and error have fair play, the former is always an overmatch for the latter. It is unreasonable to imagine that printers approve of everything they print," he went on to argue. "It is likewise unreasonable, what some assert, that printers ought not to print anything but what they approve, since an end would thereby be put to free writing, and the world would afterwards have nothing to read but what happened to be the opinions of printers." With a wry touch, he reminded his readers that publishers are in business both to make money and inform the public. Hence they cheerfully service all contending writers that pay them well, even if they don't agree with the writer's opinions. If all people of different opinions in this province would engage to give me as much for not printing things they don't like as I could get by printing them, I should probably live a very easy life, and if all printers everywhere were so dealt by, there would be very little printed. It was not in Franklin's nature, however, to be dogmatic or extreme about any principle. He generally gravitated toward a sensible balance. The rights of printers, he realized, were balanced by their duty to be responsible. Thus, even though printers should be free to publish offensive opinions, they should generally exercise discretion. I myself have constantly refused to print anything that might countenance vice or promote immorality, though I might have got much money. I have also always refused to print such things as might do real injury to any person. One such example involved a customer who asked the young printer to publish a piece in the Gazette that Franklin found scurrilous and defamatory. In his effort to decide whether he should take the customer's money, even though it violated his principles, Franklin subjected himself to the following test. To determine whether I should publish it or not, I went home in the evening, purchased a 2-penny loaf at the baker's, and with the water from the pump made my supper. I then wrapped myself up in my greatcoat and laid down on the floor and slept till morning, when on another loaf and a mug of water I made my breakfast. From this regimen I feel no inconvenience whatever. Finding I can live in this manner, I have formed a determination never to prostitute my press to the purposes of corruption and abuse of this kind, for the sake of gaining a more comfortable subsistence. Franklin ended his Apology for Printers with a fable about a father and son traveling with a donkey. When the father rode and made his son walk, they were criticized by those they met. Likewise, they were criticized when the son rode and made the father walk, or when they both rode the donkey, or when neither did. So finally, they decided to throw the donkey off a bridge. The moral, according to Franklin, was that it is foolish to try to avoid all criticism. Despite his despair of pleasing everybody, Franklin concluded, I shall not burn my press or melt my letters. Along with such high-minded principles, Franklin employed some more common strategies to push papers. One ever-reliable method which had particular appeal to the rather raunchy unmarried young publisher, was the time-honored truth that sex sells. Franklin's Gazette was spiced with little leering and titillating items. In the issue a week after his apology for printers, for example, Franklin wrote about a husband who caught his wife in bed with a man named Stonecutter, tried to cut off the interloper's head with a knife, but only wounded him. Franklin ends with a smirking pun about castration. Some people admire that when the person offended had so fair and suitable opportunity, it did not enter his head to turn Stonecutter himself. The next issue had a similar short item about an amorous constable who had made an agreement with a neighboring female to watch with her that night. The constable makes the mistake of climbing into the window of a different woman, whose husband was in another room. Reported Franklin, "The good woman, perceiving presently by the extraordinary fondness of her bedfellow that it could not possibly be her husband, made so much disturbance as to wake the good man, who, finding somebody had got into his place without his leave, began to lay about him unmercifully." And then there was the story of the sex-starved woman who wanted to divorce her husband because he could not satisfy her. She at times industriously solicited most of the magistrates to gain sympathy for her plight. After her husband was medically examined, however, she moved back in with him. The report of the physicians, who in form examined his abilities and allowed him in every respect to be sufficient, gave her but small satisfaction, Franklin wrote. Whether any experiments more satisfactory have been tried, we cannot say. But it seems she now declares it as her opinion that George is as good as the best. In another passing reference to sexual virility, which was also his first published notice of lightning, Franklin reported about a bolt that melted the pewter button on the pants of a young lad, adding, "'Tis well nothing else thereabouts was made of pewter." Writing as the casuist, Franklin even helped to pioneer the genre of sexual and moral advice columns. Although the literal definition of the word casuistry refers to the application of moral principles to everyday conduct, Franklin used it with a touch of irony in its more colloquial sense, which implies a slightly off-kilter or misleading application of those principles. One letter from a reader, or from Franklin pretending to be a reader, posed the following dilemma. Suppose a person discovers that his wife has been seduced by his neighbor, and suppose he has reason to believe that if he reveals this to his neighbor's wife, then she might agree to have sex with him. Is he justifiable in doing it? Franklin, writing as the casuist, gave an earnest answer. If the questioner were a Christian, he would know that he should return not evil for evil, but repay evil with good. And if he is not a Christian, but instead one who would make reason the rule of his actions, he would come to the same conclusion. Such practices can produce no good to society. Franklin also knew another maxim of journalism. Crime stories sell, particularly when they are outlandish. In a report on the death of a young girl, for example, he provided the mix of reporting and outrage later perfected by racier tabloids. The case involved a couple who were charged with murdering the man's daughter from a previous marriage by neglecting her, forcing her to lie and rot in her nastiness, giving her her own excrements to eat, and turning her out of doors. The child died, but a physician testified she would have died anyway from other ailments she had, so the judge sentenced the couple merely to be burned on the hand. Franklin raged at the pathetic ruling and delivered his own harsh verdict that the couple had not only acted contrary to the particular law of all nations, but had even broken the universal law of nature. A third reliable method of selling papers was through a light and rather innocent willingness to gossip and scandalmonger. In his first busybody essay for Bradford, Franklin had defended the value of nosiness and tattling. Now that he had his own paper, he made it clear that the Gazette was pleased, indeed proud, to continue this service. Using the same tone as the busybody, Franklin wrote an anonymous letter to his paper defending gossip, backbiting, and censure by showing its usefulness and the great good it does to society. It is frequently the means of preventing powerful, politic, ill-designing men from growing too popular, he wrote. All examining censure, with her 100 eyes and her 1,000 tongues, soon discovers, and as speedily divulges in all quarters, every least crime or foible that is part of their true character. This clips the wings of their ambition. Gossip can also, he noted, promote virtue, as some people are motivated more by fear of public humiliation than they are by inner moral principles. "What will the world say of me if I act thus?" is often a reflection strong enough to enable us to resist the most powerful temptation to vice or folly. This preserves the integrity of the wavering, the honesty of the covetous, the sanctity of some of the religious, and the chastity of all virgins. It is amusing that Franklin, though he was willing to impugn the innate resolve of all virgins, protected himself by impugning only some religious people. In addition, he showed a somewhat cynical side by implying that most people act virtuously not because of an inner goodness, but because they are afraid of public censure. The following week, Franklin defended the value of gossip in another letter, even more flavorful, purportedly penned by the aptly named Alice Addertongue. Franklin, who was then 26, had his fictional Alice identify herself, with an edge of irony, as a young girl of about 35. She lived at home with her mother, and she said, "Find it my duty as well as inclination to exercise my talent at censure for the good of my country folks." After taking a swipe at a silly piece in Bradford's Mercury that criticized women for being gossipy, Alice recounts how she once found herself at odds with her mother on this issue. She argued that scandal spoiled all good conversation, and I insisted without it there could be no such thing. As a result, she was banished to the kitchen when visitors came for tea. While her mother engaged guests in high-minded discourse in the parlor, Alice regaled a few young friends with tales of a neighbor's intrigue with his maid. Hearing the laughter, her mother's friends began drifting from the parlor into the kitchen to partake in the gossip. Her mother finally joined them. "I have long thought that if you would make your paper a vehicle of scandal, you would double the number of your subscribers." Franklin's playful defenses of busybodies, among the most amusing pieces he ever wrote, set a light-hearted tone for his paper. Because of his gregarious personality and fascination with human nature, he appreciated tales about people's foibles and behavior, and he understood why others did as well. But he was, of course, only half serious in his defense of gossip. The other part of his personality was more earnest. He continually resolved to speak ill of nobody. As a result, he toyed in the Gazette with the argument for gossip, but he did not really indulge in it much. For example, in one issue he noted that he had gotten a letter describing the disagreements and conduct of a certain couple, but for charitable reasons the said letter is at present thought not fit to be published. Likewise, he was ambiguous when writing about drinking. He was a temperate man who nevertheless enjoyed the joviality of taverns. In one famous Gazette piece, destined to become a poster in countless pubs, he produced a drinker's dictionary, listing 250 or so synonyms for being drunk. Addled, afflicted, biggy, boozy, busky, buzzy, cherubimical, cracked, halfway to conquered. Yet he also frightened readers with colorful news accounts of the deaths of drunks, and he wrote editorials on the poisonous effect of spirits. As a printer in London, he had lectured co-workers that strong drink made them less industrious. As an editor in Philadelphia, he continued this crusade. Franklin also perfected the art of poking fun at himself. He realized, as have subsequent American humorists, that a bit of wry self-deprecation could make him seem more endearing. In one small item in the Gazette, he recounted how a certain printer was walking along the wharf when he slipped and stuck his leg into a barrel of tar. His awkward escape resembled the saying about being as nimble as a bee in a tar barrel. Franklin ended the item with a little play on words. "'Tis true he was no honey bee, nor yet a humble bee, but a boo-bee he may be allowed to be, namely, B.F." By the early 1730s, Franklin's business was thriving. He started building an extended little empire by sending his young workers, once they had served their time with him, to set up partnership shops in places ranging from Charleston to Hartford. He would supply the presses and part of the expenses, as well as some content for the publications, and in return take a portion of the revenue. A practical marriage. Now that he had established himself in business, Franklin found himself in want of a good wife. Bachelorhood was frowned on in colonial America, and Franklin had a sexual appetite that he knew required discipline. So he set out to find himself a mate, preferably one with a dowry attached. Boarding at his house was a friend from the Junto, glazier and mathematician Thomas Godfrey, and his wife, who tended to their meals and homemaking. Mrs. Godfrey proposed a match with one of her nieces, whom Franklin found very deserving, and a courtship ensued. Dowries being common, Franklin sought to negotiate his through Mrs. Godfrey. Approximately £100, the amount he still owed on his printing business. When the girl's family replied that they could not spare that much, Franklin suggested, rather unromantically, that they could mortgage their home. The girl's family promptly broke off the relationship, either out of outrage or, as Franklin suspected, in the hope that the courtship had gone so far that they would elope without a dowry. Resentful, Franklin refused to have anything more to do with the girl, even after Mrs. Godfrey suggested they were open to negotiations. Not only did the courtship end, so did yet another Franklin friendship. Godfrey moved out, quit the Junto, and eventually turned over the printing of his little almanac to Franklin's competitor Bradford. Years later, Franklin wrote dismissively about the man who once shared his house, club, and presumably affection. Godfrey was not a pleasing companion, as, like most great mathematicians I have met with, he expected unusual precision in everything said, or was forever denying or distinguishing upon trifles to the disturbance of all conversation. Franklin's annoyance also led him to satirize the situation in the Gazette not long thereafter, using the pseudonym Anthony Afterwit. The honest tradesman complains that when he was courting his wife, her father hinted that he could be in for a nice dowry, and he formed several fine schemes of how to spend the money. When the old gentleman saw I was pretty well engaged, and that the match was too far gone to be easily broke off, he forbid me the house, and told his daughter that if she married me, he would not give her a farthing. Afterwit, unlike the real Franklin, elopes. I have since learned that there are old curmudgeons besides him who have this trick to marry their daughters, and yet keep what they might well spare. The Anthony Afterwit essay had an interesting side effect. His fictional wife, Abigail Afterwit, was the name of a character that had been created almost a decade earlier by Franklin's estranged brother James in the New England Courant. James, who had since moved to Rhode Island, reprinted the Anthony Afterwit piece in his own paper, along with a reply from A Patient's Tea-Craft. Benjamin, in turn, reprinted the reply in his Philadelphia paper, and the following year he visited his brother for an emotional reconciliation. James's health was failing, and he begged his younger brother to look after his 10-year-old son. That Benjamin did, arranging for his education and taking him on as an apprentice. A dominant theme in Franklin's autobiography is that of making mistakes and then making amends, as if he were a moral bookkeeper balancing his accounts. Running away from his brother was, Franklin noted, one of the first errata of my life. Helping James's son was the way to set the ledger back into balance. Thus it was that I made my brother ample amends for the service I had deprived him of by leaving him so early.
This ends Disc 3. Benjamin Franklin, Disc 4.
After his courtship of Mrs. Godfrey's niece was scuttled, Franklin scouted around for other possible brides. But he discovered that young printers were not valued enough to command a sure dowry. He could not expect money unless it was to marry a woman I should not otherwise think agreeable. In his autobiography, which he began years later as a letter to the illegitimate son he fathered while looking for a wife, Franklin wrote a memorable line. In the meantime, that hard-to-be-governed passion of youth had hurried me frequently into intrigues with low women that fell in my way, which were attended with some expense and great inconvenience. Deborah Reed, the girl who had laughed at him when he first straggled into Philadelphia, was also in a rather desperate situation. After Franklin left her to live in London, she had received only one curt letter from him. So she made the mistake of marrying a charming but unreliable potter named John Rogers. He was unable to make a living, and Deborah soon heard rumors that he had abandoned a wife in England. So she moved back in with her mother, and Rogers stole a slave and absconded to the West Indies, leaving behind a load of debt. Although there were reports he had died there in a brawl, these were unconfirmed, which meant Deborah would have difficulty legally remarrying. Bigamy was a crime punishable by 39 lashes and life imprisonment. Since the death of Deborah's father, her mother had been eking out a living by selling homemade medicines. An advertising bill, printed by Franklin, notes, "The widow Reed continues to make and sell her well-known ointment for the itch, with which she has cured abundance of people. It also kills or drives away all sorts of lice in once or twice using." Franklin frequently visited the Reeds, advised them on business matters, and took pity on the dejected Deborah. He faulted himself for her plight, though Mrs. Reed kindly took most of the blame for not having let them marry before he left for London. Fortunately for all, according to Franklin, our mutual affection was revived. Around that time, Franklin developed a method for making difficult decisions. My way is to divide a sheet of paper by a line into 2 columns, writing over the one pro and the other con, he later recalled. Then he would list all the arguments on each side and weigh how important each was. Where I find 2, one on each side, that seem equal, I strike them both out. If I find a reason pro equal to some 2 reasons con, I strike out the 3. By this bookkeeper's calculus, it became clear to him where the balance lies. However exactly he came to his decision, the balance of considerations eventually tipped toward Deborah, and in September 1730 they began living together as a married couple. There was no official ceremony. Instead, they entered into a type of common law arrangement that served to protect them from charges of bigamy if Rogers unexpectedly reappeared. But he never did. Franklin viewed his union with Deborah, like his reconciliation with his brother, as an example of his rectifying an earlier error. Thus I corrected that great erratum as well as I could, Franklin later wrote of his mistreatment of the younger Deborah. Franklin is often described as, or accused of, being far more practical than romantic, a man of the head rather than heart. The tale of his common-law marriage to Deborah provides some support for this view, but it also illustrates some complexities of Franklin's character. His desire to tame his hard-to-govern passions by being practical, and the genuine fondness he felt for kindred companions. He was not given to starry-eyed, soulful commitments or poetic love. Instead, his emotional attachments tended to be the more prosaic bonds of affection that grew out of partnership, self-interest, collaboration, camaraderie, and good-humored kinship. A wife who brought with her a dowry would have likely also brought expensive social airs and aspirations. Instead, Franklin found a good and faithful helpmate who was frugal and practical and devoid of pretensions, traits that he later noted were far more valuable to a rising tradesman. Their union remained mutually useful, if not deeply romantic, until Deborah's death 44 years later. As Franklin would soon have poor Richard pronounce in his almanac, "Keep your eyes wide open before marriage, half shut afterwards." William. There was one major complication facing the new marriage. Around that time, Franklin fathered and took sole custody of an illegitimate son named William, which was probably the great inconvenience that he coldly wrote in his autobiography was the result of consorting with low women. The identity of William's mother is one of history's delicious mysteries, a source of speculation among scholars. Franklin never revealed the secret, nor did William, if he knew. In fact, even the date of his birth is unclear. Let's start there. Most historians say that William was born sometime between April 12, 1730, and April 12, 1731. This is based on a letter Franklin wrote to his own mother on April 12, 1750, referring to William as now 19 years of age, a tall, proper youth, and much of a beau. Willard Stern Randall, in A Little Revenge, a fascinating but somewhat speculative account of Franklin's troubled relationship with his son, questions this. In September 1746, William left home with an ensign's commission on a military expedition to Canada, and Randall argues that he was unlikely to have been only 15 or 16. Perhaps, in writing his mother, Franklin was shaving a year or two off William's age to make him seem legitimate. Likewise, the meticulous Franklin scholar J. A. Leo LeMay, on his website detailing Franklin's life, surmises he was born in 1728 or 1729, as do some 19th century biographers. However, we know that before he was allowed to enlist, perhaps sometime in early 1746, William tried to run away to sea, and his father had to fetch him home from a ship in the harbor, which indicates that he indeed might not have been any older than 15 or 16 at the time. His father had considered running off to sea at age 12, and did run away to Philadelphia at 17. Sheila Skemp's comprehensive biography of William makes it seem quite logical that he embarked with the military at 16, well after he finished his schooling. In addition, William was responsible for the belief reported in a magazine that he was 82 when he died in 1813, which would place his birth in late 1730 or early 1731. On balance, because neither man ever denied William's illegitimacy, it makes sense to believe that Franklin was telling the truth to his mother when he referred to William's age. And it makes equal sense to believe that William was never, intentionally or not, misleading about his age. Based on these assumptions, it is likely that William was born around the time that Deborah began living with Franklin in late 1730. That being the case, might Deborah actually have been his mother, as some scholars speculate? Might the common-law marriage have been partly occasioned by her pregnancy, while William's origin was left murky in case Rogers reappeared and charged her with bigamy and adultery? As Carl Van Doren muses, there was bound to be a scandal, but of course it would be less if the child appeared to be Franklin's and an unknown mother's. The lusty philosopher could take all the blame. But this theory doesn't bear much scrutiny. If Deborah had been pregnant and given birth, there would surely be some friends and relatives, including her mother, who would have known. As H.W. Brands puts it, even after the passage of years precluded any further concerns about Rogers, Debbie declined to claim William as her own, an omission impossible to imagine in any mother, let alone one who had to watch from close at hand while her son spent his life labeled a bastard. On the contrary, she was openly hostile to him. According to a clerk who later worked for the Franklins, Deborah referred to William as the greatest villain upon earth, and heaped upon him invectives in the foulest terms I ever heard from a gentlewoman. During a heated election in 1764, William's paternity became an issue. One abusive pamphlet charged that he was the son of a prostitute named Barbara, who was subsequently exploited by the Franklins as a maid until she died and was buried in an unmarked grave. Given the scurrilous nature of that campaign, and the unlikelihood that any of the Franklins could have abided having William's real mother around as their maid, this also seems implausible. The best explanation comes from a 1763 letter about William, rediscovered more than 2 centuries later, which was written by George Roberts, a prosperous Philadelphia merchant who was a close family friend. "'Tis generally known here his birth is illegitimate, and his mother not in good circumstances," Roberts wrote to a friend in London. "But the report of her begging bread in the streets of this city is without the least foundation in truth. I understand some small provision is made by him for her, but her being none of the most agreeable women prevents particular notice being shown, or the father and son acknowledging any connection with her." As Roberts was probably in a position to know, and as he had no ulterior motive, we are left with this as the likeliest scenario. A frugal mate. In his autobiography, which extols the virtues of industry and frugality a total of 36 times, Franklin wrote of his wife, "It was lucky for me that I had one as much disposed to industry and frugality as myself." He gives her even more credit in a letter written later, near the end of his life. "Frugality is an enriching virtue, a virtue I could never acquire in myself, but I was lucky enough to find it in a wife, who thereby became a fortune to me." For Franklin, this passed for true love. Deborah helped at the print shop, stitched pamphlets, and purchased rags for paper-making. At least initially they had no servants, and Franklin ate his bread and milk porridge each morning from a 2-penny bowl. In later years, after a conflicted Franklin had developed some taste for finery, while still clinging to his admiration for frugality, he wryly recounted a little lapse on Deborah's part that showed how luxury will enter families and make a progress in spite of principle. One day he arrived at breakfast to find it served in a china bowl with a silver spoon. Deborah had bought them at the enormous sum of 23 shillings, with no other excuse or apology to make but that she thought her husband deserved a silver spoon and china bowl as well as any of his neighbors. With a droll mix of pride and disdain, Franklin recalled how over many years, as their wealth grew, they ended up with china and furnishings worth several £100. When the young Franklin heard that his little sister Jane was planning to marry, he wrote her a letter that reflected his view that a good wife should be frugal and industrious. He had thought about sending her a tea table, he said, but his practical nature got the better of him. "When I consider that the character of a good housewife was far preferable to that of being only a pretty gentlewoman, I concluded to send you a spinning wheel." As Poor Richard would soon phrase it in his first almanac, "Many estates are spent in the getting, since women for tea forsook spinning and knitting." The virtue of frugality was also one of young Franklin's favorite themes in his newspaper writings. In Anthony Afterwit's letter, after complaining about having to elope with no dowry, he goes on to ridicule his wife for adopting the airs and spending habits of a gentlewoman. First, she pays for a fancy mirror, which then requires a nice table under it, then a tea service, and then a clock. Facing mounting debts, Anthony decides to sell these things when his wife leaves town to visit relatives. To replace the fancy furniture, he buys a spinning wheel and some knitting needles. He asks the Gazette to publish the letter so that she will read it before she returns and thus be prepared. If she can conform to this new scheme of living, we shall be the happiest couple perhaps in the province. And then, as a reward, he might let her have the nice mirror back. Less sexist than most men of his day, Franklin also aimed his barbs at men. Afterwit's letter was answered 2 weeks later by one from another Franklin creation, Celia Single. With the delightful, gossipy voice of his other female characters, such as Silence Dogood and Alice Addertongue, Single recounts a visit to a friend whose husband is trying to replicate Afterwit's approach. A raucous argument ensues. "There is neither sin nor shame in knitting a pair of stockings," the husband says. She replies, "There are poor women enough in town that can knit." Single finally leaves, knowing that a man and his wife are apt to quarrel more violently when before strangers than when by themselves. She later hears that the knitting thread ended up in the fireplace. Single, or rather Franklin, goes on to admonish Franklin for publishing more tales of self-indulgent women than men. "If I were disposed to be censorious, I could furnish you with instances enough," she says, then proceeds to rattle off a long list of men who waste their time playing pool, dice, or checkers, and buying fancy clothes. Finally, Franklin has her cleverly poke at his veil of pseudonymity. "There are holes enough to be picked in your coat as well as others, and those who are affronted by the satires you may publish will not consider so much who wrote as who printed." On a more serious and less modern note, Franklin published 4 weeks after he married Rules and Maxims for Promoting Matrimonial Happiness. He began with a paean to marriage, the surest and most lasting foundation of comfort and love. However, the folly of some who enter into it often makes it a state of the most exquisite wretchedness and misery. He apologized for aiming his advice at women, as men were in fact more faulty. "But the reason is because I esteem them better disposed to receive and practice it." Among his rules: avoid all thoughts of managing your husband. Never deceive him or make him uneasy. Accept that he is a man, not an angel. Resolve every morning to be good-natured and cheerful. Remember the word obey in your marriage vows. Do not dispute with him. And deny yourself the trivial satisfaction of having your own will. A woman's power and happiness, Franklin wrote, has no other foundation than her husband's esteem and love. Therefore, a wife should share and soothe his cares, and with the utmost diligence conceal his infirmities. And when it comes to sex, let the tenderness of your conjugal love be expressed with such decency, delicacy, and prudence as that it may appear plainly and thoroughly distinct from the designing fondness of a harlot. Franklin's essays and fictional letters make it clear that he entered into his union with Deborah holding some traditional views on matrimony. Wives should be supportive. Households should be run frugally and industriously. Fortunately for him, Deborah tended to share those views. In general, she had plain tastes, a willingness to work, and a desire to please her spouse. Of course, as he might have pointed out, the same could be said of him at the time. And so they settled into a partnership that was both more and less than a conventional marriage. A tireless collaborator both in the house and at work, Deborah handled most of the accounts and expanded their shop's inventory to include ointments made by her mother, Crown soap made by Franklin's Boston relatives, coffee, tea, chocolate, saffron, cheese, fish, and various other sundries. She strained her eyes binding books and sewing clothes by candlelight. And though her spelling and choice of words reflected her lack of education, the sexton of the church was noted as the Seck-stone, S-E-C-K-S-T-O-N-E, and one customer was called Mary the Papist. Her copious entries in their shop book are a delightful record of the times. Franklin's affection for her grew from his pride at her industry. Many years later, when he was in London arguing before the House of Commons that unfair taxes would lead to boycotts of British manufacturers, he asserted that he had never been prouder than when he was a young tradesman and wore only clothes that had been made by his wife. But Deborah was not merely a submissive or meek partner to the man she so often addressed, as he did her, as "my dear child," and whom she sometimes publicly called Pappy. She had a fierce temper, which Franklin invariably defended. "Don't you know that all wives are in the right?" he asked a nephew who was having a dispute with Deborah. Soon after their marriage, he wrote a piece called A Scolding Wife, in which he defended assertive women by saying they tended to be active in the business of the family, special good housewives, and very careful of their husbands' interests. The only extant painting of Deborah makes her appear to be a sensible and determined woman, plump and plain but not unattractive. In a letter he wrote her years later from London, he described a mug he was sending and compared it to her. "I fell in love with it at first sight, for I thought it looked like a fat, jolly dame, clean and tidy, with a neat blue and white calico gown on, good-natured and lovely, and just put me in mind of somebody." It was a relationship that did not inspire great romantic verse, but it did produce an endearing ballad that he put into the mouth of Poor Richard. In it, Franklin paid tribute to "my plain country Joan," and blessed the day he made her his own. Among the lyrics: "Not a word of her shape, or her face, or her eyes, of flames or of darts shall you hear. Though I beauty admire, 'tis virtue I prize, which fades not in 70 years. In peace and good order my household she guides, right careful to save what I gain, yet cheerfully spends and smiles on the friends I've the pleasure to entertain. The best have some faults, and so has my Joan, but then they're exceedingly small. And now I'm used to 'em, they're so like my own, I can scarcely feel them at all." Over the years, Franklin would outgrow Deborah in many ways. Though they shared values, he was far more worldly and intellectual than she was or ever wanted to be. There is some evidence that she may have been born in Birmingham and brought to America as a young child, but during her adult life she seems never to have spent a night away from Philadelphia, and she lived most of her life on Market Street, within 2 blocks of the house where she was raised. Franklin, on the other hand, loved to travel, and although he would in later years occasionally express some hope that she would accompany him, he knew that she was not so inclined. He seemed to sense that she would not be socially comfortable in his new realms. So, in this regard, they respected each other's independence, perhaps to a fault. For 15 of the last 17 years of Deborah's life, Franklin would be away, including when she died. Nevertheless, their mutual affection, respect, and loyalty, and their sense of partnership, would endure. Francis. 2 years into their marriage, in October 1732, Deborah gave birth to a son. Francis Folger Franklin, known as Frankie, was doted on by both parents. He had his portrait painted when still a baby, and his father advertised for a tutor to teach both his children when Francis was 2 and William about 4. For the rest of his life, Franklin would marvel at the memory of how precocious, curious, and special Frankie was. These were, alas, destined to be only sorrowful memories. In one of the few searing tragedies of Franklin's life, Frankie died of smallpox just after his 4th birthday. On his grave, Franklin chose a simple epitaph: "The delight of all who knew him." The bitter irony was that Franklin had become a fervent advocate of smallpox vaccinations after they had been ridiculed in the New England Courant when Franklin worked there for his brother. In the years preceding Frankie's birth, he had editorialized in the Pennsylvania Gazette in support of inoculations and published statistics showing how effective they were. In 1730, for example, he wrote an account of a Boston epidemic in which most people who had been vaccinated were spared. He had planned to inoculate Frankie, but he had delayed doing so because the boy had been ill with the flux. In a sad announcement that appeared in his paper a week after the boy's death, Franklin denied rumors that he died from being vaccinated. "I do hereby sincerely declare that he was not inoculated, but received the distemper in the common way of infection." He went on to declare his belief that inoculation was a safe and beneficial practice. The memory of Frankie was one of the few things ever to cause Franklin painful reflections. When his sister Jane wrote to him in London years later with happy news about his grandsons, Franklin responded that it brings often afresh to my mind the idea of my son Frankie, though now dead 36 years, whom I have seldom since seen equaled in everything, and whom to this day I cannot think of without a sigh. Adding to the poignancy, Franklin had written for his paper, while Frankie was still alive, an unusually deep rumination on the death of infants, which was occasioned by the death of a neighbor's child. Drawing on his observation of the tiny Frankie, he described the magical beauty of babies. "What curious joints and hinges on which limbs are moved to and fro! What an inconceivable variety of nerves, veins, arteries, fibers, and little invisible parts are found in every member! What endless contrivances to secure life, to nourish nature, and to propagate the same to future animals!" How could it be, Franklin then asked, that a good and merciful Creator should produce myriads of such exquisite machines to no other end or purpose but to be deposited in the dark chambers of the grave before they were old enough to know good from evil or to serve their fellow man and their God? The answer, he admitted, was beyond our mortal ken to understand. When nature gave us tears, she gave us leave to weep. Defining his God. When we last took Franklin's spiritual pulse in London, he had written his ill-conceived dissertation on liberty and necessity, which attacked the idea of free will and much of Calvinist theology, and then he had repudiated the pamphlet as an embarrassing erratum. That left him in a religious quandary. He no longer believed in the received dogmas of his Puritan upbringing, which taught that man could achieve salvation only through God's grace rather than through good works. But he was uncomfortable embracing a simple and unenhanced version of deism, the Enlightenment-era creed that reason and the study of nature, instead of divine revelation, tell us all we can know about our Creator. The deists he knew, including his younger self, had turned out to be squirrely in their morals. On his return to Philadelphia, Franklin showed little interest in organized religion, and even less in attending Sunday services. Still, he continued to hold some basic religious beliefs, among them the existence of the deity and that the most acceptable service of God was doing good to man. He was tolerant toward all sects, particularly those that work to make the world a better place, and he made sure to avoid all discourse that might tend to lessen the good opinion another might have of his own religion. Because he believed that churches were useful to the community, he paid his annual subscription to support the town's Presbyterian minister, the Reverend Jedediah Andrews. One day, Andrews prevailed on him to sample his Sunday sermons, which Franklin did for 5 weeks. Unfortunately, he found them uninteresting and unedifying, since not a single moral principle was inculcated or enforced, their aim seeming to be rather to make us good Presbyterians than good citizens. On his final visit, the reading from the Scripture, Philippians 4th chapter, 8th verse, related to virtue. It was a topic dear to Franklin's heart, and he hoped that Andrews would expound on the concept in his sermon. Instead, the minister focused only on dogma and doctrine, without offering any practical thoughts about virtue. Franklin was disgusted, and he reverted to spending his Sundays reading and writing on his own. Franklin began to clarify his religious beliefs through a series of essays and letters. In them, he adopted a creed that would last the rest of his life: a virtuous, morally fortified, and pragmatic version of deism. Unlike most pure deists, he concluded that it was useful, and thus probably correct, to believe that a faith in God should inform our daily actions. But, like other deists, his faith was devoid of sectarian dogma, burning spirituality, deep soul-searching, or a personal relationship to Christ. The first of these religious essays was a paper for my own private use, written in November 1728, entitled Articles of Belief and Acts of Religion. Unlike his London dissertation, which was clogged with convoluted imitations of analytic philosophy, it was elegant and sparse. He began with a simple affirmation: I believe there is one supreme, most perfect being. It was an important statement, because some mushier deists shied even from going that far. As Diderot once quipped, a deist is someone who has not lived long enough to become an atheist. Franklin lived very long, and despite the suspicions of John Adams and others that he was a closet atheist, he repeatedly and indeed increasingly asserted his belief in a supreme God. In the deist tradition, Franklin's supreme being was somewhat distant and uninvolved in our daily travails. I imagine it great vanity in me to suppose that the supremely perfect does in the least regard such an inconsiderable nothing as man, he wrote. He added his belief that this infinite Father was far above wanting our praise or prayers. There is in all humans, however, a desire and a deeply felt duty to worship a more intimate God, Franklin surmised. Therefore, he wrote, The Supreme Being causes there to be lesser and more personal gods for mortal men to worship. Franklin thus has it both ways, combining the deist concept of God as a distant first cause with the belief of other religions that worship a God who is directly involved in people's lives. The result is a supreme being that can be manifest in various ways, depending on the needs of different worshipers. Some commentators, most notably A. Owen Aldridge, read this literally as Franklin's embracing some sort of polytheism, with a bevy of lesser gods overseeing various realms and planets. Occasionally, throughout his life, Franklin would refer to the gods, but these later references are quite casual and colloquial, and Franklin seems to be speaking more figuratively than literally in his 1728 paper. As Cary Walters writes in Benjamin Franklin and His Gods, it is an error to presume they point to a literal polytheism. Such a conclusion is as philosophically bizarre as it is textually unwarranted. Given the difficulties Franklin sometimes seems to have in believing in one God, it seems unlikely he could find himself believing in many. Franklin went on to outline how he viewed and worshipped his own personal God. This involved offering suitable prayers, and Franklin produced a whole liturgy that he had composed. It also required acting virtuously, and Franklin engaged in a moral calculus that was very pragmatic and even somewhat utilitarian. I believe he is pleased and delights in the happiness of those he has created, and since without virtue man can have no happiness in this world, I firmly believe he delights to see me virtuous. In a paper he subsequently read to his friends in the junto, Franklin elaborated his religious beliefs by exploring the issue of divine providence, the extent to which God gets involved in worldly matters. The Puritans believed in a detailed and intimate involvement, called special providence, and regularly prayed to God for very specific intercessions. As Calvin himself put it, supposing that he remains tranquilly in heaven without caring for the world, outrageously deprives God of all effective power. Most deists, on the other hand, believed in a general providence, in which God expresses his will through the laws of nature he set in motion, instead of by micromanaging our daily lives. As was typical, Franklin sought a pragmatic resolution in his junto talk, which he called On the Providence of God in the Government of the World. He began by apologizing to my intimate pot companions for being rather unqualified to speak on spiritual matters. His study of nature, he said, convinced him that God created the universe and was infinitely wise, good, and powerful. He then explored 4 possibilities. 1. God predetermined and predestined everything that happens, eliminating all possibility of free will. 2. He left things to proceed according to natural laws and the free will of his creatures and never interferes. 3. He predestined some things and left some things to free will, but still never interferes. 4. He sometimes interferes by his particular providence and sets aside the effects which would otherwise have been produced by any of the above causes. Franklin ended up settling on the 4th option, but not because he could prove it. Instead, it resulted from a process of elimination and a sense of which belief would be most useful for people to hold. Any of the first 3 options would mean that God is not infinitely powerful or good or wise. We are then necessarily driven into the fourth supposition, he wrote. He admitted that many find it contradictory to believe both that God is infinitely powerful and that men have free will. It was the conundrum that stymied him in the London dissertation he wrote and then renounced. But if God is indeed all-powerful, Franklin reasoned, he surely is able to find a way to give the creatures he made in his image some of his free will. Franklin's conclusion had, as might be expected, practical consequences. People should love God and pray to him for his favor and protection. He did not, however, stray too far from deism. He placed little faith in the use of prayers for specific personal requests or miracles. In an irreverent letter he later wrote to his brother John, he calculated that 45 million prayers were offered in all of New England seeking victory over a fortified French garrison in Canada. If you do not succeed, I fear I shall have but an indifferent opinion of Presbyterian prayers in such cases as long as I live. Indeed, in attacking strong towns, I should have more dependence on works than on faith. Above all, Franklin's beliefs were driven by pragmatism. The final sentence of his Junto talk stressed that it was socially useful for people to believe in the version of divine providence and free will that he proposed. This religion will be a powerful regulator of our actions, give us peace and tranquility within our own minds, and render us benevolent, useful, and beneficial to others. Not all of Franklin's religious musings were this earnest. Around the time of his Junto paper, he wrote for his newspaper a tale called A Witch Trial at Mount Holly, which was a delightful parody of Puritan mystical beliefs clashing with scientific experimentation. The accused witches were to be subjected to 2 tests, weighed on a scale against the Bible, and tossed in the river with hands and feet bound to see if they floated. They agree to submit to these tests on the condition that 2 of the accusers take the same test. With colorful details of all the ridiculous pomp, Franklin described the process. The accused and accusers all succeed in outweighing the Bible. But both of the accused and one of the accusers fail to sink in the river, thus indicating that they are witches. The more intelligent spectators conclude from this that most people naturally float. The others are not so sure, and they resolve to wait until summer, when the experiment could be tried with the subjects unclothed. Franklin's free thinking unnerved his family. When his parents wrote of their concern over his erroneous opinions, Franklin replied with a letter that spelled out a religious philosophy based on tolerance and utility that would last his life. It would be vain, he wrote, for any person to insist that all the doctrines he holds are true and all he rejects are false. The same could be said of the opinions of different religions as well. They should be evaluated, the young pragmatist said, by their utility. I think opinions should be judged by their influences and effects. And if a man holds none that tend to make him less virtuous or more vicious, it may be concluded that he holds none that are dangerous, which I hope is the case with me. He had little use for the doctrinal distinctions his mother worried about. I think vital religion has always suffered when orthodoxy is more regarded than virtue, and the Scripture assures me that at the last day we shall not be examined by what we thought, but what we did, that we did good to our fellow creatures. See Matthew, chapter 26. His parents, a bit more versed in the Scripture, probably caught that he meant Matthew chapter 25. They did, nonetheless, eventually stop worrying about his heresies. The Moral Perfection Project. Franklin's historical reputation has been largely shaped, for disciples and detractors alike, by his account in his autobiography of the famous project he launched to attain moral perfection. This rather odd endeavor, which involved sequentially practicing a list of virtues, seems at once so earnest and mechanical that one cannot help either admiring him or ridiculing him. As the novelist D.H. Lawrence later sneered, he made himself a list of virtues which he trotted inside like a gray nag in a paddock. So it's important to note the hints of irony and self-deprecation in his droll recollection, written when he was 79, of what he wryly dubbed the bold and arduous project of arriving at moral perfection. His account has touches of the amused by his younger self tone to be found in the diverting little tales he wrote in France at the same time that he was writing this part of his autobiography. Yet it should also be noted that as a young man, he seemed to approach his moral perfection program with an endearing sincerity, and even as an old man seemed proud of its worthiness. Franklin began his quest around the time he ended his unsatisfactory visits to Presbyterian services and started spelling out his own religious creed. The endeavor was typically pragmatic. It contained no abstract philosophizing nor any reference to religious doctrines. As he later noted with pride, it was not merely an exhortation to be virtuous. It was also a practical guide on how to achieve that goal. First, he made a list of 12 virtues he thought desirable, and to each he appended a short definition. Temperance: eat not to dullness, drink not to elevation. Silence: speak not but what may benefit others or yourself. Avoid trifling conversation. Order: let all your things have their places. Let each part of your business have its time. Resolution: resolve to perform what you ought. Perform without fail what you resolve. Frugality: make no expense but to do good to others or yourself. That is, waste nothing. Industry: lose no time. Be always employed in something useful. Cut off all unnecessary actions. Sincerity: use no hurtful deceit. Think innocently and justly, and if you speak, speak accordingly. Justice: wrong none by doing injuries or omitting the benefits that are your duty. Moderation: avoid extremes. Forbear resenting injuries so much as you think they deserve. Cleanliness: tolerate no uncleanliness in body, clothes, or habitation. Tranquility: be not disturbed at trifles or at accidents common or unavoidable. Chastity: rarely use venery but for health or offspring, never to dullness, weakness, or the injury of your own or another's peace or reputation. A Quaker friend kindly informed him that he had left something off. Franklin was often guilty of pride, the friend said, citing many examples, and could be overbearing and rather insolent. So Franklin added humility to be the 13th virtue on his list. Imitate Jesus and Socrates. The descriptions, such as the notably lenient one for chastity, were rather revealing. so too was the endeavor itself. It was also in its passion for self-improvement through diligent resolve enchantingly American. Franklin's focus was on traits that could help him succeed in this world instead of ones that would exalt his soul for the hereafter. Franklin celebrated a characteristically bourgeois set of virtues, writes social theorist David Brooks. These are not heroic virtues. They don't fire the imagination or arouse the passions like the aristocratic love of honor. They are not particularly spiritual virtues, but they are practical, and they are democratic. The set of virtues was also, as Edmund Morgan and others have pointed out, somewhat selfish. It did not include benevolence or charity, for example. But in fairness, we must remember that this was a young tradesman's plan for self-improvement, not a full-blown statement of his morality. Benevolence was and would continue to be a motivating ideal for him, and charity, as Morgan notes, was actually the guiding principle of Franklin's life. The fundamental tenet of his morality, he repeatedly declared, was, "The most acceptable service to God is doing good to man." Mastering all of these 13 virtues at once was a task of more difficulty than I had imagined, Franklin recalled. The problem was that while my care was employed in guarding against one fault, I was often surprised by another. So he decided to tackle them like a person who, having a garden to weed, does not attempt to eradicate all the bad herbs at once, which would exceed his reach and his strength, but works on one of the beds at a time. On the pages of a little notebook, he made a chart with 7 red columns for the days of the week and 13 rows labeled with his virtues. Infractions were marked with a black spot. The first week he focused on temperance, trying to keep that line clear while not worrying about the other lines. With that virtue strengthened, he could turn his attention to the next one, silence, hoping that the temperance line would stay clear as well. In the course of the year, he would complete the 13-week cycle 4 times. "I was surprised to find myself so much fuller of faults than I had imagined," he dryly noted. In fact, his notebook became filled with holes as he erased the marks in order to reuse the pages. So he transferred his charts to ivory tablets that could be more easily wiped clean. His greatest difficulty was with the virtue of order. He was a sloppy man, and he eventually decided that he was so busy and had such a good memory that he didn't need to be too orderly. He likened himself to the hurried man who goes to have his axe polished, but after a while loses patience and declares, "I think I like a speckled axe best." In addition, as he recounted with amusement, he developed another convenient rationalization. Something that pretended to be reason was every now and then suggesting to me that such extreme nicety as I exacted of myself might be a kind of foppery in morals, which, if it were known, would make me ridiculous. That a perfect character might be attended with the inconvenience of being envied and hated. Humility was also a problem. I cannot boast of much success in acquiring the reality of this virtue, but I had a good deal with regard to the appearance of it, he wrote, echoing what he had said about how he had acquired the appearance of industry by carting his own paper through the streets of Philadelphia. There is perhaps no one of our natural passions so hard to subdue as pride. Disguise it, struggle with it, beat it down, stifle it, mortify it as much as one pleases, it is still alive, and will every now and then peep out and show itself. This battle against pride would challenge and amuse him for the rest of his life. You will see it perhaps often in this history. for even if I could conceive that I had completely overcome it, I would probably be proud of my humility." Indeed, he would always indulge a bit of pride in discussing his moral perfection project. 50 years later, as he flirted with the ladies of France, he would pull out the old ivory slates and show off his virtues, causing one French friend to exult at touching this precious booklet. Enlightenment Creed. This plan for pursuing virtue, combined with the religious outlook that he had simultaneously been formulating, laid the foundation for a lifelong creed. It was based on pragmatic humanism and a belief in a benevolent but distant deity who was best served by being benevolent to others. Franklin's ideas never ripened into a profound moral or religious philosophy. He focused on understanding virtue rather than God's grace, and he based his creed on rational utility rather than religious faith. His outlook contained some vestiges of his Puritan upbringing, most notably an inclination toward frugality, lack of pretense, and a belief that God appreciates those who are industrious. But he detached these concepts from Puritan orthodoxy about the salvation of the elect and from other tenets that he did not consider useful in improving earthly conduct. His life shows, the Yale scholar A. Whitney Griswold has noted, what Puritan habits detached from Puritan beliefs were capable of achieving. He was also less inward-looking than Cotton Mather or other Puritans. Indeed, he poked fun at professions of faith that served little worldly purpose. As A. Owen Aldridge writes, "The Puritans were known for their constant introspection, fretting about sins, real or imaginary, and agonizing about the uncertainty of their salvation. Absolutely none of this soul-searching appears in Franklin. One can scrutinize his work from first page to last without finding a single note of spiritual anxiety." Likewise, he had little use for the sentimental subjectivity of the Romantic era, with its emphasis on the emotional and inspirational, that began rising in Europe and then America during the latter part of his life. As a result, he would be criticized by such romantic exemplars as Keats, Carlyle, Emerson, Thoreau, Poe, and Melville. Instead, he fits squarely into the tradition, indeed was the first great American exemplar, of the Enlightenment and its Age of Reason. That movement, which rose in Europe in the late 17th century, was defined by an emphasis on reason and observable experience, a mistrust of religious orthodoxy and traditional authority, and an optimism about education and progress. To this mix, Franklin added elements of his own pragmatism. He was able, as novelist John Updike and historian Henry Steele Commager, among others, have noted, to appreciate the energies inherent in Puritanism, and to liberate them from rigid dogma so they could flower in the free-thinking atmosphere of the Enlightenment. In his writings about religion over the next 5 decades, Franklin rarely displayed much fervor. This is largely because he felt it was futile to wrestle with theological questions about which he had no empirical evidence and thus no rational basis for forming an opinion. Thunderbolts from heaven were, for him, something to be captured by a kite string and studied. As a result, he was a prophet of tolerance. Focusing on doctrinal disputes was divisive, he felt, and trying to ascertain divine certainties was beyond our mortal ken. Nor did he think that such endeavors were socially useful. The purpose of religion should be to make men better and to improve society, and any sect or creed that did so was fine with him. Describing his moral improvement project in his autobiography, he wrote, "There was in it no mark of any of the distinguishing tenets of any particular sect. I had purposely avoided them. For being fully persuaded of the utility and excellency of my method, and that it might be serviceable to people in all religions, and intending some time or other to publish it, I would not have anything in it that should prejudice anyone of any sect against it." This simplicity of Franklin's creed meant that it was sneered at by sophisticates and disqualified from inclusion in the canon of profound philosophy. Albert Smythe, who compiled volumes of Franklin's papers in the 19th century, proclaimed, "His philosophy never got beyond the homely maxims of worldly prudence." But Franklin freely admitted that his religious and moral views were not based on profound analysis or metaphysical thinking. As he declared to a friend later in life, "The great uncertainty I found in metaphysical reasonings disgusted me, and I quitted that kind of reading and study for others more satisfactory." What he found more satisfactory, more than metaphysics or poetry or exalted romantic sentiments, was looking at things in a pragmatic and practical way. Did they have beneficial consequences? For him, there was a connection between civic virtue and religious virtue, between serving his fellow man and honoring God. He was unashamed by the simplicity of this creed, as he explained in a sweet letter to his wife. "God is very good to us," he wrote. "Let us show our sense of his goodness to us by continuing to do good to our fellow creatures." Poor Richard and the Way to Wealth. Poor Richard's Almanac, which Franklin began publishing at the end of 1732, combined the two goals of his doing well by doing good philosophy, the making of money and the promotion of virtue. It became, in the course of its 25-year run, America's first great humor classic. The fictional Poor Richard Saunders and his nagging wife Bridget, like their predecessors Silence Dogood, Anthony Afterwit, and Alice Attertongue, helped to define what would become a dominant tradition in American folk humor: the naively wicked wit and homespun wisdom of down-home characters who seem to be charmingly innocent, but are sharply pointed about the pretensions of the elite and the follies of everyday life. Poor Richard and other such characters appear as disarming plain folk, the better to convey wicked insights, notes historian Alan Taylor. A long line of humorists, from Davy Crockett and Mark Twain to Garrison Keillor, still rework the prototypes created by Franklin. Almanacs were a sweet source of annual revenue for a printer, easily outselling even the Bible, because they had to be bought anew each year. 6 were being published in Philadelphia at the time, 2 of which were printed by Franklin: Thomas Godfrey's and John German's. But after falling out with Godfrey over his failed matchmaking and losing German to his rival Andrew Bradford, Franklin found himself in the fall of 1732 with no almanac to help make his press profitable. So he hastily assembled his own. In format and style, it was like other almanacs, most notably that of Titan Leeds, who was publishing, as his father had before him, Philadelphia's most popular version. The name Poor Richard, a slight oxymoron pun, echoed that of Poor Robin's Almanac, which had been published by Franklin's brother James. and Richard Saunders happened to be the real name of a noted almanac writer in England in the late 17th century. Franklin, however, added his own distinctive flair. He used his pseudonym to permit himself some ironic distance, and he ginned up a running feud with his rival, Titan Leeds, by predicting and later fabricating his death. As his ad in the Pennsylvania Gazette immodestly promised, "Just published for 1733, Poor Richard, an almanac, containing the lunations, eclipses, planets' motions and aspects, weather, sun and moon's rising and setting, high water, etc., besides many pleasant and witty verses, jests and sayings, author's motive of writing, prediction of the death of his friend Mr. Titan Leeds, by Richard Saunders, Philomath, printed and sold by B. Franklin, price 3 shillings 6 per dozen." Years later, Franklin would recall that he regarded his almanac as a vehicle for conveying instruction among the common folk, therefore filled it with proverbs that inculcated industry and frugality as the means of procuring wealth and thereby securing virtue. At the same time, however, he also had another motive, about which he was quite forthright. The beauty of inventing a fictional author was that he could poke fun at himself by admitting, only half in jest, through the pen of Poor Richard, that money was his main motivation. "I might in this place attempt to gain thy favor by declaring that I write almanacs with no other view than that of the public good. But in this I should not be sincere," Poor Richard began his first preface. "The plain truth of the matter is I am excessive poor, and my wife has threatened more than once to burn all my books and rattling traps, as she calls my instruments, if I do not make some profitable use of them for the good of my family." Poor Richard went on to predict the inexorable death of his rival Titan Leeds, giving the exact day and hour. It was a prank borrowed from Jonathan Swift. Leeds fell into the trap, and in his own almanac for 1734, written after the date of his predicted death, called Franklin a conceited scribbler who had manifested himself a fool and a liar. Franklin, with his own printing press, had the luxury of reading Leeds before he published his own 1734 edition. In it, Poor Richard responded that all of these defamatory protestations indicate that the real Leeds must indeed be dead, and his new almanac a hoax by someone else. Mr. Leeds was too well bred to use any man so indecently and scurrilously, and moreover, his esteem and affection for me was extraordinary. In his almanac for 1735, Franklin again ridiculed his deceased rival's sharp responses. "Titan Leeds, when living, would not have used me so," and also caught Leeds in a language mishap. Leeds had declared it was untrue that he had himself predicted that he would survive until the date in question. Franklin retorted that if it were untrue that he survived until then, he must therefore be really defunct and dead. "'Tis plain to every one that reads his last 2 almanacs," Poor Richard jibed, "no man living would or could write such stuff." Even after Leeds in fact did die in 1738, Franklin did not relent. He printed a letter from Leeds's ghost, admitting that "I did actually die at that time, precisely at the hour you mentioned, with a variation only of 5 minutes 53 seconds. Franklin then had the ghost make a prediction about Poor Richard's other rival. John German would convert to Catholicism in the coming year. Franklin kept up this jest for 4 years, even while he had once again the contract to print German's almanac. Jermyn's good humor finally ran out, and in 1743 he took his business back to Bradford. The reader may expect a reply from me to R.S. alias B.F.'s way of proving me no Protestant, he wrote, adding that because of that witty performance he shall not have the benefit of my almanac for this year.
This ends Disc 4. Benjamin Franklin, Disc 5.
Franklin had fun hiding behind the veil of Poor Richard, but he also occasionally enjoyed poking through the veil. In 1736, he had Poor Richard deny rumors that he was just a fiction. He would not, he said, have taken any notice of so idle a report if it had not been for the sake of my printer, to whom my enemies are pleased to ascribe my productions, and who, it seems, is as unwilling to father my offspring as I am to lose credit of it. The following year, Poor Richard blamed his printer, Franklin, for causing some mistakes in the weather forecasts by moving them around to fit in holidays. And in 1739, he lamented that his printer was pocketing his profits, but added, "I do not grudge it him. He is a man I have great regard for." Richard and Bridget Saunders did in many ways reflect Benjamin and Deborah Franklin. In the almanac for 1738, Franklin had the fictional Bridget take a turn at writing the preface for Poor Richard. This was shortly after Deborah Franklin had bought her husband the china breakfast bowl, and it came at the time when Franklin's newspaper pieces were poking fun at the pretensions of wives who acquire a taste for fancy tea services. Bridget Saunders announced to the reader that year that she had read the preface her husband had composed, discovered he had been slinging some of his old skits at me, and tossed it away. "Cannot I have a little fault or two, but all the country must see it in print? They have already been told at one time that I am proud, another time that I am loud, and that I have a new petticoat, and abundance of such kind of stuff. And now, forsooth, all the world must know that poor Dick's wife has lately taken a fancy to drink a little tea now and then." Lest the connection be missed, she noted that the tea was a present from the printer. Poor Richard's delightful annual prefaces never, alas, became as famous as the maxims and sayings that Franklin scattered in the margins of his almanacs each year, such as the most famous of all: "Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise." Franklin would have been amused by how faithfully these were praised by subsequent advocates of self-improvement, and he would likely have been even more amused by the humorists who later poked fun at them. In a sketch with the ironic title "The Late Benjamin Franklin," Mark Twain jibed, "As if it were any object to a boy to be healthy and wealthy and wise on such terms. The sorrow that maxim has cost me, through my parents experimenting on me with it, tongue cannot tell. The legitimate result is my present state of general debility, indigence, and mental aberration. My parents used to have me up before 9 o'clock in the morning, sometimes when I was a boy. If they had let me take my natural rest, where would I have been now? Keeping store, no doubt, and respected by all." Groucho Marx, in his memoirs, also picked up the theme. "Early to bed, early to rise, makes a man you-know-what. This is a lot of hoopla. Most wealthy people I know like to sleep late, and will fire the help if they are disturbed before 3 in the afternoon. You don't see Marilyn Monroe getting up at 6 in the morning. The truth is, I don't see Marilyn Monroe getting up at any hour, more's the pity." Most of Poor Richard's sayings were not, in fact, totally original, as Franklin freely admitted. They contained the wisdom of many ages and nations, he said in his autobiography. And he noted in the final edition that not a 10th part of the wisdom was my own. Even a near version of his early-to-bed and early-to-rise maxim had appeared in a collection of English proverbs a century earlier. Franklin's talent was inventing a few new maxims and polishing up a lot of older ones to make them pithier. For example, the Old English proverb, "Fresh fish and new-come guests smell, but that they are 3 days old," Franklin made, "Fish and visitors stink in 3 days." Likewise, "A muffled cat is no good mouser," became, "The cat in gloves catches no mice." He took the old saying, "Many strokes fell great oaks," and gave it a sharper moral edge. "Little strokes fell great oaks." He also sharpened, "Three may keep a secret if 2 of them are away," into, "Three may keep a secret if 2 of them are dead." And the Scottish saying that "a listening damsel and a speaking castle shall never end with honor" was turned into, "Neither a fortress nor a maidenhead will hold out long after they begin to parley." Even though most of the maxims were adopted from others, they offer insight into his notions of what was useful and amusing. Among the best are, "He's a fool that makes his doctor his heir." "Eat to live, and not live to eat." "He that lies down with dogs shall rise up with fleas." "Where there's marriage without love, there will be love without marriage." "Necessity never made a good bargain." "There's more old drunkards than old doctors." "A good example is the best sermon." "None preaches better than the ant, and she says nothing." "A penny saved is 2 pence clear." "When the well's dry, we know the worth of water." "The sleeping fox catches no poultry." "The used key is always bright." "He that lives on hope dies farting." He later wrote it as dies fasting, and the early version may have been a misprint. "Diligence is the mother of good luck." "He that pursues 2 hares at once does not catch one and lets the other go." "Search others for their virtues, thyself for thy vices." "Kings and bears often worry their keepers." "Haste makes waste." "Make haste slowly." "He who multiplies riches multiplies cares." "He's a fool that cannot conceal his wisdom." "No gains without pains." "Vice knows she's ugly, so puts on her mask." "The most exquisite folly is made of wisdom spun too fine." "Love your enemies, for they will tell you your faults." "The sting of a reproach is the truth of it." "There's a time to wink as well as to see." "Genius without education is like silver in the mine." "There was never a good knife made of bad steel." "Half the truth is often a great lie." "God helps them that help themselves." What distinguished Franklin's almanac was its sly wit. As he was completing his 1738 edition, he wrote a letter in his newspaper using the pen name Philomath that poked at his rivals by giving sarcastic advice about writing almanacs. "A requisite talent," he said, "is a sort of gravity which keeps a due medium between dullness and nonsense." This is because grave men are taken by the common people for wise men. In addition, the author should write sentences and throw out hints that neither himself nor anybody else can understand. As examples, he cited some phrases used by Titan Leeds. In his final edition, completed while on his way to England in 1757, Franklin would sum things up with a fictional speech by an old man named Father Abraham, who strings together all of Poor Richard's adages about the need for frugality and virtue. But Franklin's wry tone was even then still intact. Poor Richard, who was standing in the back of the crowd, reports at the end, "The people heard it and approved the doctrine, and immediately practiced the contrary." All of this made Poor Richard a success and his creator wealthy. The almanac sold 10,000 copies a year, surpassing its Philadelphia rivals. John Peter Zenger, whose famous 1735 libel trial was covered by Franklin's paper, bought 36 dozen one year. James's widow sold about 80 dozen a year. Father Abraham's speech compiling Poor Richard's sayings was published as The Way to Wealth, and became for a time the most famous book to come out of colonial America. Within 40 years, it was reprinted in 145 editions and 7 languages. The French one was entitled La Science du Bonhomme Richard. Through the present, it has gone through more than 1,300 editions. Like Franklin's Moral Perfection Project and autobiography, the sayings of Poor Richard have been criticized for revealing the mind of a penny-saving prig. "It has taken me many years and countless smarts to get out of that barbed wire moral enclosure that Poor Richard rigged up," wrote D.H. Lawrence. But that misses the humor and irony, as well as the nice mix of cleverness and morality that Franklin deftly brewed. It also mistakenly confuses Franklin with the characters he created. The real Franklin was not a moral prude, and he did not dedicate his life to accumulating wealth. "The general foible of mankind," he told a friend, "is in the pursuit of wealth to no end." His goal was to help aspiring tradesmen become more diligent, and thus more able to be useful and virtuous citizens. Poor Richard's almanacs do provide some useful insights into Franklin, especially into his wit and outlook. But by half hiding behind a fictional cutout, Franklin once again followed his Junto rule of revealing his thinking only through indirection. In that, he was acting according to the advice he put in Poor Richard's mouth. "Let all men know thee, but no man know thee thoroughly. Men freely ford that see the shallows." Chapter 5. Public Citizen. Philadelphia, 1731 through 1748. Organizations for the common good. The essence of Franklin is that he was a civic-minded man. He cared more about public behavior than inner piety, and he was more interested in building the city of man than the city of God. The maxim he had proclaimed on his first trip back from London, "Man is a sociable being," was reflected not only in his personal collegiality, but also in his belief that benevolence was the binding virtue of society. As Poor Richard put it, "He that drinks his cider alone, let him catch his horse alone." This gregarious outlook would lead him, as a 20-something printer during the 1730s, to use his Junto to launch a variety of community organizations, including a lending library, fire brigade, and night watchman corps, and later a hospital, militia, and college. "The good men may do separately," he wrote, "is small compared with what they may do collectively." Franklin picked up his penchant for forming do-good associations from Cotton Mather and others. But his organizational fervor and galvanizing personality made him the most influential force in instilling this as an enduring part of American life. Americans of all ages, all stations in life, and all types of dispositions are forever forming associations, Tocqueville famously marveled. Hospitals, prisons, and schools take shape this way. Tocqueville came to the conclusion that there was an inherent struggle in America between two opposing impulses: the spirit of rugged individualism versus the conflicting spirit of community and association building. Franklin would have disagreed. A fundamental aspect of Franklin's life, and of the American society he helped to create, was that individualism and communitarianism, so seemingly contradictory, were interwoven. The frontier attracted barn-raising pioneers who were ruggedly individualistic, as well as fiercely supportive of their community. Franklin was the epitome of this admixture of self-reliance and civic involvement, and what he exemplified became part of the American character. Franklin's subscription library, which was the first of its type in America, began when he suggested to his junto that each member bring books to the clubhouse so that the others could use them. It worked well enough, but money was needed to supplement and care for the collection. So he decided to recruit subscribers who would pay dues for the right to borrow books, most of which would be imported from London. The Library Company of Philadelphia was incorporated in 1731, when Franklin was 27. Its motto, written by Franklin, reflected the connection he made between goodness and godliness. Communiter bona profundere Deum est. To pour forth benefits for the common good is divine. Raising funds was not easy. So few were the readers at the time in Philadelphia, and the majority of us so poor, that I was not able with great industry to find more than 50 persons, mostly young tradesmen, willing to pay. In doing so, he learned one of his pragmatic lessons about jealousy and modesty. He found that people were reluctant to support a proposer of any useful project that might be supposed to raise one's reputation. So he put himself, as much as I could, out of sight, and gave credit for the idea to his friends. This method worked so well that I ever after practiced it on such occasions. People will eventually give you the credit, he noted, if you don't try to claim it at the time. The present little sacrifice of your vanity will afterwards be amply repaid. The choice of books, recommended by learned Philadelphians such as James Logan, a wealthy fur trader and gentleman scholar whom Franklin got the chance to befriend for this purpose, reflected Franklin's practical nature. Of the first 45 bought, there were 9 on science, 8 on history, and 8 on politics. Most of the rest were reference books. There were no novels, dramas, poetry, or great literature other than 2 classics, Homer and Virgil. Franklin spent an hour or 2 each day reading the books in the library, and thus repaired in some degree the loss of the learned education my father once intended for me. His involvement also helped him climb socially. The junto was composed mainly of poor tradesmen, but the library company allowed Franklin to elicit the patronage of some of the more distinguished gentlemen of the town, and also begin a lifelong friendship with Peter Collinson, a London merchant who agreed to help acquire the books. Eventually, the idea of local subscription libraries caught on in the rest of the colonies, and so did the benefits. "These libraries have improved the general conversation of the Americans," Franklin later noted, "and made the common tradesmen and farmers as intelligent as most gentlemen from other countries." The Library Company thrives to this day. With 500,000 books and 160,000 manuscripts, it remains a significant historical repository and is the oldest cultural institution in the United States. Franklin often floated his ideas for civic improvements by writing under a pseudonym for his paper. Using the name Pennsylvanus, he wrote a description of the brave men who volunteer to fight fires and suggested that those who didn't join them should help bear the expense of ladders, buckets, and pumps. A year later, in an essay he read to the Junto and subsequently published as a letter to his newspaper, he proposed the formation of a fire company. Again, taking care not to claim credit, he pretended the letter was written by an old man, who, in declaring that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, sounded quite like Poor Richard. Philadelphia had a lot of spirited volunteers, he noted, but they lacked order and method. They should therefore consider following the example of Boston, he said, and organize into firefighting clubs with specific duties. Always a stickler for specifics, Franklin helpfully enumerated these duties in great detail. There should be wardens who carry a red staff of 5 feet, as well as axemen and hookmen and other specialties. "This was much spoken of as a useful piece," Franklin recalled in his autobiography. So he set about organizing the Union Fire Company, which was incorporated in 1736. He was fastidious in detailing its rules and the fines that would be levied for infractions. This being a Franklin scheme, it included a social component as well. They met for dinner once a month, for a social evening together, discussing and communicating such ideas as occurred to us on the subject of fires. So many people wanted to join that, like the Junto, it spawned sister fire companies around town. Franklin remained actively involved in the Union Fire Company for years. In 1743, the Gazette carried a little notice. "Lost at the late fire on Water Street, 2 leather buckets marked B. Franklin and Company. Whoever brings them to the printer hereof shall be satisfied for their trouble." 50 years later, when he returned from Paris after the Revolution, he would gather the 4 remaining members of the company along with their leather buckets for meetings. Franklin also sought to improve the town's ineffective police forces. At the time, the ragtag groups of watchmen were managed by constables who either enlisted neighbors or dunned them a fee to avoid service. This resulted in roaming gangs that made a little money and, Franklin noted, spent most of the night getting drunk. Once again, Franklin suggested a solution in a paper he wrote for his Junto. It proposed that full-time watchmen be funded by a property tax levied according to the value of each home, and it included one of the first arguments in America for progressive taxation. It was unfair, he wrote, that a poor widow housekeeper, all of whose property to be guarded by the watch did not perhaps exceed the value of £50, paid as much as the wealthiest merchant, who had thousands of pounds worth of goods in his stores. Unlike the fire associations, these police patrols were conceived as a government function and needed assembly approval. Consequently, they did not get formed until 1752, when the members of our clubs were grown more in influence. By that time, Franklin was an assemblyman, and he helped draft the detailed legislation on how the Watchmen would be organized. The Freemasons. One fraternal association, more exalted than the junto, already existed in Philadelphia, and it seemed perfectly tailored to Franklin's aspirations: the Grand Lodge of Free and Accepted Masons. Freemasonry, a semi-secret fraternal organization based on the ancient rituals and symbols of the stone-cutting guilds, had been founded in London in 1717, and its first Philadelphia lodge cropped up in 1727. Like Franklin, the Freemasons were dedicated to fellowship, civic works, and non-sectarian religious tolerance. They also represented, for Franklin, another step up the social ladder. Many of the town's top merchants and lawyers were Freemasons. Social mobility was not very common in the 18th century, but Franklin proudly made it his mission, indeed helped it become part of America's mission, that a tradesman could rise in the world and stand before kings. This was not always easy, and at first he had trouble getting invited to join the Freemasons. So he began printing small, favorable notices about them in his newspaper. When that did not work, he tried a tougher tactic. In December 1730, he ran a long article that purported, based on the papers of a member who had just died, to uncover some of the secrets of the organization, including the fact that most of the secrets were just a hoax. Within a few weeks, he was invited to join, after which the Gazette retracted its December article and printed some small, flattering notices. Franklin became a faithful Freemason. In 1732, he helped draft the bylaws of the Philadelphia Lodge, and 2 years later became the Grand Master and printed its constitution. Franklin's fealty to the Freemasons embroiled him in a scandal that illustrated his aversion to confronting people. In the summer of 1737, a naive apprentice named Daniel Rees wanted to join the group. A gang of rowdy acquaintances, not Freemasons, sought to have sport with him, and concocted a ritual filled with weird oaths, purgatives, and butt-kissing. When they told Franklin of their prank, he laughed and asked for a copy of the fake oaths. A few days later, the hooligans enacted another ceremony, where the hapless Rees was accidentally burned to death by a bowl of flaming brandy. Franklin was not involved, but he was called as a witness in the subsequent manslaughter trial. The newspaper, printed by his rival, Andrew Bradford, no friend of either Franklin or Freemasonry, charged that Franklin was indirectly responsible because he encouraged the tormentors. Responding in his own paper, Franklin admitted that he initially laughed at the prank. But when they came to those circumstances of their giving him a violent purge, leading him to kiss T's posteriors, and administering him the diabolical oath which R read to us, I grew indeed serious. His credibility, however, was not helped by the fact that he had asked to see the oath, and then merrily showed it to friends. News of the tragedy and Franklin's involvement was published in anti-Mason papers throughout the colonies, including the Boston News-Ledger, and reached his parents. In a letter, he sought to allay his mother's concerns about the Freemasons. "They are, in general, a very harmless sort of people," he wrote, "and have no principles or practices that are inconsistent with religion or good manners." He did concede, however, that she had a right to be displeased that they did not admit women. The Great Awakening. Although he was non-doctrinaire to the point of being little more than a deist, Franklin remained interested in religion, particularly its social effects. During the 1730s, he became enthralled by two preachers. The first, an unorthodox free thinker like himself, the other an evangelical revivalist whose fiery conservatism ran counter to most of what Franklin believed. Samuel Hempel was a young preacher from Ireland, who in 1734 came to Philadelphia to work as a deputy at the Presbyterian church that Franklin had sporadically visited. More interested in preaching about morality than Calvinist doctrines, Hempel started drawing large crowds, including a curious Franklin, who found his sermons pleasing me as they had little of the dogmatical kind, but inculcated strongly the practice of virtue. That dearth of dogma did not endear Hempel to the church elders, however. Jedediah Andrews, the senior minister whose sermons had bored Franklin, complained that Hempel had been imposed on his church, and that free thinkers, deists, and nothings getting a scent of him flocked to him. Soon Hempel was brought before the synod on charges of heresy. As the trial began, Franklin came to his defense with a deft article purporting to be a dialogue between two local Presbyterians. Mr. S., representing Franklin, listens as Mr. T. complains about how the new-fangled preacher talks too much about good works. "I do not love to hear so much of morality. I am sure it will carry no man to heaven." Mr. S. rejoins that it is what Christ and his apostles used to preach. The Bible makes it clear, he says, that God would have us lead virtuous, upright, and good-doing lives. "But," asks Mr. T., "isn't faith rather than virtue the path to salvation?" "Faith is recommended as a means of producing morality," Franklin's mouthpiece, Mr. S., replies, adding heretically, "That from such faith alone salvation may be expected appears to me to be neither a Christian doctrine nor a reasonable one." As a believer in tolerance, Franklin might have been expected to tolerate the Presbyterians imposing whatever doctrine they wanted on their own preachers. But instead, he had Mr. S. argue that they should not adhere to their orthodoxies. "No point of faith is so plain as that morality is our duty," Mr. S. concludes, echoing Franklin's core philosophy. "A virtuous heretic shall be saved before a wicked Christian." It was a typical Franklin effort at persuasion, clever, indirect, and using fabricated characters to make his point. But when the synod unanimously censured and suspended Hempel, Franklin shed his usual velvet gloves and, as he put it, became his zealous partisan. He published an anonymous pamphlet, and, unlike his newspaper dialogue, made sure that the pamphlet remained anonymous, filled with uncharacteristic anger. Not only did he offer detailed theological rebuttals to each of the synod's charges, but he accused its members of malice and envy. Hempel's accusers responded with their own pamphlet, which prompted Franklin to write another, even more vitriolic anonymous response that hurled phrases like bigotry and prejudice and pious fraud. In a subsequent poem, he labeled Hempel's critics reverend asses. It was a rare violation by Franklin of his Junto rule of avoiding direct contradiction or argumentation, one that was all the more odd because in the past he had cheerily forsaken any claim to care much about doctrinal disputes. His resentment of the entrenched, pious clerical establishment seemed to get the better of his temper. Franklin's defense became more difficult when Hempel was exposed as having plagiarized many of his sermons. Nevertheless, Franklin still stuck by him, explaining later that, "I rather approved his giving us good sermons composed by others than bad ones of his own manufacture, though the latter was the practice of our common teachers." In the end, Hempel left town and Franklin quit the Presbyterian congregation for good. The Hempel affair occurred just as an emotional tide of revivalism, known as the Great Awakening, began sweeping America. Fervent Protestant traditionalists, most notably Jonathan Edwards, were whipping congregants into spiritual frenzies and convulsive conversions with tales of fire and brimstone. As Edwards told his congregation in the most famous of his terror sermons, "Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God," the only thing that kept them from eternal damnation was the inexplicable grace of the God that holds you over the pit of hell, much as one holds a spider or some loathsome insect over fire. Nothing could have been further from Franklin's theology. Indeed, Edwards and Franklin, the two preeminent Americans of their generation, can be viewed, Carl Van Doren noted, as symbols of the hostile movements that strove for the mastery of their age. Edwards and the Great Awakeners sought to recommit America to the anguished spirituality of Puritanism, whereas Franklin sought to bring it into an Enlightenment era that exalted tolerance, individual merit, civic virtue, good deeds, and rationality. Thus, it might seem surprising, indeed somewhat odd, that Franklin became enthralled by George Whitefield, the most popular of the Great Awakening's roving preachers, who arrived in Philadelphia in 1739. The English evangelist had been an unhappy soul at Pembroke College, Oxford, and then had a new birth into Methodism and later Calvinism. He was doctrinally pure in his insistence that salvation came only through God's grace, but he was nevertheless deeply involved in charitable work, and his year-long tour through America was to raise money for an orphanage in Georgia. He raised more money than any other cleric of his time for philanthropies, which included schools, libraries, and almshouses across Europe and America. So perhaps it was not so surprising that Franklin took a liking to him, though he never embraced his theology. Whitefield's nightly outdoor revival meetings in Philadelphia, by then America's largest town with a population of 13,000, drew huge crowds, and Franklin, sensing a great story, covered him lavishly in the Pennsylvania Gazette. "On Thursday," he reported, "the Reverend Mr. Whitefield began to preach from the courthouse gallery in this city about 6 at night to nearly 6,000 people before him in the street, who stood in an awful silence to hear him." The crowds grew throughout his week-long visit, and Whitefield returned to the city 3 more times during his year-long American crusade. Franklin was awed. He published accounts of Whitefield's appearances in 45 weekly issues of his Gazette, and 8 times he turned over his entire front page to reprints of the sermons. Franklin recounted in his autobiography, with a wryness born only after years of detachment, the enthusiasm that infected him at the time. "I happened soon after to attend one of his sermons, in the course of which I perceived he intended to finish with a collection, and I silently resolved he should get nothing from me. I had in my pocket a handful of copper money, 3 or 4 silver dollars, and 5 pistoles in gold. As he proceeded, I began to soften, and concluded to give the coppers. Another stroke of his oratory made me ashamed of that, and determined me to give the silver. And he finished so admirably that I emptied my pocket wholly into the collector's dish, gold and all." Franklin was also impressed with the transforming effect that Whitefield had on Philadelphia's citizenry. "Never did the people show so great a willingness to attend sermons," he reported in the Gazette. "Religion is become the subject of most conversation. No books are in request but those of piety." The financial implications of that last observation were not lost on Franklin. He met with Whitefield and arranged a deal to be the primary publisher of his sermons and journals, which no doubt added to his zeal to publicize him. After Whitefield's first visit, Franklin ran an advertisement soliciting orders for a series of Whitefield's sermons at 2 shillings a volume. A few months later, he ran a notice that he had received so many orders that those who have paid or who bring the money in their hands will have the preference. Thousands were sold, which helped to make Franklin rich and Whitefield famous. Franklin also published 10 editions of Whitefield's journals, each 5 times more expensive than his almanac, and enlisted a sales force of 11 printers he knew throughout the colonies to make them bestsellers. His sister-in-law, Anne Franklin of Newport, took a shipment of 250. During 1739 through 1741, more than half the books that Franklin printed were by or about Whitefield. Some historians have consequently concluded that Franklin's passion for Whitefield was merely pecuniary. But that is too simplistic. As was often the case, Franklin was able to weave together seamlessly his financial interests with his civic desires and personal enthusiasms. He had a companionable personality, and he was genuinely attracted by Whitefield's mesmerizing charisma and charitable bent. He invited Whitefield to stay at his home, and when the preacher praised the invitation as being "for Christ's sake," Franklin corrected him. "Don't let me be mistaken. It was not for Christ's sake, but for your sake." In addition, despite their theological differences, Franklin was attracted to Whitefield because he was shaking up the local establishment. Franklin's long-standing disdain for the religious elite led him to enjoy the discomfort and schisms caused by the intrusion of wildly popular itinerant preachers onto their turf. The tolerant Franklin was pleased that Whitefield's supporters had erected, with Franklin's financial support, a large new hall that, among other uses, could provide a pulpit to anyone of any belief, so that even if the Mufti of Constantinople were to send a missionary to preach Mohammedanism to us, he would find a pulpit at his service. Franklin's populist delight at the discomfort of the elite was evident in the way he stoked up a controversy about a letter sent to the Gazette by some of the town's gentry, who wrote that Whitefield had not met with great success among the better sort of people. The next week, using the pen name Obadiah Plainman, Franklin ridiculed the use of the phrase "the better sort of people," and its implication that Whitefield's supporters were the meaner sort, the mob or the rabble. Mr. Plainman said that he and his friends were proud to call themselves part of the rabble, but they hated it when people who styled themselves better sort used such terms and implied that common folks were a stupid herd. A haughty-sounding gentleman named Tom Trueman, or perhaps given the name Franklin pretending to be such a gentleman, wrote the next week to William Bradford's more upscale newspaper to deny that such offense was intended and to accuse Mr. Plainman of fancying himself a leader of the town's common folks. Franklin, again replying as Mr. Plainman, said he was merely a poor, ordinary craftsman, who, after his labors, instead of going to the alehouse, I amuse myself with the books of the library company. As such, He rankled at those who proclaim themselves to be of the better sort, and look on the rest of their fellow subjects with contempt. Though he was rising in the world in a way that would have allowed him, if he were so inclined, to put on aristocratic airs, Franklin was still allergic to snobbery, and proud to be a plain man defending the middling people. By the fall of 1740, Franklin showed signs of cooling slightly toward Whitefield, though not toward the profits that came from publishing him. The preacher's efforts to make him a new-born believer in Calvinist orthodoxy wore thin, and valuable patrons among the Philadelphia gentry began to denounce the Gazette's ardent flackery. In response to such criticism, Franklin printed an editorial denying, unconvincingly, any bias and restating his philosophy, first propounded in his 1731 Apology for Printers, that when truth has fair play, it will always prevail over falsehood. But he also included in the issue a letter from a preacher who criticized Whitefield's enthusiastic ravings, and he subsequently published 2 pamphlets harshly attacking Whitefield, as well as one giving Whitefield's response. The letters in Franklin's Gazette, 90% of which had been favorable to Whitefield in the first 9 months of 1740, tipped mostly negative beginning in September, though the pieces written by Franklin remained positive. Albeit with less ardor, Franklin continued to support Whitefield over the ensuing years, and they maintained an affectionate correspondence until the preacher's death in 1770. In his autobiography, written after Whitefield died, Franklin added a dose of ironic detachment to his warm recollections. He recounted one sermon he attended, where, rather than being moved by Whitefield's words, Franklin spent the time calculating how far his voice carried. And as for Whitefield's effect on his spiritual life, Franklin wryly recalled, "He used, indeed, sometimes to pray for my conversion, but never had the satisfaction of believing that his prayers were heard." Publishing wars. As Franklin's publishing business grew, his competition with the town's other printer, Andrew Bradford, intensified. Throughout the early 1730s, they had poked fun at errors in each other's papers and sparred over such matters as the death of the aspiring young Freemason and the preachings of Samuel Hempel. There was a political and social basis to the rivalry. The well-born Bradford and his American Weekly Mercury were aligned with Pennsylvania's proprietary faction, which supported the Penn family and their appointed governors. The leather-aproned Franklin and his Pennsylvania Gazette were more anti-establishment and tended to support the rights of the elected assembly. Their politics clashed during the 1733 re-election campaign of the Assembly's Speaker, Andrew Hamilton, an anti-proprietary leader who had helped Franklin wrest the government printing job from Bradford. Franklin admired Hamilton's anti-aristocratic populism. "He was no friend to power," Franklin wrote. "He was the poor man's friend." Bradford, on the other hand, printed fervent attacks on Hamilton. Among them was an essay on infidelity, which was aimed at Hamilton but designed to wound Franklin as well. Another accused Hamilton of insulting the Penn family and abusing his power as head of the loan office. Franklin came to Hamilton's defense with a dignified yet damning rebuttal. Cast as an account of a half-hour's conversation with Hamilton, the piece skewered Bradford for sins ranging from malapropism, using contemptibly when he meant contemptuously, to hiding behind the cloak of anonymity. Seeing it was commonly agreed to be wrote by nobody, he thought nobody should regard it. Hamilton comes across as a polite junto visitor with a touch of Poor Richard. Throw enough dirt, he laments, and some will stick. Hamilton won re-election, and in 1736 he got Franklin chosen as the clerk of the Assembly. Again, public service and private profit were combined. The clerkship, Franklin freely admitted, gave me a better opportunity of keeping up an interest among the members, which secured to me the business of printing the votes, laws, paper money, and other occasional jobs for the public that, on the whole, were very profitable. It also taught him a useful trick for seducing opponents. After one rich and well-bred member spoke against him, Franklin decided to win him over. I did not, however, aim at gaining his favor by paying any servile respect to him, but after some time took this other method. Having heard that he had in his library a certain very scarce and curious book, I wrote a note to him, expressing my desire of perusing that book, and requesting he would do me the favor of lending it to me for a few days. He sent it immediately, and I returned it in about a week with another note expressing strongly my sense of the favor. When we next met in the house, he spoke to me, which he had never done before, and with great civility. And he ever after manifested a readiness to serve me on all occasions, so that we became great friends, and our friendship continued to his death. This is another instance of the truth of an old maxim I had learned, which says, "He that has once done you a kindness will be more ready to do you another than he whom you yourself have obliged." Franklin's competition with Bradford had one interesting aspect that might seem unusual, but was then as now somewhat common. Even as they competed against each other in some areas, like modern media barons, they cooperated in others. For example, in 1733, even as they were bitter opponents in the Hamilton election, they formed a joint venture to share the risk of publishing an expensive psalm book. At Bradford's suggestion, Franklin handled the printing, Bradford supplied the paper, they split the costs, and each got half of the 500 copies that were made. In his competition with Bradford, Franklin had one big disadvantage. Bradford was the postmaster of Philadelphia, and he used that position to deny Franklin the right, at least officially, to send his gazette through the mail. Their ensuing struggle over the issue of open carriage was an early example of the tension that often still exists between those who create content and those who control distribution systems. At one point, Franklin got Colonel Alexander Spotswood, the postmaster for the colonies, to order Bradford to run an open system that would carry rival papers. But Bradford continued to make it difficult for Franklin's papers to get carriage, forcing Franklin to bribe the postal riders. Franklin worried not only about the expense, but also about the public perception. Because Bradford controlled the Philadelphia Post, Franklin wrote, it was imagined he had better opportunities of obtaining news, and his paper was thought a better distributor of advertisements than mine. Franklin was able to wrest the Philadelphia postmastership away when it was discovered that Bradford had been sloppy in his bookkeeping. Colonel Spotswood, with Franklin's encouragement, withdrew Bradford's commission in 1737 and offered the job to Franklin. I accepted it readily, Franklin noted, and found it of great advantage, for though the salary was small, it facilitated the correspondence that improved my newspaper, increased the number demanded, as well as the advertisements to be inserted, so that it came to afford me a very considerable income. Bradford's paper declined accordingly. Instead of retaliating, Franklin allowed Bradford's Mercury to be carried through the mails along with the Gazette and others, at least initially. In his autobiography, Franklin congratulated himself for being so open. In fact, however, that policy lasted just 2 years. Because Bradford never settled the accounts from his tenure as Philadelphia postmaster, Spotswood sent Franklin an order to commence suit against him and no longer suffer to be carried by the post any of his newspapers. Bradford had to resort to Franklin's old habit of bribing the postal riders to deliver his papers unofficially. Franklin knew this and tolerated it, just as Bradford had earlier tolerated it for Franklin. But even this partial indulgence by Franklin was not to last. In 1740, he and Bradford became involved in a race to start the first general interest magazine in America. Franklin came up with the idea, but once again he was betrayed by a confidant, just as happened when he first planned to launch a newspaper. As a wiser Poor Richard would pointedly proclaim in his 1741 almanac, "If you would keep your secret from an enemy, tell it not to a friend." This time, the turncoat was a lawyer named John Webb, who had contributed essays to the Gazette and had been chosen by Franklin to file the suit against Bradford that Colonel Spotswood ordered. Franklin described the magazine to Webb and offered him the job of editor. But Webb took the idea to Bradford and struck a better deal. On November 6, 1740, Bradford announced plans for the American Magazine. 1 week later, Franklin published his own plans for the General Magazine. In his announcement, Franklin denounced Webb's betrayal. "This magazine was long since projected," he wrote. "It would not, indeed, have been published quite so soon, were it not that a person to whom the scheme was communicated in confidence has thought fit to advertise it in the last Mercury, and reap the advantage of it wholly to himself." The ensuing spat led Franklin to ban completely Bradford's paper from the mails. It also turned the question of postal access into a public issue. Webb responded in the Mercury the next week with a sharp counterattack of his own. He particularly objected to one of Franklin's less endearing traits, his clever and often sly way of implying allegations rather than saying them outright. Franklin's indirection, like the slyness of a pickpocket, was more dastardly than the audacity of a direct liar, Webb wrote. The strokes being oblique and indirect, a man cannot so easily defend himself against them. Franklin liked to believe that his method of using indirect insinuation was less offensive than confrontational argument, but it sometimes led to even greater enmity and a reputation for crafty deceit. Franklin did not respond. With an exquisite sense of how to goad Webb and Bradford, he merely reprinted his original notice in his next issue of the Gazette, including the same allegation of Webb's duplicity. This led Webb to publish another screed in the Mercury. Once again, Franklin showed infuriating restraint. He did not respond, but again reprinted his original notice and allegation. Webb escalated the dispute in the December 4th Mercury with an allegation guaranteed to draw a response from Franklin. "Since my first letter," Webb wrote, "Franklin had taken upon him to deprive the Mercury of the benefit of the post." Franklin replied the following week with a somewhat disingenuous explanation. It had been a year, he said, since Bradford's Mercury had been barred free use of the mails. This had nothing to do with the dispute over the magazines. Instead, it was at the direct order of Colonel Spotswood. To prove his point, Franklin printed Spotswood's letter. He said that Bradford and Webb knew this to be the case, Webb in particular, as he had been the lawyer Franklin retained to file the suit. Webb replied by laying out the history of the postal practices. Yes, he conceded, Spotswood had ordered Franklin to stop carrying Bradford's paper. But as Franklin well knew, the riders had continued to carry it unofficially. Moreover, Webb charged, Franklin himself had confided to people that he permitted this arrangement because it helped assure that Bradford would take care not to print anything too harmful to Franklin. He had declared, wrote Webb, that as he favored Mr. Bradford by permitting the postmen to distribute his papers, he had him therefore under his thumb. The public debate over postal practices quieted down as each side raced to put out its magazine. In the end, Bradford and Webb won by 3 days. Their American magazine came off the press February 13, 1741, and Franklin's General magazine appeared on the 16th. The word magazine, as then used, tended to mean a collection drawn from newspapers and other places. The contents of Franklin's, patterned after London's 10-year-old Gentleman's Magazine, were surprisingly dry. Official proclamations, reports on government proceedings, discussion of paper currency issues, some smatterings of poetry, and a report about Whitefield's orphanage. The formula failed. Bradford's magazine folded in 3 months, Franklin's in 6. No memorable writing from Franklin came out of this process, except a poem he wrote parodying in Irish dialect one of the advertisements in Bradford's magazine. But the competition to launch the magazine did kindle Franklin's interest in the power of the postal system. Sally Franklin. In 1743, 11 years after the birth of their short-lived son Frankie, the Franklins had a baby girl. Named Sarah, after Deborah's mother, and called Sally, she delighted and charmed both of her parents. When she was 4, Franklin wrote his mother that, "Your granddaughter is the greatest lover of her book and school of any child I ever knew." 2 years later, he provided a similar report. "Sally grows a fine girl, and is extremely industrious with her needle and delights in her books. She is of most affectionate temper, and perfectly dutiful and obliging to her parents and to all. Perhaps I flatter myself too much, but I have hopes that she will prove an ingenious, sensible, notable, and worthy woman." Franklin half-seriously pushed the notion that his young daughter might someday marry the son of William Strahan, a London printer who was one of his English correspondents. In this he was not sexist. He also tried to fix up his son William and later his 2 grandsons with children of his English and French friends, all to no avail. His descriptions of Sally in his letters to Strahan reveal both his affection for her and the traits he looked for in a daughter. "She discovers daily the seeds and tokens of industry and economy, and, in short, of every female virtue," he wrote when she was 7. 6 years later, he wrote, "Sally is indeed a very good girl, affectionate, dutiful, and industrious, has one of the best hearts, and though not a wit, is, for one of her years, by no means deficient in understanding." In one of his childhood debates with John Collins, Franklin had argued in favor of giving girls as well as boys an education, a case he reiterated as Silence Dogood. He practiced these preachings to some degree with Sally, with a predictable emphasis on practical subjects. He made sure she was taught reading, writing, and arithmetic. At her request, he got her French lessons, though her interest soon waned. He also insisted that she learn accounting. When a publishing partner he had in Charleston died and his wife had to take over the business, it reinforced in Franklin the practical view that girls should be taught accounting as likely to be of more use to them and their children in case of widowhood than either music or dancing. When Sally was only 8, Franklin imported from England a large shipment of books for her. The idea was that she would be in charge of selling them at his print shop, but presumably she might also learn something from them herself. Included in the order were 36 manuals from the Winchester School, 4 dictionaries, and 24 copies of a collection of tales and fables with prudential maxims. For the most part, however, Franklin urged Sally to perfect her domestic skills. One day, after watching as she tried unsuccessfully to sew a buttonhole, he arranged for his tailor to come give her lessons. She never got the formal academic training that he provided William, and when he drew up plans to establish an academy in Philadelphia, Sally was 6, but he made no provision for it to educate girls. With only one daughter and an illegitimate stepson, Deborah's was an unusually small brood for a robust woman in colonial days. She was one of 7 children. Franklin's father had 17 in his 2 marriages, and the average family at the time had about 8. Franklin wrote glowingly of children, and had Poor Richard sing praises to the look of a pregnant woman. In satires such as Polly Baker, and serious essays such as Observations on the Increase of Mankind, he extolled the benefits of fecundity. So the Franklin's paucity of children does not appear to reflect a deliberate decision. Instead, it indicated either that they lacked abundant intimacy or found conceiving not always easy, or a combination of both. Whatever the cause, it would eventually give Franklin more leeway to retire from his business early to pursue scientific endeavors and far-flung diplomatic journeys. It also perhaps contributed to his lifelong practice of befriending younger people, women in particular, and forging friendships with them as if they were his children. Polly Baker. Franklin's attitudes toward women can be characterized as somewhat enlightened in the context of his time, but only somewhat. What is clear, however, is that he genuinely liked women, enjoyed their company and conversation, and was able to take them seriously as well as flirt with them. During Sally's early childhood, he wrote 2 famous essays that, in different ways, amusingly combined his lenient attitude toward unmarried sex with his appreciative attitude toward women. Advice to a Young Man on the Choice of a Mistress, written in 1745, is now quite famous, but it was suppressed by Franklin's grandson and other compilers of his papers throughout the 19th century as being too indecent to print. Franklin began the little essay by extolling marriage as being the proper remedy for sexual urges. But if his reader will not take this counsel, and yet still finds sex inevitable, he advised that in all your amours you should prefer old women to young ones. Franklin then provided a saucy list of 8 reasons. Because they have more knowledge, they make better conversation. As they lose their looks, they learn 1,000 useful services to maintain their influence over men. There is no hazard of children. They are more discreet. They age from the head down, so even after their face grows wrinkled, their lower bodies stay firm, so that covering all above with a basket and regarding only what is below the girdle, it is impossible of 2 women to know an old one from a young one. It is less sinful to debauch an older woman than a virgin. There is less guilt, because the older woman will be made happy, whereas the younger one will be made miserable. Finally, Franklin produces the cheeky kicker to the piece. Lastly, they are so grateful. The Speech of Polly Baker is a tale of sex and woe told from a woman's point of view, a literary device often used by Franklin with a dexterity that displayed his ability to appreciate the other sex. It purports to recount the speech of a young woman on trial for having a fifth illegitimate child. First published in London, it was then frequently reprinted in England and America without people's realizing that it was fiction. 30 years would pass before Franklin revealed that he had written it as a hoax. The light humor of the piece hides the fact that it is actually a sharp attack on hypocritical customs and unfair attitudes toward women and sex. Polly argues that she has been doing good by obeying God's injunction to be fruitful and multiply. I have brought 5 fine children into the world at the risk of my life. I have maintained them well by my own industry. Indeed, she complains, she could have maintained them a little better were it not for the fact that the court kept fining her. Can it be a crime, in the nature of things I mean, to add to the number of the king's subjects in a new country that really wants people? I own it, I should think it a praiseworthy rather than a punishable action. Franklin, who had fathered an illegitimate child but taken responsibility for it, is particularly scathing about the double standard that subjects Polly, but not the men who had sex with her, to humiliation. As Polly says, I readily consented to the only proposal of marriage that ever was made me, which was when I was a virgin. But too easily confiding in the person's sincerity that made it, I unhappily lost my own honor by trusting his. For he got me with child, and then forsook me. That very person you all know, he is now become a magistrate of this county. By doing her duty to bring children into the world, despite the fact that no one would marry her, and despite the public disgrace, she argued that she deserved, in my humble opinion, instead of a whipping, to have a statue erected to my memory. The court, Franklin wrote, was so moved by the speech that she was acquitted, and one of the judges married her the next day.
This ends Disc 5. Benjamin Franklin, Disc 6.
The American Philosophical Society. Franklin was among the first to view the British settlements in America not only as separate colonies, but also as part of a potentially unified nation. That was, in part, because he was far less parochial than most Americans. He had traveled from one colony to another, formed alliances with printers from Rhode Island to South Carolina, and gathered news for his paper and magazine by reading widely other American publications. Now, as the postmaster in Philadelphia, his connections to other colonies were easier, and his curiosity about them grew. In a May 1743 circular, a proposal for promoting useful knowledge among the British plantations in America, he proposed what was in effect an intercolonial junto, to be called the American Philosophical Society. The idea had been discussed by the naturalist John Bartram, among others, but Franklin had the printing press, the inclination, and the postal contacts to pull it all together. It would be based in Philadelphia and include scientists and thinkers from other cities. They would share their studies by post, and abstracts would be sent to each member 4 times a year. As with the detailed charter he created for the junto, Franklin was very specific about the type of subjects to be explored, which were, unsurprisingly, more practical than purely theoretical. Newly discovered plants, herbs, trees, roots, their virtues, uses, etc., improvements of vegetable juices, such as ciders, wines, etc., new methods of curing or preventing diseases, improvements in any branch of mathematics, new arts, trades, and manufactures, surveys, maps, and charts, methods of improving the breeds of animals, and all philosophical experiments that let light into the nature of things. Franklin volunteered to serve as secretary. By the spring of 1744, the society began meeting regularly. The pedantic mathematician Thomas Godfrey was a member, indicating that his feud with Franklin over dowries and almanacs was over. One of the most important members was Cadwallader Colden, a scholar and official from New York, whom Franklin had met on his travels the year before. They were to become lifelong friends and spur each other's scientific interests. Their club was not very active at first. Franklin complained that its members were very idle gentlemen, but it eventually grew into a learned society that thrives to this day. The Pennsylvania Militia. Most of the voluntary associations that Franklin had thus far formed, the Junto, Library, Philosophical Society, even Fire Squad, had not usurped the core functions of government. When he came up with a plan for a police patrol, he had suggested that the Assembly enact and control it. But in 1747, he proposed something that was, though he may not have realized it, far more radical. A military force that would be independent of Pennsylvania's colonial government. Franklin's plan for a volunteer Pennsylvania militia arose because of the feckless response by the colony's government to the ongoing threats from France and her Indian allies. Ever since 1689, the intermittent wars between Britain and France had been played out in America, with each side enlisting various Indian tribes and thuggish privateers to gain advantage. The latest American installment was known as King George's War, 1744 through 1748, which was an offshoot of Europe's War of Austrian Succession, and a quaint British struggle with Spain known as the War of Jenkins's Ear, after a British smuggler who had that body part removed by the Spanish. Among those Americans who marched off toward Canada to fight the French and Indians on behalf of the British in 1746 was William Franklin, then perhaps 16 or so, whose father realized it was futile to resist the wanderlust he himself had felt at that age. William never saw any action, but the war soon threatened the safety of Philadelphia when French and Spanish privateers began raiding towns along the Delaware River. The Assembly, dominated by pacifist Quakers, dithered and failed to authorize any defenses. Franklin was appalled by the unwillingness of the various groups in the colony, Quakers and Anglicans and Presbyterians, city and country folks, to work together. So in November 1747, he stepped into the breach by writing a vibrant pamphlet entitled Plain Truth, signed by a tradesman of Philadelphia. His description of the havoc that a privateer raid might wreak sounded like a Great Awakening terror sermon. On the first alarm, terror will spread over all. The man that has a wife and children will find them hanging on his neck, beseeching him with tears to quit the city. Sacking the city will be the first, and burning it in all probability the last act of the enemy. Confined to your houses, you will have nothing to trust but the enemy's mercy. who can, without the utmost horror, conceive the miseries of the latter when your persons, fortunes, wives, and daughters shall be subject to the wanton and unbridled rage, rapine, and lust? With a small pun on the word friends, Franklin first blamed the Quakers of the Assembly. Should we entreat them to consider, if not as friends, at least as legislators, that protection is as truly due from the government to the people? If their pacifist principles prevent them from acting, he said, they should step aside. He then turned on the great and rich men of the proprietary faction, who were refusing to act because of their envy and resentment toward the Assembly. So, who could save the colony? Here came Franklin's great rallying cry for the new American middle class. "We, the middling people," he wrote proudly, using the phrase twice in the pamphlet. "The tradesmen, shopkeepers, and farmers of this province and city." He then proceeded to spin an image that would end up applying to much of his work over the ensuing years. "At present, we are like separate filaments of flax before the thread is formed, without strength because without connection," he declared. "But union would make us strong." Of particular note was his populist insistence that there be no class distinctions. The militia would be organized by geographic area instead of social strata. "This," he said, "is intended to prevent people sorting themselves into companies according to their ranks in life, their quality or station. It is designed to mix the great and the small together. There should be no distinction from circumstance, but all be on the level." In another radically democratic approach, Franklin proposed that each of the new militia companies elect its own officers, rather than have them appointed by the governor or crown. Franklin concluded with an offer to draw up proposals for a militia if his plea was well received. It was. "The pamphlet had a sudden and surprising effect," he later wrote. So, a week later, in an annotated article in his newspaper, he presented his plans for a militia, filled with his typical detailed description of its organization, training, and rules. Even though he was never an avid or effective public orator, he agreed to address a crowd of his fellow middling people at a sail-making loft, and then 2 days later spoke to a more upscale audience of gentlemen, merchants, and others at the new hall that had been built for Whitefield. Soon, some 10,000 men from all over the colony had signed up and formed themselves into more than 100 companies. Franklin's local company in Philadelphia elected him their colonel, but he declined the post by saying he was unfit. Instead, he served as a common soldier and regularly took his turn patrolling the batteries he had helped build along the Delaware River banks. He also amused himself by designing an array of insignia and mottos for the various companies. To furnish the Militia Association with cannons and equipment, Franklin organized a lottery that raised £3,000. The artillery had to be purchased from New York, and Franklin led a delegation to convince Governor George Clinton to approve the sale. As Franklin recounted with some amusement, "He at first refused us peremptorily, but at dinner with his council, where there was great drinking of Madeira wine, as the custom of that place then was, he softened by degrees, and said he would lend us 6. After a few more bumpers he advanced to 10, and at length he very good-naturedly conceded 18. They were fine cannon, 18-pounders, with their carriages, which we soon transported and mounted on our battery." Franklin did not quite realize how radical it was for a private association to take over from the government the right to create and control a military force. His charter, both in its spirit and wording, faintly foreshadowed a declaration that would come 3 decades later. "Being thus unprotected by the government under which we live," he wrote, "we do hereby for our mutual defense and security, and for the security of our wives, children, and estates, form ourselves into an association." Thomas Penn, the colony's proprietor, understood the implications of Franklin's actions. "This association is founded on a contempt to government," he wrote the clerk of the governor's council, "a part little less than treason." In a subsequent letter, he called Franklin a sort of tribune of the people, and lamented, "He is a dangerous man, and I should be very glad if he inhabited any other country, as I believe him of a very uneasy spirit." By the summer of 1748, the threat of war had passed, and the militia association disbanded, without any attempt by Franklin to capitalize on his new power and popularity. But the lessons he learned stayed with him. He realized that the colonists might have to fend for themselves instead of relying on their British governors, that the powerful elites deserved no deference, and that we of the middling people of workers and tradesmen should be the proud sinews of the new land. It also reinforced his core belief that people, and perhaps someday colonies, could accomplish more when they joined together rather than remained separate filaments of flax, when they formed unions rather than stood alone. Retirement. Franklin's print shop had by then grown into a successful, vertically integrated media conglomerate. He had a printing press, publishing house, newspaper, an almanac series, and partial control of the postal system. The successful books he had printed ranged from Bibles and Psalters to Samuel Richardson's novel Pamela, a tale whose mix of raciness and moralism probably appealed to him. Franklin's 1744 reprint of Pamela was the first novel published in America. He also had built a network of profitable partnerships and franchises from Newport and New York to Charleston and Antigua. Money flowed in, much of which he invested quite wisely in Philadelphia property. "I experienced," he recalled, "the truth of the observation that after getting the first £100, it is more easy to get the second." Accumulating money, however, was not Franklin's goal. Despite the pecuniary spirit of Poor Richard's sayings and the penny-saving reputation they later earned Franklin, he did not have the soul of an acquisitive capitalist. "I would rather have it said," he wrote his mother, "he lived usefully than he died rich." So, in 1748, at age 42, which would turn out to be precisely the midpoint of his life, he retired and turned over the operation of his printing business to his foreman, David Hall. The detailed partnership deal Franklin drew up would leave him rich enough by most people's standards. It provided him with half of the shop's profits for the next 18 years, which would amount to about £650 annually. Back then, when a common clerk made about £25 a year, that was enough to keep him quite comfortable. He saw no reason to keep plying his trade to make even more. Now he would have, he wrote Cadwallader Colden, leisure to read, study, make experiments, and converse at large with such ingenious and worthy men as are pleased to honor me with their friendship." Up until then, Franklin had proudly considered himself a leather-apron man and common tradesman, devoid and even contemptuous of aristocratic pretenses. Likewise, that is how he would portray himself again in the late 1760s, when his antagonism to British authority grew, and his hopes for high patronage posts were dashed, and that is how he would cast himself in his autobiography, which he began writing in 1771. It was also the role he would play later in life as a revolutionary patriot, fur-capped envoy, and fervent foe of hereditary honors and privileges. However, on his retirement, and intermittently over the next decade or so, he would occasionally fancy himself a refined gentleman. In his groundbreaking study, The Radicalism of the American Revolution, historian Gordon Wood calls him one of the most aristocratic of the Founding Fathers. That assessment is perhaps a bit too sweeping, or stretches the definition of aristocrat. For even during the years right after his retirement, Franklin eschewed most elitist pretensions and remained populist in most of his local politics. But his retirement did indeed usher in a period in his life when he had aspirations to be, if not part of the aristocracy, at least, as Wood says, a gentleman, philosopher, and public official with a veneer of enlightened gentility. Franklin's ambivalent flirtation with a new social status was captured on canvas when Robert Feek, a popular self-taught painter from Boston, arrived in Philadelphia that year. He produced the earliest known portrait of Franklin, now at Harvard's Fogg Art Museum, and it shows him garbed as a gentleman with a velvet coat, ruffled shirt, and wig. Yet, compared to Feek's other subjects that year, Franklin had himself portrayed in a rather simple way, devoid of social ostentation. He is represented in an almost painfully plain and unpretentious manner, notes art historian Wayne Craven, an expert on colonial portraiture. Franklin's plainness is not accidental. Both the portrait painter and his subject would have agreed that this was the most appropriate way to represent a member of colonial mercantile society who was successful, but not actually wealthy. Franklin was not aspiring by his retirement to become merely an idle gentleman of leisure. He left his print shop because he was in fact eager to focus his undiminished ambition on other pursuits that beckoned. First science, then politics, then diplomacy and statecraft. As Poor Richard said in his almanac that year, "Lost time is never found again." Chapter 6. Scientist and Inventor. Philadelphia, 1744 through 1751. Stoves, storms, and catheters. Even when he was young, Franklin's intellectual curiosity and his Enlightenment-era awe at the orderliness of the universe attracted him to science. During his voyage home from England at age 20, he had studied dolphins and calculated his location by analyzing a lunar eclipse. And in Philadelphia he had used his newspaper, almanac, the Junto, and the Philosophical Society to discuss natural phenomena. His scientific interests would continue throughout his life, with research into the Gulf Stream, meteorology, the Earth's magnetism, and refrigeration. His most intense immersion into science was during the 1740s, and it reached a peak in the years right after he retired from business in 1748. He had neither the academic training nor the grounding in math to be a great theorist, and his pursuit of what he called his scientific amusements caused some to dismiss him as a mere tinkerer. But during his life he was celebrated as the most famous scientist alive, and recent academic studies have restored his place in the scientific pantheon. As Harvard professor Dudley Hirschbach declares, his work on electricity was recognized as ushering in a scientific revolution comparable to those wrought by Newton in the previous century or by Watson and Crick in ours. Franklin's scientific inquiries were driven primarily by pure curiosity and the thrill of discovery. Indeed, there was joy in his antic curiosity, whether it was using electricity jolts to cook turkeys or whiling away his time as assembly clerk by constructing complex magic squares of numbers, where the rows, columns, and diagonals all added up to the same sum. Unlike in some of his other pursuits, he was not driven by pecuniary motives. He declined to patent his famous inventions, and he took pleasure in freely sharing his findings. Nor was he motivated merely by his quest for the practical. He acknowledged that his magic squares were incapable of useful application, and his initial interest in electricity was prompted more by fascination than a quest for utility. He did, however, always keep in mind the goal of making science useful, just as Poor Richard's wife had made sure that he did something practical with all his old rattling traps. In general, he would begin a scientific inquiry driven by pure intellectual curiosity, and then seek a practical application for it. Franklin's study of how dark fabrics absorb heat better than bright ones is an example of this approach. These experiments, which were begun in the 1730s with his Junto colleague Joseph Brentnall, based on the theories of Isaac Newton and Robert Boyle, included putting cloth patches of different colors on snow and determining how much the sun heated each by measuring the melting. Later, in describing the experiments, he turned his mind to the practical consequences, among them that black clothes are not so fit to wear in a hot, sunny climate, and that the walls of fruit sheds should be painted black. In reporting these conclusions, he famously noted, "What signifies philosophy that does not apply to some use?" A far more significant instance of Franklin's application of scientific theory for practical purpose was his invention in the early 1740s of a wood-burning stove that could be built into fireplaces to maximize heat while minimizing smoke and drafts. Using his knowledge of convection and heat transfer, Franklin came up with an ingenious and probably too complex design. The stove was constructed so that heat and smoke from the fire rose to warm an iron plate on top, then were carried by convection down a channel that led under the wall of the hearth and finally up through the chimney. In the process, the fire heated an inner metal chamber that drew clean, cool air up from the basement, warmed it, and let it out through louvers into the room. That was the theory. In 1744, he had a fellow Junto member who was an iron worker manufacture the new stove, and he got 2 of his brothers and several other friends to market them throughout the Northeast. The promotional pamphlet, Franklin wrote, was filled with both science and salesmanship. He explained in detail how warm air expands to take up more space than cold, how it is lighter, and how heat radiates, whereas smoke is carried only by air. He then included testimonials about his new design and touted that it minimized cold drafts and smoke, thus reducing the chance of fevers and coughs. It would also save on fuel, he advertised. The new Pennsylvania fireplaces, as he called them, were initially somewhat popular at £5 apiece, and papers around the colonies were filled with testimonials. "They ought to be called, both in justice and gratitude, Mr. Franklin stoves," declared one letter writer in the Boston Evening Post. "I believe all who have experienced the comfort and benefit of them will join with me that the author of this happy invention merits a statue." The governor of Pennsylvania was among the enthusiastic, and he offered Franklin what could have been a lucrative patent. "But I declined it," Franklin noted in his autobiography. "As we enjoy great advantages from the invention of others, we should be glad of an opportunity to serve others by any invention of ours, and this we should do freely and generously." It was a noble and sincere sentiment. An exhaustive study by one scholar shows that Franklin's design eventually proved less practical and popular than he hoped. Unless the chimney and lower channels were hot, there was not enough convection to keep the smoke from being forced back into the room. That made getting started a problem. Sales tapered off, manufacturing ceased within 2 decades, and most models were modified by their owners to eliminate the back channel and chamber. Throughout the rest of his life, Franklin would refine his theories about chimney and fireplace designs. But what is today commonly known as the Franklin stove is a far simpler contraption than what he originally envisioned. Franklin also combined science and mechanical practicality by devising the first urinary catheter used in America, which was a modification of a European invention. His brother John in Boston was gravely ill, and wrote Franklin of his desire for a flexible tube to help him urinate. Franklin came up with a design, and instead of simply describing it, he went to a Philadelphia silversmith and oversaw its construction. The tube was thin enough to be flexible, and Franklin included a wire that could be stuck inside to stiffen it while it was inserted, and then be gradually withdrawn as the tube reached the point where it needed to bend. His catheter also had a screw component that allowed it to be inserted by turning, and he made it collapsible so that it would be easier to withdraw. Experience is necessary for the right using of all new tools or instruments, and that will perhaps suggest some improvements, Franklin told his brother. The study of nature also continued to interest Franklin. Among his most noteworthy discoveries was that the big East Coast storms known as northeasters, whose winds come from the northeast, actually move in the opposite direction from their winds, traveling up the coast from the south. On the evening of October 21, 1743, Franklin looked forward to observing a lunar eclipse he knew was to occur at 8:30. A violent storm, however, hit Philadelphia and blackened the sky. Over the next few weeks, he read accounts of how the storm caused damage from Virginia to Boston. "But what surprised me," he later told his friend Jared Elliott, "was to find in the Boston newspapers an account of the observation of that eclipse." So Franklin wrote his brother in Boston, who confirmed that the storm did not hit until an hour after the eclipse was finished. Further inquiries into the timing of this and other storms up and down the coast led him to the very singular opinion, he told Elliott, that though the course of the wind is from the northeast to the southwest, yet the course of the storm is from the southwest to the northeast. He further surmised, correctly, that rising air heated in the south created low-pressure systems that drew winds from the north. More than 150 years later, the great scholar William Morris Davis proclaimed, "With this began the science of weather prediction." Dozens of other scientific phenomena also engaged Franklin's interest during this period. For example, he exchanged letters with his friend Cadwallader Colden on comets, the circulation of blood, perspiration, inertia, and the Earth's rotation. But it was a parlor trick shown in 1743 that launched him on what would be by far his most celebrated scientific endeavor. Electricity. On a visit to Boston in the summer of 1743, Franklin happened to be entertained one evening by a traveling scientific showman from Scotland named Dr. Archibald Spencer. In his autobiography, Franklin gets the name and year wrong, saying it was a Dr. Spence in 1746. Spencer specialized in amazing demonstrations that verged on amusement shows. He depicted Newton's theories of light and displayed a machine that measured blood flow, both interests of Franklin's. But more important, he performed electricity tricks, such as creating static electricity by rubbing a glass tube and drawing sparks from the feet of a boy hanging by silk cords from the ceiling. "Being on a subject quite new to me," Franklin recalled, "they equally surprised and pleased me." In the previous century, Galileo and Newton had demystified gravity. But that other great force of the universe, electricity, was understood little better than it had been by the ancients. There were people, such as Dr. Spencer, who played with it to perform spectacles. The Abbé Nollet, court scientist to France's King Louis XV, had linked 180 soldiers and then 700 monks and made them jump in unison for the court's amusement by sending through them a jolt of static electricity. But Franklin was the perfect person to turn electricity from a parlor trick into a science. That task demanded not a mathematical or theoretical scholar, but instead a clever and ingenious person who had the curiosity to perform practical experiments, plus enough mechanical talent and time to tinker with a lot of contraptions. A few months after Franklin returned to Philadelphia, Dr. Spencer came to town. Franklin acted as his agent, advertised his lectures, and sold tickets from his shop. His library company also received, early in 1747, a long glass tube for generating static electricity, along with papers describing some experiments from its agent in London, Peter Collinson. In his letter thanking Collinson, Franklin was effusive in describing the fun he was having with the device. "I never was before engaged in any study that so totally engrossed my attention." He commissioned a local glassblower and silversmith to make more such gadgets, and he enlisted his Junto friends to join in the experimenting. Franklin's first serious experiments involved collecting an electric charge and then studying its properties. He had his friends draw charges from the spinning glass tube and then touch each other to see if sparks flew. The result was the discovery that electricity was not created by the friction, but collected only. In other words, a charge could be drawn into person A and out of person B, and the electric fluid would flow back if the two people touched each other. To explain what he meant, he invented some new terms in a letter to Collinson. "We say B is electrized + positively, A negatively, or rather B is electrized plus and A minus. He apologized to the Englishman for the new coinage. These terms we may use until your philosophers give us better. In fact, these terms devised by Franklin are the ones we still use today, along with other neologisms that he coined to describe his findings: battery, charged, neutral, condense, and conductor. Part of Franklin's importance as a scientist was the clear writing he employed. He has written equally for the uninitiated as well as the philosopher, the early 19th century English chemist Sir Humphrey Davy noted, and he has rendered his details as amusing as well as perspicuous. Until then, electricity had been thought to involve two types of fluids called vitreous and resinous that could be created independently. Franklin's discovery that the generation of a positive charge was accompanied by the generation of an equal negative charge became known as the conservation of charge and the single fluid theory of electricity. The concepts reflected Franklin's bookkeeper mentality, which was first expressed in his London dissertation, positing that pleasure and pain are always in balance. It was a breakthrough of historic proportions. As a broad generalization that has withstood the test of 200 years of fruitful application, Harvard professor I. Bernard Cohen has pronounced, Franklin's law of conservation of charge must be considered to be of the same fundamental importance to physical science as Newton's law of conservation of momentum. Franklin also discovered an attribute of electrical charges, the wonderful effects of points, that would soon lead to his most famous practical application. He electrified a small iron ball and dangled a cork next to it, which was repelled based on the strength of the ball's charge. When he brought the tip of a pointed piece of metal near the ball, it drew away the charge. But a blunt piece of metal did not draw a charge or spark as easily, and if it was insulated instead of grounded, did not draw a charge at all. Franklin continued his experiments by capturing and storing electrical charges in a primitive form of capacitor called, after the Dutch town where it was invented, a Leyden jar. These jars had a metal foil on the outside. On the inside, separated from the foil by the glass insulation, was lead or water or metal that could be charged up through a wire. Franklin showed that when the inside of the jar was charged, the outside foil had an equal and opposite charge. Also, by pouring out the water and metal inside a charged Leyden jar and not being able to elicit a spark, he found that the charge did not actually reside in them. Instead, he correctly concluded, it was the glass itself that held the charge. So he lined up a series of glass plates flanked by metal, charged them up, wired them together, and created and gave a name to a new device, what we called an electrical battery. Electricity also energized his antic sense of fun. He created a charged metal spider that leaped around like a real one. He electrified the iron fence around his house to produce sparks that amused visitors. And he rigged a picture of King George II to produce a high treason shock when someone touched his gilded crown. If a ring of persons take the shock among them, Franklin joked, the experiment is called the conspirators. Friends flocked to see his shows, and he reinforced his reputation for playfulness. In one of the weirder scenes in Thomas Pynchon's novel Mason and Dixon, Franklin lines up some young men in a tavern to jolt them from his battery, shouting, "All hold hands, line of fops." As the summer of 1749 approached and the rising humidity made experiments more difficult, Franklin decided to suspend them until the fall. Although his findings were of great historical significance, he had yet to put them to practical use. He lamented to Collinson that he was chagrined a little that we have hitherto been able to discover nothing in the way of use to mankind. Indeed, after many revised theories and a couple of painful shocks that knocked him senseless, the only use discovered of electricity, said the man who was always trying to tackle his own pride, was that it may help make a vain man humble. The end of the experimenting season gave an occasion for a party of pleasure on the banks of the river. Franklin described it in a letter to Collinson. "A turkey is to be killed for our dinners by the electrical shock, and roasted by the electrical jack, before a fire kindled by the electrified bottle, while the healths of all the famous electricians in England, France, and Germany are to be drank in electrified bumpers, under the discharge of guns from the electrical battery." The frivolity went well. Though turkeys proved harder to kill than chickens, Franklin and friends finally succeeded by linking together a big battery. "The birds killed in this manner eat uncommonly tender," he wrote, thus becoming a culinary pioneer of fried turkey. As for doing something more practical, there would be time for that in the fall. Snatching lightning from the sky. In the journal he kept for his experiments, Franklin noted in November 1749 some intriguing similarities between electrical sparks and lightning. He listed 12 of them, including 1. Giving light, 2. Color of the light, 3. Crooked directions, 4. Swift motion, 5. Being conducted by metals, 6. Crack or noise in exploding, 9. Destroying animals, 12. Sulphurous smell. More important, he made a connection between this surmise about lightning and his earlier experiments on the power of pointed metal objects to draw off electrical charges. Electrical fluid is attracted by points. We do not know whether this property is in lightning, but since they agree in all particulars wherein we can already compare them, is it not probable they agree likewise in this? To which he added a momentous rallying cry: "Let the experiment be made." For centuries, the devastating scourge of lightning had generally been considered a supernatural phenomenon, or expression of God's will. At the approach of a storm, church bells were rung to ward off the bolts. "The tones of the consecrated metal repel the demon and avert storm and lightning," declared St. Thomas Aquinas. But even the most religiously faithful were likely to have noticed this was not very effective. During one 35-year period in Germany alone during the mid-1700s, 386 churches were struck and more than 100 bell ringers killed. In Venice, some 3,000 people were killed when tons of gunpowder stored in a church was hit. As Franklin later recalled to Harvard professor John Winthrop, "The lightning seems to strike steeples of choice, and at the very time the bells are ringing, yet still they continue to bless the new bells and jangle the old ones whenever it thunders. one would think it was now time to try some other trick. Many scientists, including Newton, had noted the apparent connection between lightning and electricity. But no one had declared, "Let the experiment be made," nor laid out a methodical test, nor thought of the practicality of tying this all in with the power of pointed metal rods. Franklin first sketched out his theories about lightning in April 1749, just before his end-of-season turkey fry. The water vapors in a cloud can be electrically charged, he surmised, and the positive ones will separate from the negative ones. When such electrified clouds pass over, he added, high trees, lofty towers, spires, masts of ships, draw the electrical fire and the whole cloud discharges. It was not a bad guess, and it led to some practical advice. Dangerous, therefore, it is to take shelter under a tree during a thunder gust. It also led to the most famous of all his experiments. Before he tried to conduct his proposed experiments himself, Franklin described them in two famous letters to Collinson in 1750, which were presented to the Royal Society in London and then widely published. The essential idea was to use a tall metal rod to draw some of the electrical charge from a cloud, just as he had used a needle to draw off the charge of an iron ball in his lab. He detailed his proposed experiment. On the top of some high tower or steeple, place a kind of sentry box big enough to contain a man and an electrical stand. From the middle of the stand, let an iron rod rise upright 20 or 30 feet, pointed very sharp at the end. If the electrical stand be kept clean and dry, a man standing on it when such clouds are passing low might be electrified and afford sparks, the rod drawing fire to him from the cloud. If any danger to the man be apprehended, though I think there would be none, let him stand on the floor of his box, and now and then bring near to the rod the loop of a wire that has one end fastened to the leads by holding it by a wax handle, that is, insulating him from it. So the sparks, if the rod is electrified, will strike from the rod to the wire and not affect him. Franklin's one mistake was thinking that there would be no danger, as at least one European experimenter fatally discovered. His suggestion of using a wire held with an insulating wax handle was a smarter approach. If his suppositions held true, Franklin wrote in another letter to Collinson, then lightning rods could tame one of the greatest natural dangers people faced. Houses, ships, and even towns and churches may be effectually secured from the stroke of lightning by their means, he predicted. The electrical fire would, I think, be drawn out of a cloud silently. He wasn't certain, however. This may seem whimsical, but let it pass for the present until I send the experiments at large. Franklin's letters were excerpted in London by the Gentleman's Magazine in 1750, and then published in an 86-page booklet the following year. More significant, they were translated into French in early 1752 and became a sensation. King Louis XV asked that the lab tests be performed for him, which they were in February by 3 Frenchmen who had translated Franklin's experiments, led by the naturalists Comte de Buffon and Thomas François d'Alibard. The king was so excited that he encouraged the group to try Franklin's proposed lightning rod experiment. As a letter to London's Royal Society noted, These applauses of His Majesty having excited in Messrs. de Buffon, d'Olibar, and Delors a desire for verifying the conjectures of Mr. Franklin upon the analogy of thunder and electricity, they prepared themselves for making the experiment. In the village of Marly, on the northern outskirts of Paris, the Frenchman constructed a sentry box with a 40-foot iron rod and dragooned a retired soldier to play Prometheus. On May 10th, 1752, just after 2 in the afternoon, a storm cloud passed over, and the soldier was able to draw sparks as Franklin had predicted. An excited local prior grabbed the insulated wire and repeated the experiment 6 times, shocking himself once but surviving to celebrate the success. Within weeks it was replicated dozens of times across France. Monsieur Franklin's idea has ceased to be a conjecture, d'Olibar reported to the French Royal Academy. Here it has become a reality. Though he did not yet know it, Franklin had become an international sensation. An ecstatic Collinson wrote from London that the Grand Monarch of France strictly commands that his scientists convey compliments in an express manner to Mr. Franklin of Philadelphia for the useful discoveries in electricity and application of the pointed rods to prevent the terrible effects of thunderstorms. The following month, before word of the French success reached America, Franklin came up with his own ingenious way to conduct the experiment, according to accounts later written by himself and his friend, the scientist Joseph Priestley. He had been waiting for the steeple of Philadelphia's Christ Church to be finished, so he could use its high vantage point. Impatient, he struck on the idea of using instead a kite, a toy he had enjoyed flying and experimenting with since his boyhood days in Boston. To do the experiment in some secrecy, he enlisted his son William to help fly the silk kite. A sharp wire protruded from its top, and a key was attached near the base of the wet string so that a wire could be brought near it in an effort to draw sparks. Clouds passed over to no effect. Franklin began to despair, when he suddenly saw some of the strands of the string stiffen. Putting his knuckle to the key, he was able to draw sparks and, notably, to survive. He proceeded to collect some of the charge in a Leyden jar and found it had the same qualities as electricity produced in a lab. Thereby the sameness of electrical matter with that of lightning, he reported in a letter the following October, was completely demonstrated. Franklin and his kite were destined to be celebrated not just in the annals of science, but also in popular lore. Benjamin West's famous 1805 painting, Franklin Drawing Electricity from the Sky, mistakenly shows him as a wrinkled sage rather than a lively 46-year-old, and an equally famous 19th-century Currier and Ives print shows William as a little boy rather than a man of about 21. Even among scientific historians, there is some mystery about Franklin's celebrated kite flying. Although it supposedly took place in June 1752, before word had reached him of the French tests a few weeks earlier, Franklin made no public declaration of it for months. He did not mention it in the letters he wrote Collinson that summer, and he apparently did not tell his friend Ebenezer Kinnersley, who was lecturing on electricity in Philadelphia at the time. Nor did he publicly report his kite experiment even when word reached him, probably in late July or August, of the French success. His Pennsylvania Gazette for August 27, 1752, reprinted a letter about the French experiments, but it made no mention that Franklin and his son had already privately confirmed the results. The first public report came in October, 4 months after the fact, in a letter Franklin wrote to Collinson and printed in his Pennsylvania Gazette. As frequent mention is made in the public papers from Europe of the success of the Philadelphia experiment for drawing the electric fire from the clouds, he wrote, it may be agreeable to the curious to be informed that the same experiment has succeeded in Philadelphia, though made in a different and more easy manner. He went on to describe the details of constructing the kite and other apparatus, but in an oddly impersonal way, never using the first person to say explicitly that he and his son had carried it out themselves. He ended by expressing pleasure that the success of his experiments in France had prompted the installation of lightning rods there, and he made a point of noting that we had before placed them upon our academy and State House spires. The same issue of the paper advertised the new edition of Poor Richard's Almanac, with an account of how to secure houses, etc., from lightning. A more colorful and personal account of the kite flying, including the details about William's involvement, appeared in Joseph Priestley's The History and Present State of Electricity, first published in 1767. It occurred to him that by means of a common kite he could have a readier and better access to the regions of thunder than by any spire whatever, Priestley wrote of Franklin, and he took the opportunity of the first approaching thunderstorm to take a walk into a field in which there was a shed convenient for his purpose. Priestley, a noted English scientist, based his account on information directly from Franklin, whom he first met in London in 1766. Franklin supplied Priestley with scientific material and vetted the manuscript, which ends with the flat declaration, "This happened in June 1752, a month after the electricians in France had verified the same theory, but before he had heard of anything they had done." The delay by Franklin in reporting his kite experiment has led some historians to wonder if he truly did it that summer, and one recent book even charges that his claim was a hoax. Once again, the meticulous I. Bernard Cohen has done an exhaustive job of historical sleuthing. Drawing on letters, reports, and the fact that lightning rods were erected in Philadelphia that summer, he concludes after 40 pages of analysis that there is no reason to doubt that Franklin had conceived and executed the kite experiment before hearing the news of the French performance. He goes on to say that it was performed not only by Franklin but by others, and he adds that we may with confidence conclude that Franklin performed the lightning kite experiments in June 1752, and that soon after, in late June or July 1752, it was in Philadelphia that the first lightning rods ever to be erected were put in service. Indeed, it is unreasonable, I think, to believe that Franklin fabricated the June date or other facts of his kite experiment. There is no case of his ever embellishing his scientific achievements, and his description and the account by Priestley contain enough specific color and detail to be convincing. Had he wanted to embellish, Franklin could have claimed that he flew his kite before the French scientists carried out their version of his experiment. Instead, he generously admitted that the French scientists were the first to prove his theory. And Franklin's son, with whom he later had a vicious falling out, never contradicted the well-told tale of the kite. So why did he delay reporting what may be his most famous scientific feat? There are many explanations. Franklin almost never printed immediate accounts of his experiments in his newspaper or elsewhere. He usually waited, as he likely did in this case, to prepare a full account rather than a quick announcement. These often took him a while to write out and then recopy. He did not publicly report his 1748 experiments, for example, until his letter to Collinson in April 1749, and there was a similar delay in conveying his results for the following year. He also may have feared being ridiculed if his initial findings turned out to be wrong. Priestley, in his History of Electricity, cited such worries as being the reason Franklin flew his kite secretly. Indeed, even as the experiments were being carried out that summer, many scientists and commentators, including the Abbé Nollet, were calling them foolish. He thus may have been waiting, as Cohen speculates, to repeat and perfect the experiments. Another possibility, suggested by Van Doren, is that he wanted the revelation to coincide with the publication of the article about lightning rods in his new Almanac edition that October. Whatever his reason for delaying the report of his experiment, Franklin was prompted that summer to convince the citizens of Philadelphia to erect at least 2 grounded lightning rods on high buildings, which were apparently the first in the world to be used for protection. That September, he also erected a rod on his own house, with an ingenious device to warn of the approaching of a storm. The rod, which he described in a letter to Collinson, was grounded by a wire connected to the pump of a well, but he left a 6-inch gap in the wire as it passed by his bedroom door. In the gap were a ball and 2 bells that would ring when a storm cloud electrified the rod. It was a typical combination of amusement, research, and practicality. He used it to draw charges for his experiments, but the gap was small enough to allow the safe discharge if lightning actually struck. Deborah, however, was less amused. Years later, when Franklin was living in London, he responded to her complaint by instructing her, if the ringing frightens you, to close the bell gap with a metal wire so the rod would protect the house silently. In some circles, especially religious ones, Franklin's findings stirred controversy. The Abbé Nollet, jealous, continued to denigrate his ideas and claimed that the lightning rod was an offense to God. He speaks as if he thought it presumption in man to propose guarding himself against the thunders of heaven, Franklin wrote a friend. Surely the thunder of heaven is no more supernatural than the rain, hail, or sunshine of heaven, against the inconvenience of which we guard by roofs and shades without scruple. Most of the world soon agreed, and lightning rods began sprouting across Europe and the colonies. Franklin was suddenly a famous man. Harvard and Yale gave him honorary degrees in the summer of 1753, and London's Royal Society made him the first person living outside of Britain to receive its prestigious gold Copley Medal. His reply to the Society was typically witty. I know not whether any of your learned body have attained the ancient boasted art of multiplying gold, but you have certainly found the art of making it infinitely more valuable. A place in the Pantheon. In describing to Collinson how metal points draw off electrical charges, Franklin ventured some theories on the underlying physics. But he admitted that he had some doubts about these conjectures, and he added his opinion that learning how nature acted was more important than knowing the theoretical reasons why. Nor is it much importance to us to know the manner in which nature executes her laws. It is enough if we know the laws themselves. It is of real use to know that china left in the air unsupported will fall and break. But how it comes to fall and why it breaks are matters of speculation. It is a pleasure, indeed, to know them, but we can preserve our china without it. This attitude, and his lack of grounding in theoretical math and physics, is why Franklin, ingenious as he was no Galileo or Newton. He was a practical experimenter, more than a systematic theorist. As with his moral and religious philosophy, Franklin's scientific work was distinguished less for its abstract theoretical sophistication than for its focus on finding out facts and putting them to use. Still, we should not minimize the theoretical importance of his discoveries. He was one of the foremost scientists of his age, and he conceived and proved one of the most fundamental concepts about nature, that electricity is a single fluid. The service which the one-fluid theory has rendered to the science of electricity, wrote the great 19th-century British physicist J.J. Thomson, who discovered the electron 150 years after Franklin's experiments, can hardly be overestimated. He also came up with the distinction between insulators and conductors, the idea of electrical grounding, and the concepts of capacitors and batteries. As Van Doren notes, he found electricity a curiosity and left it a science. Nor should we underestimate the practical significance of proving that lightning, once a deadly mystery, was a form of electricity that could be tamed. Few scientific discoveries have been of such immediate service to humanity. The great German philosopher Immanuel Kant called him the new Prometheus for stealing the fire of heaven. He quickly became not only the most celebrated scientist in America and Europe, but also a popular hero. In solving one of the universe's greatest mysteries, he had conquered one of nature's most terrifying dangers. But as much as he loved his scientific pursuits, Franklin felt that they were no more worthy than endeavors in the field of public affairs. Around this time, his friend, the politician and naturalist Cadwallader Colden, also retired and declared his intention to devote himself full-time to philosophical amusements, the term used in the 18th century for scientific experiments. "Let not your love of philosophical amusements have more than its due weight with you," Franklin urged in response. Had Newton been pilot but of a single common ship, the finest of his discoveries would scarce have excused or atoned for his abandoning the helm 1 hour in time of danger. How much less if she had carried the fate of the Commonwealth? So Franklin would soon apply his scientific style of reasoning, experimental, pragmatic, not only to nature but also to public affairs. These political pursuits would be enhanced by the fame he had gained as a scientist. The scientist and statesman would henceforth be interwoven, each strand reinforcing the other, until it could be said of him, in the 2-part epigram that the French statesman Turgot composed, "He snatched lightning from the sky and the scepter from tyrants."
This ends Disc 6. Benjamin Franklin, Disc 7.
Chapter 7. Politician. Philadelphia, 1749 through 1756. The Academy and the Hospital. The ingenious lad who did not get to go to Harvard, who skewered that college's pretensions with ill-disguised envy as a teenage essayist, and whose thirst for knowledge had made him the best self-taught writer and scientist of his times, had for years nurtured the dream of starting a college of his own. He had discussed the idea in his junto back in 1743, and after his retirement, he became further motivated by the joy he found in science and reading. So in 1749 he published a pamphlet on Proposals Relating to the Education of Youth in Pennsylvania that described, with his usual indulgence in detail, why an academy was needed, what it should teach, and how the funds might be raised. This was not to be a religiously affiliated elite bastion like the four colleges, Harvard, William and Mary, Yale, and Princeton, that already existed in the colonies. The focus, as to be expected from Franklin, would be on practical instruction, such as writing, arithmetic, accounting, oratory, history, and business skills, with regard being had to the several professions for which they are intended. Earthly virtues should be instilled. Students would live plainly, temperately, and frugally, and be frequently exercised in running, leaping, wrestling, and swimming. Franklin's plan was that of an educational reformer taking on the rigid classicists. The new academy should not, he felt, train scholars merely to glorify God or to seek learning for its own sake. Instead, what should be cultivated was an inclination joined with an ability to serve mankind, one's country, friends, and family. That, Franklin declared in conclusion, should indeed be the great aim and end of all learning. The pamphlet was crammed with footnotes, citing ancient scholars and his own experience on everything from swimming to writing style. Like any good Enlightenment thinker, Franklin loved order and precise procedures. He had displayed this penchant by outlining, in the most minute detail imaginable, his rules for running the junto, Masonic Lodge, library, American Philosophical Society, Fire Corps, Constable Patrol, and militia. His proposal for the academy was an extreme example, crammed with exhaustive procedures on the best ways to teach everything from pronunciation to military history. Franklin quickly raised £2,000 in donations, though not the £5,000 he recalled in his autobiography, drew up a constitution that was as detailed as his original proposal, and was elected president of the board. He also happened to be on the board of the great hall that had been built for the Reverend Whitefield, which had fallen into disuse as religious revivalism waned. He was thus able to negotiate a deal to have the new academy take over the building, divide it into floors and classrooms, and leave some space available for visiting preachers and a free school for poor children. The academy opened in January 1751 as the first non-sectarian college in America. By 1791, it came to be known as the University of Pennsylvania. Franklin's reformist instincts were thwarted at times. Most of the trustees were from the wealthy Anglican establishment, and they voted over his objection to choose as the school's rector the Latin rather than English master. William Smith, a flighty minister from Scotland whom Franklin had befriended, was made the provost. but he and Franklin soon had a bitter falling out over politics. Nonetheless, Franklin remained a trustee for the rest of his life and considered the college one of his proudest achievements. Soon after the college opened, Franklin moved on to his next project, raising money for a hospital. The public appeal he published in the Gazette, which vividly described the moral duty people have to help the sick, contained the typical Franklin ringing refrain: "The good particular men may do separately in relieving the sick is small compared with what they may do collectively." Raising money was difficult, so he concocted a clever scheme. He got the Assembly to agree that if £2,000 could be raised privately, it would be matched by £2,000 from the public purse. The plan, Franklin recalled, gave people an additional motive to give, since every man's donation would be doubled. Political opponents would later criticize Franklin for being too conniving, but he took great joy in this example of his cleverness. "I do not remember any of my political maneuvers, the success of which gave me at the time more pleasure, or that in after thinking about it I more easily excused myself for having made use of cunning." An American Political Philosophy. By coming up with what is now known as the matching grant, Franklin showed how government and private initiative could be woven together, which remains to this day a very American approach. He believed in volunteerism and limited government, but also that there was a legitimate role for government in fostering the common good. By working through public-private partnerships, he felt, governments could have the best impact while avoiding the imposition of too much authority from above. There were other streaks of conservatism, albeit what would now be labeled compassionate conservatism, in Franklin's political style. He believed very much in order, and it would end up taking a lot to radicalize him into an American revolutionary. Though charitable and very much a civic activist, he was wary of the unintended consequences of too much social engineering. This was reflected in a ruminative letter on human nature he sent to his London friend Peter Collinson. "Whenever we attempt to mend the scheme of Providence," Franklin wrote, "we had need be very circumspect, lest we do more harm than good." Perhaps even welfare for the poor was an example. He asked whether the laws peculiar to England, which compel the rich to maintain the poor, have not given the latter a dependence. It was godlike and laudable, he added, to relieve the misfortunes of our fellow creatures, but might it not in the end provide encouragements for laziness? He added a cautionary tale about the New Englanders who decided to get rid of blackbirds that were eating the corn crop. The result was that the worms the blackbirds used to eat proliferated and destroyed the grass and grain crops. But these were questions more than assertions. In his political philosophy, as in his religion and science, Franklin was generally non-ideological, indeed allergic to anything smacking of dogma. Instead, he was, as in most aspects of his life, interested in finding out what worked. As one writer noted, he exemplified the Enlightenment's regard for reason and nature, its social consciousness, its progressivism, its tolerance, its cosmopolitanism, and its bland philanthropy. He had an empirical temperament that was generally averse to sweeping passions, and he espoused a kindly humanism that emphasized the somewhat sentimental, but still quite real, earthly goal of doing good for his fellow man. What made him a bit of a rebel and later much more of one, was his inbred resistance to establishment authority. Not awed by rank, he was eager to avoid importing to America the rigid class structure of England. Instead, even as a retired would-be gentleman, he continued in his writings and letters to extol the diligence of the middling class of tradesmen, shopkeepers, and leather aprons. Out of this arose a vision of America as a nation where people, whatever their birth or social class, could rise as he did to wealth and status based on their willingness to be industrious and cultivate their virtues. In this regard, his ideal was more egalitarian and democratic than even Thomas Jefferson's view of a natural aristocracy, which sought to pluck selected men with promising virtues and talents and groom them to be part of a new leadership elite. Franklin's own idea was more expansive. He believed in encouraging and providing opportunities for all people to succeed, based on their diligence, hard work, virtue, and ambition. His proposals for what became the University of Pennsylvania, in contrast to Jefferson's for the University of Virginia, were aimed not at filtering a new elite, but at encouraging and enriching all aspiring young men. Franklin's political attitudes, along with his religious and scientific ones, fit together into a rather coherent outlook. But just as he was not a profound religious or scientific theorist, no Aquinas or Newton, neither was he a profound political philosopher on the order of a Locke or even a Jefferson. His strength as a political thinker, as in other fields, was more practical than abstract. This was evident in one of his most important political tracts, Observations Concerning the Increase of Mankind, which he wrote in 1751. The abundance of unsettled land in America, he said, led to a faster population growth. This was not a philosophical surmise, but an empirical calculation. He observed that the colonists were only half as likely as the English to remain unmarried, that they married younger, around age 20, and that they averaged twice as many children, approximately 8. Thus, he concluded, America's population would double every 20 years and surpass that of England in 100 years. He turned out to be right. America's population surpassed that of England by 1851 and kept doubling every 2 decades until the frontier ran out at the end of that century. Adam Smith cited Franklin's tract in his 1776 classic, The Wealth of Nations, and Thomas Malthus, famous for his gloomy views on overpopulation and inevitable poverty, also used Franklin's calculations. Franklin, however, was no Malthusian pessimist. He believed that, at least in America, increased productivity would keep ahead of population growth, thus making everyone better off as the country grew. In fact, he predicted, also correctly, that what would restrain America's population growth in the future was likely to be wealth rather than poverty, because richer people tended to be more cautious about getting married and having children. Franklin's most influential argument, one that would play a significant role in the struggles ahead, was against the prevailing British mercantilist desire to restrain manufacturing in America. Parliament had just passed a bill prohibiting ironworks in America, and it held fast to an economic system based on using the colonies as a source of raw materials and a market for finished products. Franklin countered that America's abundance of open land would preclude the development of a large pool of cheap urban labor. The danger, therefore, of these colonies interfering with their mother country in trades that depend on labor, manufactures, etc., is too remote to require the attention of Great Britain. Britain would soon be unable to supply all of America's needs. Therefore, Britain should not too much restrain manufactures in her colonies. A wise and good mother will not do it. To distress is to weaken, and weakening the children weakens the whole family. The seriousness of this tract on imperial affairs was balanced by a satirical one he wrote around the same time. Britain had been expelling convicts to America, which it justified as a way to help the colonies grow. Writing as Americanus in the Gazette, Franklin sarcastically noted that such a tender parental concern in our mother country for the welfare of her children calls aloud for the highest returns of gratitude. So he proposed that America ship a boatload of rattlesnakes back to England. Perhaps the change of climate might tame them, which is what the British had claimed would happen to the convicts. Even if not, the British would get the better deal, for the rattlesnake gives warning before he attempts his mischief, which the convict does not. Slavery and Race. One great moral issue historians must wrestle with when assessing America's founders is slavery, and Franklin was wrestling with it as well. Slaves made up about 6% of Philadelphia's population at the time, and Franklin had facilitated the buying and selling of them through ads in his newspaper. A likely Negro woman to be sold. Enquire at the Widow Reed's, read one such ad on behalf of his mother-in-law. Another offered for sale a likely young Negro fellow, and ended with the phrase, "Enquire of the printer hereof." He personally owned a slave couple, but in 1751 he decided to sell them, because, as he told his mother, he did not like having Negro servants, and he found them uneconomical. Nevertheless, he would later, at times, have a slave as a personal servant. In Observations on the Increase of Mankind, he attacked slavery on economic grounds. Comparing the costs and benefits of owning a slave, he concluded that it made no sense. The introduction of slaves, he wrote, was one of the things that diminish a nation. But he mainly focused on the ill effects to the owners rather than the immorality done to the slaves. The whites who have slaves not laboring are enfeebled, he said. Slaves also pejorate the families that use them. White children become proud, disgusted with labor. The tract was, in fact, quite prejudiced in places. He decried German immigration, and he urged that America be settled mainly by whites of English descent. The number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very small, he wrote. Why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America, where we have so fair an opportunity, by excluding all blacks and tawnies, of increasing the lovely white and red? But perhaps I am partial to the complexion of my country, for such kind of partiality is natural to mankind. As the final sentence indicates, he was beginning to re-examine his partiality to his own race. In the first edition of Observations, he remarked on almost every slave being by nature a thief. When he reprinted it 18 years later, he changed it to say that they became thieves from the nature of slavery. He also omitted the entire section about the desirability of keeping America mainly white. What helped shift his attitude was another of his philanthropic endeavors. In the late 1750s, he became active in an organization that established schools for black children in Philadelphia and then elsewhere in America. After visiting the Philadelphia school in 1763, he would write a reflective letter about his previous prejudices. "I was on the whole much pleased, and from what I then saw have conceived a higher opinion of the natural capacities of the black race than I had ever before entertained. Their apprehension seems as quick, their memory as strong, and their docility in every respect equal to that of white children. You will wonder, perhaps, that I should ever doubt it, and I will not undertake to justify all my prejudices." In his later life, as we shall see, he became one of America's most active abolitionists, one who denounced slavery on moral grounds and helped advance the rights of blacks. As indicated by the phrase he used in Observations about increasing the lovely white and red faces in America, Franklin's feelings about the Indians were generally positive. He marveled, in a letter to Collinson, that the simplicity of the Indians' wilderness life had a romantic appeal. "They have never shown any inclination to change their manner of life for ours," he wrote. "When an Indian child has been brought up among us, taught our language, and habituated to our customs, yet if he goes to see his relations and make one Indian ramble with them, there is no persuading him ever to return." White people also sometimes feel this preference for the Indian's way of living, Franklin noted. When white children were captured and raised by Indians, then later returned to white society, in a short time they become disgusted with our manner of life and the care and pains that are necessary to support it, and take the first good opportunity of escaping again into the woods. He also told the story of some Massachusetts commissioners who invited the Indians to send a dozen of their youth to study free at Harvard. The Indians replied that they had sent some of their young braves to study there years earlier, but on their return they were absolutely good for nothing, being neither acquainted with the true methods for killing deer, catching beaver, or surprising an enemy. They offered instead to educate a dozen or so white children in the ways of the Indians and make men of them. Assemblyman, Indian diplomat, and postmaster. Serving as clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly, as he had since 1736, frustrated Franklin. Unable to take part in the debates, he amused himself by concocting his numerical magic squares. So when one of the members from Philadelphia died in 1751, Franklin readily accepted election to the seat, and passed on the clerkship to his unemployed son William. "I conceived my becoming a member would enlarge my powers of doing good," he recalled, but then admitted, "I would not, however, insinuate that my ambition was not flattered." Thus began Franklin's career in politics, which would last for most of 37 years, until his retirement as president of the Pennsylvania Executive Council. As a private citizen, he had proposed various civic improvement schemes, such as the library, fire corps, and police patrol. Now, as a member of the Assembly, he could do even more to be, as he put it, a great promoter of useful projects. The quintessence of these was his effort to sweep, pave, and light the city streets. The endeavor began when he became bothered by the dust in front of his house, which faced the farmer's market. So he found a poor, industrious man who was willing to sweep the block for a monthly fee, and then wrote a paper that described all the benefits of hiring him. Houses on the block would remain cleaner, he noted, and shops would attract more customers. He sent the paper around to his neighbors, who all agreed to contribute a portion of the street sweeper's pay each month. The beauty of the scheme was that it opened the way for grander civic improvements. This raised a general desire to have all the streets paved, Franklin recalled, and made the people more willing to submit to a tax for that purpose. As a result, Franklin was able to draw up a bill in the Assembly to pay for street paving, and he accompanied it with a proposal to install street lamps in front of each house. With his love of science and detail, Franklin even worked on a design for the lamps. The globes, imported from London, he noticed, did not have a vent on the bottom to allow air in, which meant the smoke collected and darkened the glass. Franklin invented a new model with vents and a chimney, so that the lamp remained clean and bright. He also designed the style of lamp, common today, that had 4 flat panes of glass rather than one globe, making it easier to repair if broken. Some may think these trifling matters not worth minding, Franklin said, but they should remember that human felicity is produced by little advantages that occur every day. There were, of course, more momentous issues to debate. The Assembly was dominated by Quakers, who were generally pacifist and frugal. They were often at odds with the family of the proprietors, led by the great William Penn's not-so-great son Thomas, who didn't help relations when he married an Anglican and drifted away from the Quaker faith. The main concerns of the proprietors were getting more land from the Indians and making sure that their property remained exempt from taxation. Pennsylvania was a proprietary colony, which meant that it was governed by a private family that owned most of the unsettled land. In 1681, Charles II granted such a charter to William Penn in repayment of a debt. A majority of the colonies started out as proprietary ones, but by the 1720s most had become royal colonies directly ruled by the king and his ministers. Only Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Delaware remained under their proprietors until the Revolution. 2 big issues faced Pennsylvania at the time: forging good relations with the Indians and protecting the colony from the French. These were related because alliances with the Indians became all the more important whenever the recurring wars with the French flared up. Remaining on good terms with the Indians required significant sums of money for gifts, and colonial defense was also costly. This led to complex political struggles in Pennsylvania. The Quakers opposed military spending on principle, and the Penns, acting through a series of appointed lackey governors, opposed anything that would cost them much money or subject their lands to taxes. Franklin had been instrumental in finessing these issues in 1747, when he formed the voluntary militia. But by the early 1750s, tensions with France over control of the Ohio Valley were rising again and would soon erupt into the French and Indian War, an offshoot of what was known in Europe as the 7 Years' War. The situation would lead Franklin to take 2 momentous initiatives that were to shape not only his political career, but also the destiny of America. He became an increasingly fervent opponent of the proprietors and eventually of the British, as they stubbornly asserted their right to control the taxes and government of the colony, a stance that reflected his anti-authoritarian and populist sentiments. He became a leader of the effort to get the colonies, heretofore truculently independent of one another, to join together and unite for common purposes, which reflected his penchant for forging associations, his non-parochial view of America, and his belief that people could accomplish more when they worked together than when they stood separately. The process began in 1753, when Franklin was appointed one of 3 commissioners from Pennsylvania to attend a summit conference with a congregation of Indian leaders at Carlisle, halfway between Philadelphia and the Ohio River. The goal was to secure the allegiance of the Delaware Indians, who were angry with the Penns for cheating them in what was known as the walking purchase. An old deed had given the Penns a tract of Indian land that was defined as what a man could walk in a day and a half, and Thomas Penn had hired 3 fleet runners to sprint for 36 hours, thus claiming far more land than intended. Allied on the side of the Pennsylvanians were the 6 nations of the Iroquois Confederacy, which included the Mohawk and Seneca tribes. More than 100 Indians came to the Carlisle Conference. After the Pennsylvanians presented the traditional string of wampum, in this case a whopping 800 pounds worth of gifts, roughly equivalent to $128,000 today, the Iroquois chief Skaruaddi proposed a peace plan. The white settlers should pull back to the east of the Appalachians, and their traders should be regulated to operate honestly and sell the Indians more ammunition and less rum. They also wanted assurances that the English would help defend them from the French, who were militarizing the Ohio Valley. The Pennsylvanians ended up pledging little more than a stricter regulation of their traders, which eventually caused the Delaware to drift over to the French side. On the last night, Franklin saw a frightening display of the dangers of rum. The Pennsylvanians had refused to offer the Indians any until the summit was over, and when the ban was lifted, a bacchanal erupted. As Franklin described the scene, they had made a great bonfire in the middle of the square. They were all drunk, men and women, quarreling and fighting. Their dark-colored bodies, half naked, seen only by the gloomy light of the bonfire, running after and beating one another with firebrands, accompanied by their horrid yellings, formed a scene the most resembling our ideas of hell that could well be imagined. Franklin and his fellow commissioners wrote an angry report decrying the white traders who regularly sold rum to the Indians. By doing so, they threatened to keep these poor Indians continually under the force of liquor, and entirely estrange the affections of the Indians from the English. Upon his return, Franklin learned that he had been appointed by the British government to share, along with William Hunter of Virginia, the top post office job in America, known as the Deputy Postmaster for the Colonies. He had been eagerly seeking the position for 2 years, and had even authorized Collinson to spend up to £300 lobbying on his behalf in London. However, Franklin joked, the less it costs, the better, as it is for life only, which is an uncertain tenure. His quest was driven by his usual mix of motives. Control of the post would allow him to invigorate the American Philosophical Society, improve his publishing network by placing friends and relatives in postal jobs across America, and perhaps make some money. He installed his son as Philadelphia's postmaster, and he later gave jobs in various towns to his brothers Peter and John, John's stepson, his sister Jane's son, 2 of Deborah's relatives, and his New York printing partner James Parker. Franklin drew up typically detailed procedures for running the service more efficiently, established the first home delivery system and dead letter office, and took frequent inspection tours. Within a year, he had cut to 1 day the delivery time of a letter from New York to Philadelphia. The reforms were costly, and he and Hunter incurred £900 in debt over their first 4 years. But then they started turning a profit, earning at least £300 a year apiece. By 1774, When the British fired him for his rebellious political stances, he would be making more than £700 a year. But an even greater benefit of the job, both to him and history, was that it furthered Franklin's conception of the disparate American colonies as a potentially unified nation with shared interests and needs. The Albany Plan for an American Union. The summit of Pennsylvanians and Indians at Carlisle had done nothing to deter the French. Their goal was to confine the British settlers to the East Coast by building a series of forts along the Ohio River that would create a French arc from Canada to Louisiana. In response, Virginia's governor sent a promising young soldier named George Washington to the Ohio Valley in late 1753 to demand that the French vacate. He failed, but his vivid account of the mission made him a hero and a colonel. The following spring, he began a series of haphazard raids against the French forts that would grow into a full-scale war. Britain's ministers had been wary of encouraging too much cooperation among their colonies, but the French threat now made it necessary. The Board of Trade in London thus asked each colony to send delegates to a conference in Albany, New York, in June 1754. They would have two missions: meeting with the Iroquois Confederation to reaffirm their allegiance, and discussing among themselves ways to create a more unified colonial defense. Cooperation among the colonies did not come naturally. Some of their assemblies declined the invitation, and most of the 7 that accepted instructed their delegates to avoid any plan for colonial confederation. Franklin, on the other hand, was always eager to foster more unity. It would be a very strange thing, he had written his friend James Parker in 1751, if 6 nations of ignorant savages, the Iroquois, could be capable of forming a scheme for such a union, and yet that a like union should be impracticable for 10 or a dozen English colonies to whom it is more necessary. In his letter to Parker, Franklin sketched out a structure for colonial cooperation. There should be, he said, a general council with delegates from all the colonies in rough proportion to the amount each paid in taxes to the general treasury, and a governor appointed by the king. The meeting sites should rotate among the various colonial capitals, so delegates could better understand the rest of America, and money would be raised by a tax on liquor. Typically, he felt the council should arise voluntarily rather than being imposed by London. The best way to get it going, he thought, was to pick a handful of smart men to visit influential people throughout the colonies and enlist support. Reasonable, sensible men can always make a reasonable scheme appear such to other reasonable men. When news of Washington's defeats reached Philadelphia in May 1754, just before the Albany Conference, Franklin wrote an editorial in the Gazette. He blamed the French success on the present disunited state of the British colonies. Next to the article, he printed the first and most famous editorial cartoon in American history: a snake cut into pieces, labeled with the names of the colonies, with the caption, "Join or Die." Franklin was one of the 4 commissioners, along with the proprietor's private secretary Richard Peters, Thomas Penn's nephew John, and Assembly Speaker Isaac Norris, chosen to represent Pennsylvania at the Albany Conference. The Assembly, to his regret, had gone on record against propositions for a union of the colonies, but Franklin was undeterred. He carried with him, as he left Philadelphia, a paper he had written called Short Hints Towards a Scheme for Uniting the Northern Colonies. It had one modification from the Union plan that he had described in his earlier letter to James Parker. Because the Colonial Assembly seemed recalcitrant, perhaps it would be best, if and when the commissioners in Albany adopted such a plan, to send it back to London and an Act of Parliament obtained for establishing it. On a stopover in New York, Franklin shared with friends the plan he had drafted. In the meantime, Peters and others went shopping for the 500 pounds of wampum the Assembly had authorized as gifts for the Indians: blankets, ribbons, gunpowder, guns, vermilion for face paint, kettles, and cloth. Then, on June 9th, they left on a well-laden sloop for Albany with a pipe of the oldest and best Madeira wine to be got. Before the Indians arrived, the 24 colonial commissioners gathered for their own discussions. New York Governor James Delancey proposed a plan to build 2 western forts, but it stalled because the delegates could not agree to share the costs. So a motion was passed, likely at Franklin's instigation, that a committee be appointed to prepare and receive plans or schemes for the union of the colonies. Franklin was one of 7 named to the committee, which offered a perfect venue for him to gather support for the plan he had in his pocket. In the meantime, the Indians arrived, led by the Mohawk chief Tionoga, also known as Hendrick Peters. He was scornful. The 6 nations had been neglected, he said, and when you neglect business, the French take advantage of it. In another tirade, he added, "Look at the French. They are men, they are fortifying everywhere. But we are ashamed to say it, you are all like women." After a week of discussions, the commissioners made a series of promises to the Indians. There would be more consultation on settlements and trade routes, certain land sales would be investigated, and laws would be passed to restrict the rum trade. The Indians, with little choice, accepted the presents and declared their covenant chain with the English to be solemnly renewed. Franklin was not impressed. "We brightened the chain with them," he wrote Peter Collinson, "but in my opinion no assistance is to be expected from them in any dispute with the French until by a complete union among ourselves we are able to support them in case they should be attacked." In his effort to forge such a union at Albany, Franklin's key ally was a wealthy Massachusetts shipping merchant named Thomas Hutchinson. Remember the name. He was later to become a fateful foe. The plan that their committee approved was based on the one Franklin had written. There would be a national Congress composed of representatives selected by each state roughly in proportion to their population and wealth. The executive would be a President General, appointed by the King. At its core was a somewhat new concept that became known as federalism. A general government would handle matters such as national defense and westward expansion, but each colony would keep its own constitution and local governing power. Though he was sometimes dismissed as more of a practitioner than a visionary, Franklin in Albany had helped to devise a federal concept, orderly, balanced, and enlightened, that would eventually form the basis for a unified American nation. On July 10th, more than a week after the Indians had left Albany, the full group of commissioners finally voted on the plan. Some New York delegates opposed it, as did Isaac Norris, the Quaker leader of Pennsylvania's assembly, but it nevertheless passed rather easily. Only a few revisions had been made to the scheme sketched out in the short hints that Franklin had carried with him to Albany, and he accepted them in the spirit of compromise. When one has so many different people with different opinions to deal with in a new affair, he explained to his friend Cadwallader Colden, one is obliged sometimes to give up some smaller points in order to obtain greater. It was a sentiment he would express in similar words when he became the key conciliator at the Constitutional Convention 33 years later. The commissioners decided that the plan should be sent both to the colonial assemblies and to Parliament for approval, and Franklin promptly launched a public campaign on its behalf. This included a spirited exchange of open letters with Massachusetts Governor William Shirley, who argued that the king, rather than the colonial assemblies, should choose the federal Congress. Franklin replied with a principle that would be at the heart of the struggles ahead. It is supposed an undoubted right of Englishmen not to be taxed but by their own consent, given through their representatives. It was to no avail. The Albany Plan was rejected by all of the colonial assemblies for usurping too much of their power, and it was shelved in London for giving too much power to voters and encouraging a dangerous unity among the colonies. The assemblies did not adopt it, as they all thought there was too much prerogative in it, Franklin recalled, and in England it was judged to have too much of the democratic. Looking back on it near the end of his life, Franklin was convinced that the acceptance of his Albany Plan could have prevented the Revolution and created a harmonious empire. The colonies so united would have been sufficiently strong to have defended themselves, he reasoned. There would then have been no need of troops from England. Of course, the subsequent pretense for taxing America and the bloody contest it occasioned would have been avoided. On that score, he was probably mistaken. Further conflicts over Britain's right to tax her colonies and keep them subservient were almost inevitable. But for the next 2 decades, Franklin would struggle to find a harmonious solution even as he became more convinced of the need for the colonies to unite. Catherine Ray. After the Albany Conference, Franklin embarked on a tour of his postal realms that culminated in a visit to Boston. He had not been back there since before his mother's death 2 years earlier, and he spent time with his sprawling family arranging jobs and apprenticeships. While staying with his brother John, he met an entrancing young woman who became the first intriguing example of his many amorous and romantic, but probably never consummated, flirtations. Catherine Ray was a lively and fresh 23-year-old from Block Island, whose sister was married to John Franklin's stepson. Franklin, then 48, was immediately both charmed and charming. She was a great talker. So, too, was Franklin when he wanted to flatter, and he was also a great listener. They played a game where he tried to guess her thoughts. She called him a conjurer and relished his attention. She made sugar plums. He insisted they were the best he'd ever eaten. When it came time after a week for her to leave Boston to visit another sister in Newport, he decided to accompany her. Along the way, their poorly shod horses had trouble on the icy hills. They got caught in cold rains and on one occasion took a wrong turn. But they would recall years later the fun they had talking for hours, exploring ideas, gently flirting. After 2 days with her family in Newport, he saw her off on the boat to Block Island. "I stood on the shore," he wrote her shortly afterward, "and looked after you until I could no longer distinguish you even with my glass." He left for Philadelphia slowly and with reluctance, loitering on the way for weeks. When he finally arrived home, there was a letter from her. Over the next few months he would write her 6 times, and through the course of their lives, more than 40 letters would pass between them. Franklin didn't save most of her letters, perhaps out of prudence, but the correspondence that does survive reveals a remarkable friendship and provides insights into Franklin's relations with women. From reading their letters, and reading between the lines, one gets the impression that Franklin made a few playful advances that Katy gently deflected, and he seemed to respect her all the more for it. "I write this during a northeaster storm of snow," he said in the first one he sent after their meeting. "The snowy fleeces which are pure as your virgin innocence, white as your lovely bosom, and as cold." In a letter a few months later, he spoke of life, math, and the role of multiplication in marriage, adding roguishly, "I would gladly have taught you that myself, but you thought it was time enough and wouldn't learn." Nevertheless, Katy's letters to him were filled with ardor. "Absence rather increases than lessens my affections," she wrote. "Love me 1,000th part so well as I do you." She was soulful and tearful in her letters, which conveyed her affection for him, yet also described the men who were courting her. She begged him to destroy them after he had finished reading them. "I have said 1,000 things that nothing should have tempted me to say." Franklin reassured her that he would be discreet. "You may write freely everything you think fit, without the least apprehension of any person seeing your letters but myself," he promised. "I know very well that the most innocent expressions of warm friendship between persons of different sexes are liable to be misinterpreted by suspicious minds." That, he explained, was why he was being circumspect in his own letters. "Though you say more, I say less than I think." And so we are left with a set of surviving letters that are filled with nothing more than tantalizing flirtations. She sent him some sugar plums that she had marked with, one assumes, a kiss. "They are every one sweetened as you used to like," she said. He replied, "The plums came safe and were so sweet from the cause you mentioned that I could scarce taste the sugar." He spoke of the pleasures of life, and noted that I still have them all in my power. She wrote of spinning a long strand of thread, and he replied, "I wish I had hold of one end of it to pull you to me." How did his loyal and patient wife Deborah fit into this type of long-distance flirtation? Oddly enough, he seemed to use her as a shield, both with Katy and the other young women he later toyed with, to keep his relationships just on the safe side of propriety. He invariably invoked Deborah's name and praised her virtues in almost every letter he wrote to Katy. It was as if he wanted Katy to keep her ardor in perspective, and to realize that, though his affection was real, his flirtations were merely playful. Or, perhaps, once his sexual advances had been rebuffed, he wanted to show, or to pretend, that they had not been serious. "I almost forgot I had a home," he wrote to Katy in describing his trip back from their first encounter. "But soon he began to think of and wish for home, and as I drew nearer I found the attraction stronger and stronger. So he sped ever faster," he wrote, "to my own house and to the arms of my good old wife and children, where I remain, thanks to God." Later that fall he was even more explicit in reminding Katy that he was a married man. When she sent him a present of cheese, he replied, Mrs. Franklin was very proud that a young lady should have so much regard for her old husband as to send such a present. We talk of you every time it comes to table." Indeed, there was an interesting aspect to this and subsequent letters he wrote to her. They revealed less about the nature of his relationship with Katie than about the relationship, less passionate but deeply comfortable, that he had with his wife. As he told Katie, "She is sure you are a sensible girl and talks of bequeathing me to you as a legacy. But I ought to wish you a better, and hope she will live these 100 years, for we are grown old together, and if she has any faults I am so used to them that I don't perceive them. Let us join in wishing the old lady a long life and happy." Instead of merely continuing their flirtation, Franklin also began to provide Katie with paternal exhortations about duty and virtue. "Be a good girl," he urged, "until you get a good husband. Then stay at home and nurse the children and live like a Christian." He hoped that when he next visited her, he would find her surrounded by plump, juicy, blushing, pretty little rogues like their mamma. And so it happened. The next time they met, she was married to William Greene, a future governor of Rhode Island, with whom she would have 6 children. So what are we to make of their relationship? Clearly, there were sweet hints of romantic attraction. But unless Franklin was dissembling in his letters in order to protect her reputation, and his, the joy came from fun fancies rather than physical realities. It was probably typical of the many flirtations he would have with younger women over the years, slightly naughty in a playful way, flattering to both parties, filled with intimations of intimacy, engaging both the heart and the mind. Despite a reputation for lecherousness that he did little to dispel, there is no evidence of any serious sexual affair he had after his marriage to Deborah. Clodan Lopez, a former editor of the Franklin Papers Project at Yale, has spent years researching his private life. Her analysis of the type of relationships he had with women such as Catherine Ray seems both astute and credible. A romance? Yes, but a romance in the Franklinian manner, somewhat risque, somewhat avuncular, taking a bold step forward and an ironic step backward, implying that he is tempted as a man but respectful as a friend. Of all shades of feeling, this one, the one the French call amitié amoureuse, a little beyond the platonic but short of the grand passion, is perhaps the most exquisite. Franklin only occasionally forged intimate bonds with his male friends, who tended to be either intellectual companions or jovial club colleagues. But he relished being with women, and he formed deep and lasting relationships with many. For him, such relationships were not a sport or trifling amusement, despite how they might appear, but a pleasure to be savored and respected. Throughout his life, Franklin would lose many male friends, but he never lost a female one, including Katie Ray. As he would tell her 35 years later, just a year before he died, "Among the felicities of my life, I reckon your friendship.